Speed Sport is live from Legends of HAVASU. It's all presented by Toyota. Welcome to Lake Havasu City, Arizona on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. It is a wonderful fall day. Gorgeous scenes all around here, Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Hi, everybody. I'm Ralph Shaheen. This is the big day, the Legends of Havasu weekend. The biggest race is taking place this afternoon. We'll have all the coverage for you. I'm Ralph Shaheen, and I'm joined by my good buddy Ken Stout, and we are looking forward to a great day, Ken, of some really intense racing.
You mentioned a beautiful fall day. I totally forgot it was fall being out here. Day 3 of 4 days. It feels like summertime. The weather is just spectacular. The action, the racing has been very, very busy here throughout the weekend. But as Ralph just talked about, we've got a big day here today for sure.
And here's a look at what that schedule is going to be like. Well, there's going to be a lot of activity. Our schedule not ready for you just yet. But a lot of racing going out on the water and out at the standard wash. Big day out there.
Yeah, so the F1 Powerboats will be out here. I believe the Tri-Holes will be out there. They'll start their heat races today, of course. Finale for them. Championships are going to be handed out. We look forward to seeing that. Of course, Ultra4 once again out on the desert. The big dogs are going to be throwing down out there. And it was a busy day and night last night. They raced up nearly till 9 o'clock in the dark.
Well, they raced late yesterday into the evening, as you said. They got up early this morning and went right back at it with the kids racing this morning. So let's head right out to the standard wash. Here's Jim Marsden and Miles Hasselquist to get us updated on what's happening with Ultra4 this morning.
Well, thank you, Ralph and Ken. What a great day it's going to be. It's been a long weekend, but today it is all about Ultra4 USA. We started off with the kids this morning. We are about to kick off the 4,400 main event, Jim.
Yeah, I can't wait, Miles. It's so good to be here. So good to be in Lake Havasu. I've never been here before. What an incredible place, isn't it? And there's been so much action right the way through the week.
Yeah, it's been so much fun being here in Lake Havasu. So much to do. But today we started off this morning with the youth race. It was so much fun to watch. One of the best races I have seen for the Ultra4 USA.
Yeah,
youth.
we've seen the growth of this class in the last 12 months. And let's just check this out.
So here's our Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer, waving the green flag. It was a 3/4 mile loop. 16 young guys and gals took the green flag. This is the future of our sport, and they were out there running their heart out. We did have a few tangle up there as Xander Wallraven took a little tumble. Then right here as Nora Prendergast gets taken out a little bit. They were driving very aggressive, but hey, seat time, seat time.
Absolutely, but this was fantastic racing. When you say youth racing, people think to yourself, oh, well, that might be. Far from it. What an amazing race this was. We had tangles, we had crashes, we had high-speed passes, we had moments where we had 4 wide going into a single corner. It was fantastic from start to finish. And who knows? They might be looking at a 4,400 class champion right here, right now.
It was so much fun to see these young guys and gals out there battling it out. They put their hearts and soul on the line. And here's our modified results.
In 5th is Brian Fulcher.
In 4th is Blaine Singleton.
In 3rd is Kennedy Singleton.
In 2nd was Maggie Flores.
And the race leader from start to finish in 1st is Wyatt Cotter.
In 10th was Nora Prendergast for the Limited.
In 9th is Riley Atterbury.
In 8th was Braden Lucas.
In 7th, Mason Atterbury.
In 6th was Hunter Biddle.
Then in 5th is Ada Atterbury.
In 4th was Xander Wallraven.
Then in 3rd is Caden Gamble.
In 2nd was Tanner Thompson, a Mid-American Outdoor Ambassador.
And in 1st place in the Limited class, it was Cash Martinez.
But last but not least, in 11th place was Tristan T.T. Fulcher. And we're about to kick off the 4,400 main event, the biggest and baddest names in our sport. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch, Jim.
It is indeed. We're going to pass it back over to Ken and to Ralph. They're going to line this up, and we'll see you back here for some racing very soon.
I cannot wait to see how these 4,400s can attack this course. This race course is 37 miles long. We were talking about in our production meeting with our Dave Arnold, who's been out here and around in this desert for many, many years on his own. And he said, let me tell you something. The thing that's really different about this Arizona desert as opposed to, say, the California desert just over the border is there's so much more volcanic rock here in this desert. And as you know, Ken, volcanic rock is very, very sharp. And these 4,400s run, what, a 42-inch tire, I think?
Yeah, big. Yeah, I believe that's
big,
correct.
huge tire. And it'll slice through those like glass through paper, right?
Crazy thick tire, too. I mean, they survive Baja all the time, right? I mean, they're as tough as the technology can deliver, for sure. But, I was listening to Robbie Gordon. They did an interview with Robbie Gordon. I think he had a really good showing yesterday, by the way, in his Speed UTV. And he said when they came out here a few years ago, he said they ran 6 laps instead of 3 laps. But he said less than, I think only 7 cars survived. And even yesterday, they ran 3 laps, and I think the attrition was 50% of the field. Yeah. So that'll give you an idea of just how difficult it is out there. Well, now we're going to add a bunch of weight to them and a bunch of horsepower to them and turn them loose in the same terrain.
And the best drivers in the world when it comes to this form of racing. This is the best
form
of
of vehicle. They're so technically advanced, so complex. What they're capable of doing is just unbelievable.
These vehicles will be flat out across the desert at well over 100 miles an hour, and then they'll be crawling over boulders as big as a Volkswagen Beetle, doing it all in the same race. And we're going to have a lot more coming your way from right here in the Vendor Village at Legends of Havasu. Speed Sport live from Legends of Havasu, presented by Toyota.
Watched my first race yesterday.
You're on the team, kid. It's orientation day.
Hey, new guy, let's get you up to speed.
Lunchtime.
Your workspace is ready.
Looks like you got a corner office.
Be part of something greater. Toyota. Let's go places.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on 2 wheels and 4. You're watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. Woo-hoo-hoo! From Ultra4 to rally,
These guys are fighting for the lead.
Seems very aggressive.
short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. Jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network. Speed Sport is live from Legends of Havasu, and it's all presented by Toyota. Let's go places. We are back here in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and there's a great shot of the lake and all the area around the lake, Ken. There's so much to do there on a fun party weekend, but it's going to be busy churning up the water with racing today.
Yeah, beach party a day ago, another beach party today, and of course, we're going to talk about the Tri-Hole series, or the Tri-Hole class, we should say, in the F1 Powerboat series. And they're a good bit different than the F1 Powerboats. Of course, the F1 Powerboats have the capsules on them. The Tri-Holes are open, more of a conventional style hull that people would see at a lake boat, something you go out and have some fun in. But, man, because of that, they get pretty aggressive with the boats. There's a fair amount of contact. You'll see a roll cage over them, and they're fighting for a championship. So we'll see how it shakes down.
You're looking at triple-digit speeds on the water. These boats able to pivot literally on a dime and turn and go back the other way. It's some 5 Gs. It's basically high-speed, short-track racing on the water. One of the best at it is a guy by the name of Jerry Rinker, who competes in that tri-hull category Ken was talking about. Our Dave Arnold talked to him.
We got to see what the formula boat is. Well, we got Pops over here of Chris. This is Scary Jerry Rinker. Now, this is the tri-hull.
Yes.
Quite a bit different setup. It's open cockpit. You got a cage around you. Why don't you tell me a little bit of difference on these boats?
Well, first of all, Chris's boat's got oxygen if he crashes. He's got we do have the harness that they have also. And he's strapped in, and if anybody saw the crash in Oklahoma, he took a bad crash, and he didn't even think he was hurt. But the next morning, after he had a life jacket on, and he had bruises through the life jacket from the impact, from his straps, from the straps in the boat. Well, we have straps in our boat too, and the difference is if he gets in trouble, he's got oxygen that automatically comes on, and he's got more time to get out of the boat, if indeed he's conscious and can get out. With us, when we crash, and I probably have more crashes than anybody out here, we crash, you go in, usually it's in the turn, and you go in, and you take the impact of all that water right in your face, where he's got a spray shield, or a windshield, that takes most of that impact. And it stuns you. I crashed here last year, my steering cable broke, and that was the worst crash I had. There's times when I come in, I wonder, what the heck did I do to go out there? I must be nuts. But all the guys, all the young guys, me, I can't wait to get out there because it's exciting.
And you can really see, we saw basically like a pickle fork, we're going to call it, like the hydro fronts on it, where this is actually has the tri-hull underneath.
It's a tri-hull shape, and the weird thing about it is, and my family built the Rinker boats, they took on tri-hulls and started building them because they had more room in the bow. But boy, they weren't very good rough water boats, and the tri-hull didn't stay around very long. Well, the guy that designed the Glastron tri-hull would be rolling over in his grave if he saw what we're doing to him, because we punish them. I mean, it's punishment. It's also punishment to the drivers. But a great bunch of kids driving the boats. We all have fun. We never get, I've never been mad at anybody that hit me. And I've been hit a lot.
Well, there's just a little insight from Mr. Scary Jerry Rinker right there, 80 years young, still outrunning them. And this old girl, she's still brilliant.
Cannot wait to see the racing on the water today.
There's 4 Rinkers out here racing today.
Yeah.
Isn't that pretty cool? And there's 2 of them. He's one of them, and they're 4th and 5th in the points there in tri-hull. And then he has a son that's leading, I want to say, in F1. So it's pretty cool. These guys, Terry Rinker is leading, so good stuff, man.
Yeah, it is really going to be exciting. And right now, there's not a lot of wind out there. A light breeze, but it should be pretty good. There's some concern, some question about what the weather will be like wind-wise. Tomorrow, we get anywhere over 20 miles an hour. It gets really sketchy for these drivers in these boats. Safety concern will be something we'll look at tomorrow morning. Tim Siebold will make that call, of course. Former world champion himself knows exactly what is best for these racers.
Yeah,
we'll
the
find
aero
out.
is a huge deal.
Yeah. So we're ready now to head out to the wash to get back to the action with Ultra4.
And some tight technical rock sections. Add in some gnarly whoops and everything in between. And this is Ultra4 USA Racing at its finest. I am Miles Hosquist alongside Mr. Jim Marsden, and we're about to kick off the 4400 main event, and it is an entirely stacked field.
Thank you, Miles. How good is it to be here? We are in Lake Havasu, and what a place this is. I've never been to anywhere quite like this. The buzz, the vibe, everything that's going on, and it's all culminating in this last final race, the 4400 main, and I am literally itching with excitement.
It's been fantastic all week long. Here's a great showing of how vast and wide open these 100-mile-an-hour desert sections really are. And then, like I said, we will dive into some tight technical rocks where you have to to be four-wheel drive. A two-wheel drive will not make it. We'll drop a couple waterfalls. It's going to be one heck of a show, so don't go anywhere. It's going to be so much fun. Jim, I can't wait to get this party started. It's about to go down.
It is indeed. And you were saying earlier about it being a stacked field. Let's just talk about that, and let's just run through our list of drivers that I've got here. On pole position right now, it's two-time king Lauren Healy. Then just behind him, we've got the young gun, Cade Rod. This is a young man that we've seen work his way up through the limited classes. His dad is no less than the Jimmy's mastermind himself that created so many of the incredible cars. Then in third position, Paul Wolfe. Then in fourth, we've got Darian Gomez. And in fifth is Paul Herschel.
And let's talk about that just for a minute. Who is not here? There's only about a handful of names that, I mean, this is the biggest 4,400 stacked field we have ever had outside of King of the Hammers. There's only about 5 or 6 names. The Blylers, Slauson, Tom Ways. There's just a few that are not here racing 4,400. It's incredible.
Absolutely. Now, Eric Miller's here, but he just forgot to bring his car, which is kind of remiss if you ask me, but there we are. But yeah, you're right. It really is an absolute who's who. And let's not forget, we've got three-time king Shannon Campbell here. We've got Bailey Campbell racing as well.
All the Gomez brothers, except for Marcos, but the Gomez brothers are here, and they're going to be running checkers or wreckers because this is the National Series Championship. Gomez don't care about points. They want to win, so it could really shake things up. It's going to be interesting.
Well, this is the whole thing. We've got to talk about, we've got guys out here who are racing for glory for day. We've got guys out here who are racing so that they can qualify for King of the Hammers, and guys who are racing for championship points. Plus, you got the double whammy of the fact that this is a double race points. So it's absolutely incredible. So I love this. There's so much going on.
So many different dynamics.
Exactly that. And let's just look at the kind of vehicles that we're looking at here. So predominantly our top 10 is dominated by IFS. Now, why is that? That's because we're in a more of a desert-orientated loop. But our highest place solid axle car is Phil McGilton.
Back in 14th position.
Yeah. But, my friend, did you see the qualifying times? There was only literally a few seconds separating all of our top 20 cars.
It's going to be wild. And here's a great aerial shot of how vast this is. This is a 7,500-acre OHV area. It's going to be great to see. And we had our one and only Mrs. Pam Hall out there on course off and on all week. She's going to kind of explain you what some of these course markings our drivers will see out on this one heck of a course.
All right, guys, we're going to do a little bit of track talk for you at home that don't know what our racers are looking for out on race course. Behind me, we do have an orange arrow, and this is what we're going to talk about right now. It is facing to my right, but what it is doing is that means there is a 90-degree turn coming up. Sometimes out on the course, it'll just be at like a 45-degree angle, meaning it's just a little bit smaller of a turn. And then also, if you see 3 arrows and then 2 arrows and then 1 arrow, that means that is a high-speed section, and you need to make sure that you are definitely checking up. Another important sign out on race course that the racers have to make sure that they are paying attention to is this one right here. It is red. It has a big W on it. It is the wrong way. You do not want to go that direction because we do have VCPs out here. If you go the wrong direction, you're off race course. So this one is one of the crucial ones out here as well that the drivers have to look for. All right, here is one more sign that the drivers want to make sure they're looking out for. It is the danger sign. It's the skull and crossbones with the down arrow. This right here, this will hurt your car. This will hurt you. They have to make sure they're checking up because if not, it can end their race.
Thank you very much, Pam. Now, those course markings are so important, aren't they, out there? But when you get in the dust, when everything's happening, all the action's going on around you, it's so easy to miss one of those course markings. And that's why we saw so many of our top guys pre-running yesterday in the 4900 class, just to get a little bit of track time to understand where all of those signage, points of signage are on that course.
But you can also program that into your GPS. It can be audible too as well. So it's a great thing to pre-run and see what those markers are, put them in your notes, and that's going to be the track, because the track's the track. You just said dust. There's certain spots where you cannot step out to pass because you're going to wreck your car.
Absolutely. But it's all going on here, and we're getting closer to our start. But we've got a special guest this weekend. We've got a Grand Marshal, Bob Bauer.
An Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer will be waving the flag for us. It's going to be great to have him on our team. It's so much fun to have him working with us. He'll be waving the flag, and Pam was able to catch up with him early in the week. So let's see what Bob has to say.
All right, Mr. Bob Bauer, you are our Grand Marshal out here at Lake Havasu City this weekend. This is a whole different ball game than what you're normally used to. What are you thinking about what we have going on out here with Ultra4 USA?
You know, I'm learning as fast as I can, but there's so much to learn. What's really hit me hard is these are four-wheelers. These aren't racers. These are four-wheelers. These are family people, and the event shows that. I mean, it's exciting to see all the kids, and they're not on leashes, you know. Even the dogs aren't on leashes. It's a family deal, and so I'm excited to be here. The experiences I've had, for me, you know, all my mistakes have been made in the desert. And so learning about this is like opening Pandora's box for me. It's like I can't wait for the next couple of days. There's going to be some happy folks.
There's going to be a lot of happy folks. There's going to be a lot of people out there that are going to be kind of a little frustrated about the racing and stuff because it is a hard course. But you, being our Grand Marshal, it's an honor to have you out here with us.
Well, you know, it's really quite an honor for me to be here. I had no idea. Actually, I still have no idea. What does a Grand Marshal do? When they contacted me and said, hey, would you do this? And I said, well, sure, but what do they do? And then I got to think about it. I said, JT, those Grand Marshals, they do nothing. Nothing. I'm changing that. I want to get involved. I want to get my hands dirty, get my face dirty. I want you know, brown stuff inside places that don't go brown, and talk to some people. They will teach me. They will teach me.
Well, we're going to put you in the hot pits with me maybe for a little bit. Then you can get your hands and face dirty out there with us.
Woof. We like it.
Awesome. Well, Bob Bauer, Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, you are out here with us this weekend. Again, like I said, it's an honor, so I can't wait to see what all you think at the end of the event.
I have a lot to say at the end of the event. They're going to give me 10 minutes to do it. It's going to take about 3.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, Bob Bauer, what a legend, what a hero. I've been so lucky to work with Bob Bauer at the Mint 400, King of the Hammers, and I've had the opportunity to spend evenings with him and to hear those stories and to hear all about that history when he's raced down in Baja, when he's won Baja. And as he said to me, he's won Baja 7 times, but he's lost it 26. I love that. If you ever get a chance, go and check him out, because Bob Bauer is the man. He is the legend.
100% nailed it there. And what I can't explain more is the storytelling he has. He has more stories in the dirt than anybody I have ever known. It's great to have him with us.
But they're not just stories, are they? They are actually entire memories of a racing career that spans literally decades.
Absolutely. But now it is time for the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up and remove cap. Here's the United States of America's national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is nearly time to go racing here in Lake Havasu. We're going to be popping out to a short commercial break, but please do not go anywhere. Make sure that you are by your TVs, your computers, and be ready for the greatest race in the world, 4400. See you soon.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. We are about to kick off the grand finale, the 4400 main event. But before we kick this off, let's check out what Pam Hall has to say.
Okay. Go Pam, go Pam. Welcome everybody. Legends of Havasu is going down right now. 4400s are lined up. Their engines are starting up as well. You guys, this is going to be a great race. We have Lauren Healy on the pole. He just won our 4600 class yesterday, so he has a great pre-run in his head right now. It's going to come down to a tire game, though, from what I'm hearing from all the drivers. So you guys, it's going to be an exciting day. Make sure you stay tuned in all day long.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Wow, look at this. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. But now we're going to take a look at our starting grid. This is our Project X starting grid, and let's go right the way from the top. So in first place, we've got Lauren Healy. In second, it's Cade Rod.
Then it's Paul Wolf, Darian Gomez, Paul Horschel, Levi Shirley.
JP Gomez, Waylon Campbell, Cody Addington, and Casey Curry rounding out the top 10.
Brendan Thompson, Raul Gomez, Ian Cuntinez, Philip McGilton, Brian Cross.
Shannon Campbell, Bailey Campbell, Pip Justice, Christopher Branson, and Brett Harrell.
James Mahoney, Dennis Sterndal, Chip McLaughlin, Kevin Stearns, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Matthew McGowan, Chad Hunt, Weston Jones, Jeff Wagner, and Craig Adler.
Travis Grande, Glennie Page, Tom Prendergast, Tom Gilpin, and Joe Gallen.
Andrew McLaughlin, Dalton Hamilton, Kenneth Goodall, Harold Fishman, and Johnny Valdez.
Mike Spindler, Mark Nicholson, Roger King, A.K. Watley.
Tad Dowker, William Robinson, Brent Moffat, and Travis Zollinger rounding out the pack.
So we are about to kick off the 4400 main event, the biggest and baddest names in our sport. And kicking this off is going to be Lauren Healy, another Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador, is about to go down. JT Taylor, the race director, is about to roll, and we are green racing. Bob Bowers got it going. So Lauren Healy out of Farmington, New Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road Team and that Triton Interding Single C IFS Bronco taking off the heat. We take off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time on this 37-mile lap, and they'll be hitting it 4 times. Yeah, and look at Lauren Healy drifting around there, Jim.
Yeah, Lauren Healy, he'll be putting that Fox Live Valve suspension to work as he makes his way out into the desert. But let's talk about this young man. This young man is Cade Rod. He is getting the libels right now from Bob Bauer. Green flag is go for Cade Rod. No. He roars off the line in that Jimmy's Dragon.
K-Rod number 7 out of Cortez, Colorado with Jimmy's 4x4, and that Jimmy's 4x4 single seat IFS machine laying it down. He had the pole position for quite a while in qualifying yesterday until Lauren Healy bumped him out.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. Now, this is a man who's got a grudge on his hands. Cade Rod is going to be out there trying to prove what he can do as Paul Wolf leaves the line. Now, Paul Wolf's had a bit of a rubbishy weekend up to now. He'll be wanting to put it out there and show us all what he can do in this Joe Thompson-built UFO machine.
So, Mid-America brand ambassador Paul Wolf, number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing, heading out, chasing some dust.
Yeah, now Paul Wolf, he was in the UTV race yesterday. He pulled up short, so he will be wanting to do the best he can do right now as he powers his way out into the desert. And next on the line, it's another young gun. This is Darian Gomez, the first of the 3 Gomez's we have racing here today.
Flacco out of Folsom, California with Gomez Brothers Racing, another UFO single-seat IFS machine. These guys and gals are going to be giving it their all. This car is going to be a one to watch for sure.
Yeah, isn't this so cool to see 3 young guns right up there at the front? Paul Wolf, Cade Rod, and Darian Gomez hunting down 2-time king and veteran Lauren Healy. Am I really using the word veteran with Lauren?
Isn't that crazy? Up next, number 19, Paul Horschel and Mitchell Sweat, the first 2-seater that takes off. Number 19 out of Park City, Utah with Horschel Motorsports in that IFS IRS 4-wheel stealer machine. One of the nicest cars out there on course.
He is indeed. He's actually out here to pre-run for King of the Hammers. Can you believe that? It's fantastic to see Paul Horschel out here. There's more than one Horschel core in the field today, and we'll be picking that up and telling you all about those later on. But right now, it's all about this car. It is Levi Shirley bursting from the line in a UK-built
Off-road
armory car.
So
and he hits the line.
Levi Shirley and Corey Nasso, number 81 out of Dodge City, Kansas, with Lucky Dog and Levi Shirley Racing with that Off-Road Armory Eurofire 2C IFS machine. And we will get into chassis IFS straight axle after we get everybody off the line.
Yeah, that car's boasting an LT5 supercharged motor, and they've just done a whole heap of work for it as Bob Bauer gets our next car off the line, and this is none other than JP Gomez. Uncle to Darian Gomez, who we've already seen leave the line today.
JP Gomez, number 82 out of Cameron Park, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing in his 2022 UFO Joe Thompson single-seat machine. This guy is fast, definitely another one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen him win national races before. As we look now at Waylon Campbell. Now, this is the nearly man. He has nearly won so many races throughout his career. Is this going to be his day? Can he put that Campbell machine on top of the box?
Wayman Waylon Campbell, number 3 out of Gilbert, Arizona, with Campbell Racing in that 2020 Campbell Enterprise single-seat IFS machine.
Yeah, he had some motor issues last year, but he seems to be putting all of those behind him. And I'm really excited to see what Waylon can do out there on this incredible 37-mile course.
Up next, we'll have the number 888 of Cody Addington take off out of ADD Racing with that Jimmy's single-seat chassis. This is one of the winningest cars in history.
It is indeed. Lauren Healy dominated with when it first came out, as we're just cutting there to Cade Rod making his way through race mile 2.
And up next, none other than Casey Curry and Ace Aaron Quesada, number 2 out of Norco, California, with Curry Racing in the Trophy Jeep, a 2C IFS machine. This is a Monster Energy back car, and he has nothing to prove except for have fun and trying to mix it up in the points. He's not running for points, but he could mix it up for our national championship.
Yeah, I believe he's actually racing for a spot at Hammers, which is why he's out here. But this is also one of the oldest cars in the pack. I believe it first raced in Hammers back in 2014.
It's been around a while. That just goes to show how strong these cars actually are.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit like Trigger's Broom. I'm not sure there's anything left of that car, but there we are. And here we go. We have another UFO machine, and it's none other than Brendan Thompson. Leaving the line now.
Number 5150, Bam Bam himself, Grass Valley, California, with Outcast Racing in a brand new UFO IFS single-seat machine. He debuted at King of the Hammers earlier this year. And look at them getting slideways right out of the gate.
Absolutely. Now, he was on course yesterday in his old car with his son Austin driving, so he's already done some pre-running. Will that be a benefit for him? But check this out. This is 2-time king and current king Raul Gomez father to Darian Gomez, who's out in front, and brother to JP Gomez, who's out in front. And if ever he needed something to G him up, it's knowing that those two are in front of him. What can Raul do today?
So current king Raul Gomez, number 83 out of Lotus, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing in his UFO Joe Thompson single-seat machine. He debuted that 2 years at King of the Hammers, and he's a back-to-back champ.
And this is Ian Contuse's here in the Jimmy's IFS machine. He gets the green flag from Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal, and charges off into the desert.
Ian and Taze Flores, number 135 out of Franktown, Colorado, with Carbon Motorsports in that 2020 Jimmy's 2C IFS machine with that Jeff Ginter racing engine.
Yeah, powerful setup there. He qualified incredibly strongly, and now is the first of our solid axle cars. This is Phil McGilton, who's having an astonishing year. Chatting to him earlier this week, he's running a slightly smaller LSX style motor, very high revving, gets up to around about 7,500 RPM, and he'll need all of those today if he's to catch those big IFS cars.
So Philip McGilton and Dr. Amanda Ross, number 47 out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with 47 Motorsports in that Jimmy's 4x4 48P solid axle machine, chasing down the IFS cars.
And next off the line, this is Brian Cross in another Campbell car. Now, Brian, he switched to a slightly smaller motor package this year, going for an LSX rather than the big tool blocks that he's used to running, and it's worked for him really, really well. But he had some problems in qualifying. We saw his incredible pace, but he'd made a couple of small mistakes, which put him back in 15th. But that just goes to show Brian's pace. What can he do out there on this track today?
Our national points leader, Brian Crofts, number 9 out of Nevada, California, with CB Motorsports in that Campbell chassis single-seat machine.
And here comes another Campbell chassis. It's the legend himself, Mr. Shannon Campbell, three-time king in that number 5 car.
So Shannon Campbell, three-time King of the Hammers winner and Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer out of Lakeside, Arizona, with the Coupe Racing and Fabrication in the Dragon Slayer, a Campbell single-seat IFS machine.
And this might be the last time we actually see this car race, as he is going to be debuting a new car at King of the Hammers in 2024. But here's his daughter. It's Bailey Campbell in another Campbell car.
Mid-America Ambassador Bailey Campbell with Ryan Miller riding shotgun number 35 out of Gilbert, Arizona, with Campbell Racing in that Campbell Enterprise 2C IFS machine. This is a desert car. She has a great shot of battling with the big guys and gals out here on course.
Yeah, we'll be talking about that later, but fuel strategy is everything, and that car carries a massive amount of fuel, and that looks like Casey Curry. Is that Casey Curry, or is that Ian Contuges? As another car. Now, this is what someone we need to talk about. This is Pip Justice, all the way from Australia to come racing with us here at Ultra4 USA.
Pip Justice and Diamond Dave, number 78 out of Australia, with Rufus Racing, that Tribe 16 solid axle machine donkey, racing for the man above, Zandy Willems.
Yeah, Pip's really found some great pace in the last 12 months. He's our second place solid axle machine, as next off the line is Christopher Branton, USD Stickies man. Just check out the size of the tread blocks on these tyres. They're absolutely enormous. Jimmy's IFS car, and Christopher will be looking to place down a really solid result today.
Kamikaze Chris Branton with Ryan Rebb wiring shotgun number 46 out of Bossier City, Louisiana, with Upside Down Racing in that Jimmy's 2C IFS machine. And like you said, Jim, them big tires are going to be fun in the desert and awesome in the rocks.
Yeah, absolutely. And now next off the line is Brett Harrell. Brent Harrell yesterday locked out the 4800s, so now it's his dad's turn. Brett in this awesome Paul Herschel built obstacle machine. Just check this out. What an incredible piece of kit that is. That's two-time king Raul Gomez going through mile marker 2.
So Brett Harrell with Justin riding shotgun number 4456 out of Amesville, Oregon, with team change order with that Paul Horschel built 2C IFS machine with that Danzio horsepower.
And this is James Mahoney about to leave the line now. Now, this is a car that needs no real introduction. This is the Gary Faravanti single-seat IFS machine. When it first came on the scene right the way back in sort of 2014, it was absolutely incredible. It was a work of art that so many people wondered if it could ever be bettered, and it's great to see it out here racing one more time.
So James Mahoney, number 308 out of Colfax, California, with Mahoney Racing in that Faravanti single-seat IFS machine. Great to see it back out here racing.
And Dennis Sterndale blasting blasting off the line now. This is a Fishmouth Fab machine. It's very similar to that Jason Shearer won 2 King of the Hammers with.
So Denny Sterndal and Scott Gearhart, number 726 out of Santa Barbara, California with SEI Racing.
Yeah, this is a wonderful looking machine, and when you look at it, you can't help but thinking back to all those days of glory for Jason Shearer. So good to see it here. And speaking of days of glory, it is none other than Chip McLaughlin.
Number 4, Chip McLaughlin out of Corinth, Texas with Brad Christensen riding shotgun with Rufus Racing in that Tribe 16 2C IFS machine, racing for Zandy Willems. Rufus Racing, Chip McLaughlin out there on course, going to have a great day.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite cars. I love this. When it was first out on the line, it is Kevin Stearns in that Triton Engineering built car. This is a 2-seat vehicle.
Kevin Stearns and Stephen Watson, number 11 out of Hurricane, Arizona with Tilden Racing with that Triton Engineering 2C IFS machine, Gina.
Yeah, it's an awesome car. It'll be wonderful to see what he can do with that today. And the quality of this field is quite remarkable. All of these cars qualified in under 2 minutes.
It's amazing. And don't forget, they're taking off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. 4 37-mile laps.
Yeah, now this is a man who loves an endurance race. This is Vaughn Gittin Jr. living the line in another Triton Fab-built 2-seat machine.
Vaughn Gittin Jr., another Mid-America ambassador with Eric Davis riding shotgun, number 25 out of Concord, North Carolina with Funhaver Off-Road Team. It is a beautiful solid axle rear IFF up front Triton Engineering Bronco called Bronchi 2.0.
Yeah, next off the line is Matt McGowan. Just look at this car. This is Waylon Campbell's old machine, and it's great to see it back out here racing again.
Matt Macho McCowan, number 4409 out of Queen Creek, Arizona with MRM Racing.
Yeah, and he's powering off into the desert. Now, this is a serious machine. Another Campbell car, obviously. Rear-engined, and this could be just the tool for the job here.
There's half the field that could win this race, Jim.
At least. And it's another solid axle car, and the first of our Millers, which is a very unusual thing to say. But here is Chad Hunt. I'll tell you who we forgot about earlier. John Grounds. There we go. Anyway, moving back to Chad Hunt.
Chad Hunt and Rick Murray, number 456 out of Plymouth, Indiana with Hunt Motorsports in that 2022 Miller Pro chassis. And he is up for nomination for the Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year. So he has got to be pumped about that one away. Also, we'll be giving away that later on this evening.
Absolutely, as Weston Jones blasts off the line right now.
Catfish Weston Jones with Robbie Flandreau riding shotgun, number 719 out of Salt Lake City, Utah with Tuna Club racing that Jimmy's 4x4 2-seat IFS machine, Mr. Pickles.
Yeah, it's an awesome looking machine, this. Well, he'll be very pleased. These cars have just qualified just outside of the 2-minute zone, but that was still very fast indeed. And we are at 28 of the 48 runners and riders that we have as we watch Jeff Wagner coming off the line now. Now, this was Lauren Healy's old car.
Well, you can't say old car because it's a new car.
Exactly.
But it's the IFS IRS machine that he just sold just about a month ago. So very minimal seat time for Jeff Wagner out of Kearney, Nebraska with Wagner Racing, that Triton Engineering machine. It's going to be fun to see how he can do. He's an old school rock crawler, but coming back to play with Ultra4 USA.
Yeah, next is a man who really does need no introduction at all. It's Greg Adler. If it's off-road racing, he has probably raced it. He's done short course. He races desert trucks, and he's racing here with us right now.
The boss man, Greg Adler with Brian Kirby riding shotgun in that 210 machine out of Manhattan Beach, California with Off-Road Warehouse Motorsports and that designed by Kirby 2C IFS machine with 74 weld portals up front.
Yeah, and next off the line, it is going to be Travis Grand. He's getting the eyeball from Bob Bauer. He gets the green flag, and over the line he goes.
This is Guy Miller's Joe Thompson UFO built machine, but he let his best friend Travis Grande with Mitch Nunez riding shotgun out of Arroyo Grande, California with Chasing Time.
You can see he's got 4 new tyres on there. They still have the stickers on as he makes his way out into the desert. Lifting wheels as he hauls into the way.
Almost 50 4,400 cars, Jim. This is going to be a wild race.
It is indeed, and it is the 464 of Glenn Page making his way onto track right now.
Glenny Page and Bill McGibbon in number 464 out of Ontario, Canada, with Northern Force Racing, that Get-Fit-Bab solid axle machine.
Great to see another solid axle out there, of course, and it's amazing how many IFS machines we have out here. You look back sort of like 10 years ago, and there was a smattering of mostly solid axle, and now it's almost dominated by IFS. And next off the line will be Tom Pendergrast in another UK-built Off-Road Armoury Eurofighter.
So Wreck-It Ralph himself, Tom Prendergast with John Dykes riding shotgun, the number 4413 out of Evergreen, Colorado with Fire River Racing in that Off-Road Armory Eurofight 2C IFS called Tiffany.
Yeah, the lovely guy. We saw his kids racing earlier in the 170 race. And it's great to see Tom going out into the desert. Fingers crossed he has a great race. And now heading off the line in another Fishmouth Fab car, this is Tom Gilpin.
With little Scotty Gearhart riding shotgun number 1982 out of Saugus, California with SEI Racing in that Fishmouth Fab 2C IFS chassis.
Yeah, I still love these frames. Every time I look at them, I just can't help but think back to Hammers. As we watch there is our current race leader. That is Lauren Healy.
Wow, he is really making some dust out there. Dust is absolutely going to be an issue today. We'll go through a lot of stuff after we get everybody off the line.
Yeah, we will indeed. And that's the 4570 of Joe Gatlin. Another solid axle vehicle making his way across the line.
Papa Joe Gatlin with Jesse Clark riding shotgun number 4570 out of Chino Valley, Arizona with Fire River Racing in that Jimmy's 2-seat solid axle machine.
He bursts into the desert, and that looks like that might be Chad Hunt.
It absolutely is Chad Hunt, but look at the hood starting to flop a little bit.
Now, I can tell you this for certain, he will not be stopping to put that back down.
Unless it goes all the way up and you can't see.
Yeah, that's very true indeed. And next off the line is none other than Andrew McLaughlin.
And David Sirota riding shotgun number 4493 out of Phoenix, Arizona with Let's Roll Off-Road Racing in that Jimmy's 4x4 straight axle called El Rey.
Yeah, of course, we saw Andrew move across to an IFS machine, and he's one of the few that's gone from an IFS back to a solid axle as we watch Paul Wolf coming down the waterfall.
But he is back to have fun. That is the Brannock Falls, so Paul Wolf really is pushing strong.
And that's the 4489 of Dalton Hamilton leaving the line.
With Austin Thompson riding shotgun number 4489 out of Grass Valley, California with Moves Motorsports in that Bomber chassis. Solid axle machine.
Yeah, great to see them out. And of course, let's not forget that Austin... Oh, it looked like they were slowing up there, but this is two-time king Raul Gomez.
No, that is Darian Gomez.
Oh,
That's his son.
I do apologize.
All
that is
good.
Darian.
So the Bronco Falls is being quick work on these cars. Ooh, no, Dalton and Austin are already pulled over in the Amsoil hot pits.
Yeah, no one wants to see that. And next off the line will be Kenneth Goodall. We watched yesterday as Logan Goodall, Kenneth Goodall's son, locked out the 4500 race and was second overall in the EMC. What has Kenneth got for us today?
Ken Goodall with Todd Miller off the line, number 7779, out of Phoenix, Arizona, with Goodall Racing in a Jimmy's 2C IFS machine.
And here we go, the man from Kansas we're watching right now. That is Levi Shirley coming down the waterfall. And going off the line any moment now should be Harold Fidgeman.
In that brand new Jimmy's 2C IFS, it's Harold Fidgeman with Mike Miller riding shotgun, the number 777 out of San Ramon, California, with Aaron's Body Shop Racing.
Now, I believe it's taken him 4 years to finish this car, or something like that. So this is his first race. What a car it is. We've got a chance to look at it at contingency, and it's an absolute work of art. So great to see him here. Now, bursting off the line is the 4497 of Mike Sindler.
Spinny himself, number 4497, Mike Spindler out of Wellsville, Utah, with Spindler Racing in a Fishmouth Fab IFS machine.
Yeah, it's great to see those there.
Oh, there's JP Gomez and that UFO making quick work at the Bronco Falls. We saw so many people struggle here. The 4400 should not struggle. If they struggle, they're having an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the 1177 of Mark Nicholson.
Mark Nicholson and his son Landon riding shotgun at 1177 out of Grass Valley, California, with Moves Motorsports in that off-road addiction solid axle machine.
So Mark Nicholson makes his way down the wash into the desert. as we watch Waylon Campbell just been down the waterfall and pushing on hard. He'll be trying to catch those lead cars.
So off the line right now, the 124, Team Robbie Bobby with Roger King and Justin Cower out of Sparta, Tennessee with that Colville solid axle machine.
Yeah, Roger King, one of the nicest guys you could ever wish to meet. Great to see him out here on track today. We're not far out from rounding out our field and getting all our runners and riders across the start line.
Should be up next a brand new machine, or a brand new driver. That's the old MBRP machine. That's A.K. Watley with Brad Goodfellow with Warren Racing in riding shotgun number 4089 out of Winchester, Virginia with Chaos Motorsports and Warren Racing and that Triton Engineering 2C IFS Bronco. He's making his 4400 debut with Ultra4 USA, A.K. Watley.
Yeah, he seemed to have some problems in qualifying yesterday. Not sure if he went the wrong way or if they had a mechanical. But it's going to be interesting to see what he can do as we watch.
Cody Addington out there. He's pushing strong. Jim, this is turning out to be an amazing race.
Oh, I love this so much.
And off the line right there is the 906 of Tad Docker of Andy Eustace out of Quaddin, Michigan with North Shore Raceworks and that Trent Fab solid axle machine, Bambi.
Now, Tad would expect to be further up the field than this, but he had a really poor qualifying run. As we watch now, this is Casey Curry making his way down the waterfall. Now, look how small this car makes that waterfall look. That gives you a scale of this vehicle. It's absolutely huge.
And Brendan Thompson is hot on his heels, and this is the toughest rock obstacle on the course, and they're making it look like nothing. So these guys and gals are going to be moving. Yesterday, it was a 102.20 set by Cole Clark and a UTV. I think they're going to beat that.
Now, this is William Robinson going out on course. Oh, he just took a great big lungful of dust there. Now, he's coming in. Now, I've got a feeling this could be staged, and it could be a driver swap.
Yep, so I was talking to Woody last night. So the driver record has to start or finish the race. So he started the race. It looks like Woody Rose is hopping in for the Aaron Robinson, the number 3006 out of Albuquerque, New Mexico with Danger Racing and that brand new top shelf machine. Well, I say it's brand new. It's just now getting driven. It's been in the works for the last 7 years.
Yeah, it has indeed. And he had such a bad luck yesterday as we watch our two-time king and current king, Raul Gomez, coming down the waterfall right now.
So I believe we have all of our competitors on course. So I think we're at 45. We had a few not be able to show up with mechanicals, but there's our current king and two-time king, Raul Gomez. But we're back to the Amsoil hot pits, and Aaron Robinson is letting Woody Rose take this thing out for a rip. Really cool to see the camaraderie with Ultra4 USA.
Yeah, absolutely. So what happened yesterday is on the starting line.
Is that Woody Rose at the front of the car?
Yeah, that is Woody Rose.
So I'm not sure who's hopping in. This is a single-seater, so I assume Aaron Robinson started. So maybe they're just out there having fun. They're going to let everybody take a lap. Hey, Jim, I'm going to go see if they'll let me go.
I was going to say,
I'll be right back.
You can take this. I'm on my way. Right, okay, back to the action here. Or back to the pits, as it might be. But these guys had terrible bad luck. They went to start their qualifying. They hit the throttle, and the throttle cable pulled out the throttle pedal.
They hit the throttle pedal a little too hard.
Yeah.
Gave her all the juice. And there's Harold Fidgeman and that brand new Jimmy's chassis trucking along. There's back to Philip McGilton, who was in the points race for sure. He's currently sitting in that third position, and he could win the national championship. Depends on how his day goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's had a fantastic season. Been on the podium plenty of times, put some wins in, most notably on the East Coast at Pottsville.
In Pennsylvania, what a great showing for sure. And again, there's just so much action out there on course. There was Joe Gatlin for a minute. Now we're back to our national championship leader right now. That is
Brian Crofts.
Brian Crofts.
Yeah,
we should be seeing some more cars.
And there is so much family stuff going on here. So we've got Brian Crofts, whose other half is Bailey Campbell, who's racing, whose brother Waylon Campbell is racing, and whose father Shannon Campbell is also racing.
Yeah, the Campbell crew's out here thick.
Which is great to see. That's what we want to see as well.
So there's Mike Spindler at race mile number 3. In that fish mouth car, making some dust.
Indeed. Right now, we need to start talking about trackers miles is what we need to do. So if you want to follow this race, what is sitting at home, and see exactly where your favourites are on course.
Speaking about favourites, there's Shannon Campbell, 3-time king. Oh, we have somebody on his side.
Now, that looks like it's had a fire extinguisher deployed as well.
Yes, it does. And that, I don't think that's very far from us, because that looks like the Campbell plant right behind us.
Is that Tad Dowker?
Nope.
Solid axle.
That's chasing time. So that's Travis Grande, I believe. So that's Guy Miller's car. That's the old school UFO. So I hate to see that, but it looks like both drivers are out of the car in A-OK. And again, I think this is before race mile number 1.
Right, tough break there for those guys.
There's A.J. Watke making his 4400 debut with Ultra4 USA. He's been racing off-road for the last 10 years or so, but he is making his debut right here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. They are going to run 4 37-mile laps at 148 miles in total. It should take the leaders about 4 hours to wrap this race out. We're guessing right around the 1 hour mark, but they may surprise us.
Yeah, I think that might even be Dalton Hamilton.
Dalton Hamilton was in a bomber. I'm pretty sure that's Travis Grande.
Okay, fair play. But I was just looking at what's stopped on my tracker. Right, talking about trackers.
4489 down here.
Yeah. Dalton Hamilton.
Oh, okay. Well,
okay. Don't worry, mate. I got you.
No, that
right,
is. That
if you
is,
want to follow this race,
that
at
is
home,
definitely Travis Grande.
Yes, you are right. Absolutely. Yeah, 44, 50. Yep.
And there's one of the Broncos that our physical race leader. Could that be Lauren Healy? Oh, no, Lauren Healy show stopped on the tracker. Oh, this is some news, Jim. So, again, explain the tracker to us, Jim.
Yeah, just looking at the tracker right now. So if you go to Racing Tracks...
That is Cade Robb, the new physical race leader.
Yeah, I think you are right there. Now, we've got things happening. But let's just talk about the tracker very quickly. There's so much action going on, of course, and we need people at home to be able to follow this race. So if you go to Racing Tracks, so Racing and Tracks spelt with an X... .com, you will be able to find our live tracker information. You will see on there all of these little orange blobs. Each one of those will have the car number in them, and that is the tracker beacon for each and every car that is on course right now. If you hover over those, you can then click on them and it will pop up. It will tell you the name of the driver, the number of the driver. It will also tell you the last time it was updated. It will also show you the speed and, of course, what race mile they are on as well.
And then also go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have in the Warren studio. And then also don't forget to download the MAO app on Google and Apple at AOE.tv and Speedsport.tv. Go to Ultra4 USA and MAO Facebook and YouTube channels. Share it, start a watch party, and hashtag it up as we see Christopher Branton coming down the Brannick Falls at race mile 9. So they are definitely making their moves. But the story right now is Lauren Healy is pulled off, so now it is Cade Robb, Paul Wolf, and Raul Gomez.
Yeah, I'm just looking
here.
It would be Darian.
Yep.
I'm just looking here right now, and it is all change at the front constantly. But it does look like our current race leader is right now Cade Robb. So what's happened to Lauren Healy? Has he had a flat tire? Is there something else going on? I would suggest there's possibly something more, as he's been stopped for at least 3 miles.
And remember, he is in a single-seater, so he does not have a co-driver to help him out there. So this is a huge thing for Lauren Healy. But Levi Shirley starting to push his way through. Darian Gomez, Paul Wolf, and Cade Robb is out front, starting in P2. Remember, they took off in 30-second increments, one at a time. This race is on adjusted time.
Yeah.
It is a 4-loop race, 37 miles apiece, so that's 148 miles in total. It is going to be a wild ride, Jim.
It is indeed. And I'm also seeing that Casey Curry, car number 2, is also stopped on course. Not that far past the waterfall that we saw him dropping down earlier, which means that Brendan Thompson is probably squeezed on by and is chasing hard.
And there was Levi Shirley coming in the screen in that 2-seat Eurofighter machine, still pushing strong. And I think the dust is going to be a huge issue. I think lap traffic's going to start playing its toll on the next lap as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like our lead cars at the moment are running in more or less clear air. I can also tell you that Paul Herschel is running in the top 3 right now.
But remember, these trackers do ding at different times, so it'll jump back and forth. But that's the best showing we have right now.
Yeah.
It's so cool to see. And if you click on it, it shows you how fast they're going. And Darian Gomez is doing 80 miles an hour as we flip back to the screen, and it's JP Gomez in that method machine pushing hard.
Yeah, you can also see when the last time that the track has pinged, and that gives you an indication as to where these vehicles are on course.
And look at the dust bowl we have out there. That's really cool to see. And the wind is the racer's friend because the dust can be thick out here. In some of these valleys, the wind can't quite get to it. So seeing that wind blowing right now is a huge, huge advantage to these racers. But the person out front doesn't want wind.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm top 5 right now. The way I see it is Cade Rod leading from Paul Wolf, then from Darian Gomez, then from from Paul Herschel, and then from JP Gomez. And also hiding in there somewhere is Levi Shirley.
Well, Levi Shirley's just behind him right there. So the top 5 are all within about a minute and a half. And there is Denny Sterndale and Vaughn Gittin Jr. coming down the Brannock Falls. What a great start to this race. So much action. And there's Matthew McCowan coming up. So we have 3 back-to-back in the Brannock Falls. This is a 10-foot waterfall. And you saw people struggling in the limited classes yesterday. These 4400s are just blowing right down it.
Well, let's talk about the differences between the 4400 class and the limited classes that we saw yesterday. I mean, obviously unlimited horsepower. And, of course, they can run a 40-inch tire, as we watched there. That is Cody Addington.
And the number 888 with ADD Racing pushing hard at race miles number 17 on the Spider Track backstretch. They just got over 100 miles an hour, and then have to slow down and go right through these tight technical canyons.
As we watch Waylon Campbell, but a point I wanted to make here is the tyre technology. So in our limited classes, they have to run a DOT tyre. So when they're running a DOT tyre, what does that mean? That means it is literally a road tyre that you would put on your road-going Jeep or your off-roader. These cars here are running racing tires, so they're using extra technology, stronger sidewalls, stronger patterns, and that makes such a difference in these canyons.
It's so fun to watch the unlimited cars. Like you said, the limited, we watched them yesterday, and it's just such a huge advantage of these cars. But this is where this sport was dreamed up, was unlimited racing, as we see Chad Hunt dropping down the Brannock Falls, taking that other line. I love this line as he falls down. Rick Murray and Chad Hunt down the Brannock Falls, quick and easy. Right behind him is Weston Jones. Oh, he's got a right front tire knot pulling. Is the locker not engaged, or what's going on?
I don't think he's got it in four-wheel drive.
Well, the left front tire turned.
Did it?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
So is it a locker or is it a broken axle? Time will tell. I do think you can make this track in 3-wheel drive. It's definitely a disadvantage. But if you're down to rear-wheel drive, your day is probably over. And right behind him is ORW himself. No,
it's not, mate. This is Jeff Wagner.
Jeff Wagner, correct. You caught me. I saw the red nose. It tricked me. So this is his brand new to him IFS IRS Triton Engineering machine.
See, I love that Rock Jock livery. It's so good to see both
looking.
sides of the Curry Enterprises out there. We've got Casey Curry of the Curry Enterprises, then we've got the John Curry side with Rock Jock.
And there's our current king and two-time king, one of 2 back-to-back kings, him and Jason Shear, but Raul Gomez still pushing strong out there, and I love the whole Gomez clan coming out to play, because remember, this is our national championship. Points are on the line, and the Gomez brothers are laughing about it right now. They want to mess this thing up.
Yeah, well, you have absolutely no doubt that they will do. I'm just looking on the tracker right now. I can tell you that Lauren Healy is still stopped on course. So real tough luck there for Lauren. And also, Casey Curry is also still showing us stopped on course right now. Just looking further down the track, and I can see approximately race mile 4, Kenneth Goodall is also stopped. So tough break there for Kenneth Goodall. But attrition is always going to be part of this race, and also showing that Mike Spindler is stuck on course not far from Kenneth Goodall, in fact. So I'll try and keep you honest with all of the tracker news, but if you want to update, I've got some big news here right now. There could be a change in the lead miles. I'm actually showing at the moment that our new race leader is Paul Wolf. Cade Rod is showing us stopped on the side of the track at race mile 19.
Wow, so Lauren Healy was pulled over. Now Cade Rod is pulled over. And remember, they're both in single-seaters, so they have to battle whatever they're doing all by themselves. So now Paul Wolf is starting to run away with this race a little bit. Looks like he's got about a mile. Oh, then it pops up on us. So it looks like
Paul Wolf is winning.
Darian Gomez is right on Paul Wolf's heel. So, again, 2 UFOs out front, pushing strong. And then Horschel not too far back.
Yeah, and just behind him will be Levi Shirley somewhere in the mix there as well.
And coming into the Brannock Falls is Tom Pendergast and that beautiful built Euro off-road armory machine.
And we've got Waylon Campbell right up there as well. So what a battle we have for the top 5 places.
And if you were just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is the 4400 Grand Finale. This is the national championship. We've been racing all year long. We've been racing all over the country. We started off the year in KOH. We've raced up in Crandon, over at Mid-America Outdoors, up in Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Kentucky, right here in Lake Havasu. We go over huge rocks, mountains, short course jumps, trees, tight mud holes, desert whoops, and everything in between. These cars can do it all and do it all well.
Tell me, what are they?
They are the Swiss Army knife of off-road, as we see Greg Adler pulled off to the side. This is a tough break this early in the race. Now, does he have a mechanical or is he lost?
I'm really not too sure. Now, there is a GPS file for this race, so there should be no reason to be lost out there. That is Tom Gilpin making his way round, looking really good in that Fishmouth Fab car. And here is Philip McGilton,
who is right now sitting in that third position in national points. So he really wants to finish strong this year, but he is in the solid axle machine. So, Jim, let's explain IFS versus solid axle.
Right, well, solid axle is exactly what it says on the tin. So if we look at this car here, you'll see that it's running a beam axle at the front of the vehicle and a beam axle at the rear of the vehicle. The IFS cars, like this one that we're just seeing coming through here right now, has independent front suspension, and that is definitively an advantage on these desert-style sections. It soaks up the nuisance whoops, soaks up those small bumps far easier than a solid axle vehicle. But get them in the rocks, and the true diehards will always reach forward for a solid axle car.
And speaking about solid axle, here is Joe Gatlin coming down with Fire River Racing in that Jimmy's Chassis solid axle machine.
It is. Good call there.
Yeah, it's Tom Prendergast's car, but Joe Gatlin is bouncing down the Brannock Falls. That is a commitment right there.
Nothing goes faster than a rental.
Yeah, 100%. Here comes Andrew McLaughlin, another solid axle Jimmy's car. He's been racing Ultra4 and King of the Hammers for such a long time. Step back a little bit, and I had a fun chat with him in contingency, and he's like, Ultra4 racing is back. This is what it's all about. I'm having so much fun. He brought his cooler down there and was enjoying the festivities.
Yeah, it's great to see some of the old school boys coming back out to play. I mean, let's not forget that Ultra4 Racing was conceived all the way back in 2007. We're fast approaching our 20th year of racing. How incredibly insane is that?
It's awesome. I mean, it started with a rock crawler trying to go fast, and then they tried to get a go fast car to go rock crawling. Well, now we have an Ultra4 car, and they can do both.
Absolutely. And that's why we love this style of racing. Right, I'm looking out on our tracker right now, and you're not going to believe this. Talk about a poison chalice. First of all, it was Lauren Healy in the lead. He came to a stop. Then, of course, it was Cade Rod who was in the lead, who came to a stop. Then Paul Wolf was in the lead. And you're going to believe this. Paul Wolf is showing us 0 mile an hour right now on our course at race mile 20.
And now it looks like it's Paul Horschel out front in that IFS IRS four-wheel steer machine. And then J.P. Gomez and Raul Gomez and Darian Gomez 2 and 3. They are so close on the course, we can't tell who's who.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's so much action out there. In amongst all of that mix is also Levi Shirley and Waylon Campbell.
Looks like that is Pip Justice coming through right around race mile 17. The race is underway. Lap 1 of 4. We are about to show you some more action, but we'll be right back right on the other side.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Searching high, I'm searching low.
Get it, boys.
And welcome back to Lake Havasu. We are here for the 2023 Ultra4 National Finals. I'm Jim Marsden. Sitting alongside me is Miles Hasselquist. Miles, what a race.
It's been an incredible start so far. It's been a great weekend, but right now we are hot and heavy for the 4,400 grand finales. We see Pip Justice making his way up. This is roughly race mile probably 18 or so. This is a fun high bank section, and it's very loose on this side. The cameras never do it justice, but it's a fun little roller section right here, and it's not smooth. It's pretty G'd out, so they're going to be averaging 15, 20 miles an hour through there after they just got done doing probably 100 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about this kind of course, isn't it? It's not a case of how fast you can go on the flat stuff. It's how fast can you go in the technical stuff. And that's what actually makes the difference.
And now look at this. Darian Gomez has about a mile lead over Paul Horschel. Is that the tracker pings, or is Darian out front? It's going to be exciting to see. They're right around race mile 24 as Glennie Page comes down the Brannock Falls.
Yeah, it's pinging backwards and forwards at the moment. There is so much going on out there on track right now. But it does look like that Darian Gomez could have taken the lead. Now, I'm just keeping an eye on bits and pieces here. Paul Horschel is definitely still showing us moving. He pinged last at 11:41, and Darian Gomez pinged at 11:42. So it does look like it's a possibility that Paul Horschel could be really close to Darian Gomez. As the trackers ping at different times, you have to be very careful of that.
And look, Waylon Campbell and Raul Gomez are really close in the mix. Sorry, Bailey Campbell. No, I was right.
No, you were right.
Yeah, it was
Number 3 is Wayland, famously. But Bailey Campbell is car 35, and I can also see that Paul Wolf is up and running again. But Cade Rod, it does look like Cade Rod has come to a stop for a second time. So tough break there for the young man.
And it looks like Paul Wolf is back moving, and so is Lauren Healy. But now it's Cody Addington who has stopped. So, man, it's a tough one out here.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen. It's all so fast indeed. You have to blink and you will miss it. That is for sure.
And
so
look at the dust trail on screen in this little, like I said, it's kind of a up and down area.
And there's that beautiful Trent Fab car there.
Of Aaron Robinson. I'm not sure who's driving it, because remember, driver record has to start or finish the race, and they had a couple different drivers that were sharing it, so it's anybody's guess. I was told Woody Rose was supposed to hop in, but I saw him in street clothes, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, but we will keep an eye on that one and bring you the story. Now, looking here, it looks like our race leaders are somewhere around about 11 miles out from coming back in, and judging on those times, I'm just trying to work out what that will be.
I think we're going to be sub 1 hour. Yesterday's fastest lap of the day was set by Cole Clark with a 1 hour, 2 minute, and 20 second. But with this blistering pace right now, I think we're going to be in that 57-ish minute or so. So can they beat Cole Clark by 5 minutes? We'll find out. There's Jeff Wagner on the Spider Track backstretch. Race mile number 17.
Yeah, that was a car that was built for King of the Hammers for Lauren Healy. It's an IRRS and IFS.
Who's running?
Oh, we don't want to see people running. That's never a good sign, that's for sure. Particularly if they're wearing race suits.
So that is at the Brannock Falls area.
Now we can see Abe Gonzalez down in the bottom, one of our course marshals.
And here comes Roger King. Team Robbie Bobby has been racing with us since the EMC was invented back in 2011. One of the nicest guys in our sport, Robbie Bobby. And Justin Cowart riding shotgun. So we'll keep everything running smooth. We've been racing for 45 minutes right now. Remember, this is a 4-lap race, 37 miles apiece, so 148 miles of some of the toughest terrain we could find here just outside of Lake Havasu at the Standard Wash OHV, spanning over 7,500 acres. We are just 10 miles south of Lake Havasu City and about 3 hours from Las Vegas or Phoenix. Elevation is 750 feet. The population here is right around 58,000. So we got a couple guys on their rugged radios trying to figure out what is going on. But somebody's having a tough day out in the desert. Hate to see this.
Yeah, and the last thing they need right now is a camera stuffed up their nose, but that's what they're getting.
I don't know if that's a camera or a drone that's kind of circling them around. Here's Ken Goodall. We saw his son Logan Goodall put on a great show last night.
That's good to see because Ken Goodall was actually stopped at the side of the track. So it's great to see Ken Goodall back up and running again.
And it does look like on the tracker, Darian Gomez did get around Paul Horschel. Again, it could be pinging differently, but it's pretty consistent. I think Darian Gomez, the Flacco himself, and there he is. We're talking about him. He shows up on screen.
Yeah,
so this is right around race mile 27.
Absolutely. Looking at the tracker now, they're both pinging at 11:46. So I would suggest that is our new race leader, Darian Gomez.
So, wow, this young man, this is Raul Gomez, the current King's son out there pushing strong, running with the big dogs. But is he pushing too hard? This race is still very early.
It is indeed, and there is 4 arduous laps, 4 37-mile laps to be exact. Now, let's not forget, this is Raul Gomez's old UFO machine.
I'd take anybody's old junk right here. These are all works of art out here. But, yes, this car's been around for 6-7 years maybe. And they've built some new ones here recently that are really, really nice.
It looks like that might be Tom Gilpin there making his way through.
Yep, Tommy Gilpin still pushing strong.
I've got to mention that. I did actually say earlier that Dennis Sterndale's car was built by Fishmouth Fab. I got that wrong. It's actually built by Keith at Get Bent Fab. So very, very similar.
Oh, there's Paul Horschel. So, yes, Raul Gomez does have about a 1-minute lead.
Darian.
Well, there's too many Gomez's. Thank you, Jim.
Gomez is everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's one under a bush somewhere.
But Darian's out front. Right behind him is Paul Horschel in that 2-seat IFS IRS with rear steer, Jim.
Did you see the flames then coming out the back as he backed off? Absolutely fantastic.
That's a 1,000-horsepower machine right there, and he has given it all he's got. But look at the dust that's starting to turn into a fog haze out there.
Yeah, we're going to be keeping an eye on the wind. You can see there is a breeze out there, but these cars, they do put up a lot of dust. But that's part of racing. You have to deal with that. It's part of what we do. Now, a lot of these teams out there, in fact, almost all of them will be wearing helmets that have called pumpers on them. So what's a pumper? That is an forced air that comes into the top or into the side of the helmet and actually be forcing air into it. Not only does it help keep them cool, it helps to keep the dust out of the helmet as well. And quite a lot of them will be wearing skirts around those helmets to also help that.
And there is Joe Gatlin at the Spider Track backstretch, really pushing strong on that Jimmy's solid axle machine.
Yeah, it shows you the pace of these cars. He must be pushing a good 75 to 80 there, I'd guess.
So I'm getting an update on my rugged radio. It looks like Andrew McLaughlin hit the mechanical alert on racing tracks. Hate to hear that. Hopefully it's something he can get fixed, but normally if it's a mechanical on there, you're either out of the race or you're in a bad spot and you're worried that you want to see the next person, because if you hit that and anybody gets in with what is 600 foot, it'll pop up on their screen that somebody's in front of you having a mechanical.
Yeah, I've also got some more good news. Paul Wolf is definitely up and running, and he's back on pace again and hunting down Waylon Campbell. And also more good news, Cade Rodd is back up and running again, so that's fantastic news for the young man from Jimmy's.
So let's run through the top 5 right now. It's Darian Gomez, Paul Horschel, Raul Gomez.
JP Gomez, I think you'll find that is.
Yep, JP, and then Waylon Campbell.
Yep, Waylon Campbell. And then it
Brendan Thompson.
Brendan Thompson.
And speaking about JP, there he is on screen as we speak. The Joe Thompson UFO machines out front looking good.
And Phil McGilton, he's really on it as well. Shannon Campbell's in there in the mix.
And look at this ridge right here, Jim. That is absolutely beautiful. You can't get more iconic than this.
Now, look at that. That spare tire is loose in the rack. Now, who is that? That looks like it might be a UFO car. Now, I would suggest that might be... No, it can't be.
Raoul, maybe?
Yeah, I was going to say Paul Wolf, but the sides are the wrong colour.
Yeah, Paul Wolf's more white-based car on the side, and that had more blue.
But it did
There's
look like
Waylon Campbell right there.
But it looked like the tyre was loose in the rack.
So is something broke, or is the strap?
Or they've changed the tyre.
Okay, and didn't get it tight.
Yeah, if you change the tyre, don't forget the tyre that you put on there is not inflated, so they often float around inside the straps.
Doesn't hold in there quite perfect like. Oh, and there's somebody getting out of the car. Oh, we got a rollover right here. And they're flagging down. Let's see if they help each other. Yes, it does look like he's going to flip around and help him. That's Dalton Hamilton, I believe, in that bomber getting ready to help. I can't tell who it is.
Let me see if I can find out where that is on course.
So it'd be Dalton Hamilton if you can find him. I'm pretty sure that's... So
if you go to Racing Tracks, you should be able to find...
Okay, that looks like this.
So certainly not them.
Again, thank you, everybody, for tuning into the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is the 4400 main event. A champion will be crowned tonight at the Ultra4 USA National Banquet, as well as the Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year Award. And here we are at the Spider Track backstretch. Switch back to Brendan Thompson, stirring up some dust.
Yeah, it looks like Cade Rod's problems are still continuing out on track.
I hate to hear that.
Yeah, I know. Cade, unfortunately, is stopped one more time. And Kevin Stearns is now showing at 0 mile an hour as well at race mile 20.
The attrition rate is going to be extremely high today. It's going to be a tough one for sure.
Yeah, Levi Shirley's also had problems. He is showing as moving, but he's a long way off pace.
Looks like leaders are right around race mile 31 out of 37, so we should have them in here in less than 10 minutes. Oh, so that hour mark is going to be right very, very close.
Yeah, very close indeed. Now, there is only a certain amount of pace that you can carry through these.
There is Raul Gomez, our current king, back-to-back King of the Hammers winner. The only other one that has done that is Jason Shear. But Jason Shear has won this race 3 times. Raul's only won it twice, but he is our back-to-back and current King of the Hammers winner. Great to see him back racing with Ultra4 USA, and he's still looking good. The car looks great. All 4 Nitto tires holding up strong. And look at those King shocks eating up the whoops.
Yeah, this is a remarkable piece of engineering. Again, from the genius that is Joe Thompson in the UFO stable.
And Joe Thompson just built a really slick-looking 4500 car, too. I'm excited to get my eyes on that one.
But there are so many fantastic builders. We keep talking about frame builders and how many incredible people there are out there. And I love the fact that this sport has created an industry. It's created something quite remarkable.
That makes a living for a lot of people out there.
Oh, it does. You and me included.
Exactly. There's A.K. Watke making his 4400 debut with us here at Ultra4 USA. That is a Triton Engineering IFS front, solid axle reel, very similar. It's an identical car to Vaughn Gittin Jr. with Chaos Motorsports. He's got Brad Goodfellow with Warren riding shotgun with him.
I have good news. And the good news is that Lauren Healy, 2-time king, is back on track and is moving. So that's great news for the 2-time king. Let's see where that will take him. But it does look right now, it's Darian Gomez who has the lead as he makes his way past race mile 33.
And that is Shannon Campbell, 3-time King of the Hammers champion, Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer, still trucking along in the Dragon Slayer. And I do believe that car will be coming up for sale very soon because he's got his 2-seat Campbell car coming together. It'll be ready for King of the Hammers for sure, but this guy can build a car faster than about anybody I know.
Yeah, I was chatting to some friends yesterday who were at Shannon's wedding a few weeks ago, and they were looking at the new car. They said it's an absolute work of art. They say it really is something very special.
And he's building two cars side by side.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that being unveiled at King of the Hammers, that's for sure. Now, I think that's the 777, if I'm not mistaken.
Harold Fidgman? And look at the beautiful cacti out in the desert. This is just iconic Arizona out here. Absolutely love it. The landscape here is amazing, and it's just amazing having Ultra4 racing out here.
It is, and you can see the difficulty with the dust there as A.K. Watley tries to pick Hines through it. But you see the dust is not consistent. So 1 minute you burst through a pocket, then you get a thick piece, then you burst through that again, and it's another thick bit. So it's very difficult to drive as we watch Phil McGilton. Now, I think Phil's up into the top 5 right now, which is a fantastic job.
So for the national points, it's Brian Cross, Bailey Campbell, Philip McGilton, Chad Hunt, Paul Wolf, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Tad Dowker, Shannon Campbell, Levi Shirley, and Brett Harrell in the top 10 in the mix. But remember, there is a drop race. So are you dropping this race? Are you dropping Visions? Are you dropping King of the Hammers? And then your other best race. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all shakes out.
Yeah, just looking at everything at the moment, I think we've got 3 Gomez in the top 6.
That is very impressive. And look at the wide open desert, and look how burned in this track is getting. And speaking about that, we will have Tread Lightly on Sunday that'll be doing a cleanup out here. I guess that's tomorrow already. So if you want to be get involved, run the Ultra4 track, get with Tread Lightly, and they'll help us clean up this place. We want to leave it better than we found it. And then also a huge shout-out to HAVASU Side-by-Side Trail Association. They gave us a lot of volunteers, and they're going to help drag this course after we're done with it, because obviously we are putting a beating on this ground, and they're going to help drag it and make it better than when we left. And speaking about that, we've been working very closely with Sabrina with BLM, and a great relationship has started, and we hope to keep it that way. There was an RV about 2 miles off the highway, and we were telling them about it's right on our race course, and they were saying, yeah, we know about it. We need to get it out here. It's like, well, we've got a dozer over here. Do you mind if we help? I'm like, absolutely. So we spent a couple hours, drug it all the way to the highway so they can hook a wrecker up to it. So we're trying to do our part as well.
Oh, just look at this. It's Raul Gomez right now. And just look how technical this course is. Now, Miles, you obviously were instrumental in building this course. It must be fantastic to watch these cars tackle.
I love it, and it's just so crazy on seeing a few new lines being developed and seeing the course falling apart. The ruts are getting deeper. It's getting a lot siltier than it was when we were out there. These, up to 1,000 horsepower machines out there just blowing everything up. And you can just see how it's wide open, right? But it's still very, very technical.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm just looking on my tracker. I don't want to say this, but it does look like Paul Wolf has come to a stop at around about race mile 26.
So, second stop for Paul Wolf. I hate to hear that. But it looks like Darian Gomez is right around 1 mile away for coming through town. So that 1 hour mark is going to be very, very close.
Yeah, I think Darian Gomez is literally going to be coming in.
And I think that's him right there. So, yeah, he's about to hit the Yukon Ridge. So that is Darian Gomez, our physical race leader. And he started in 4th position. So he's already 2 minutes up off of Lauren Healy, then Cade Rod and Paul Wolf, who all had issues. So Darian Gomez is looking really nice right now. So he is coming on to town, so he'll be grabbing another lap at the race line start-finish in less than 1 minute. Look how skinny that is for these big cars.
Okay, now let's talk about this very quickly, because this is where strategy comes into play. Does this car have enough fuel to be able to make it to the end of the race? Don't forget, it's 4 times 37-mile laps, but it's not about having enough fuel to do that. It's about having enough fuel in the tank for the car to work efficiently. That means the fuel pumps need to be submerged, otherwise they will overheat. So he's got to think about these things. He has a 2-minute gap right now. Would it be wise to come in, do a quick dump, take on 40 litres and get back out in clean air while he still has a 2-minute lead? They need to be thinking about strategy right now, Miles.
Speaking about that, I do agree with that, but I'd probably wait another full lap, but that way you only stop one time if it was me.
Yeah, but you should be able to, one stop. Most tanks they're going to be running, they will have enough fuel to be able, in theory, do a full race. But if you can splash and dash 40 litres right now, that would take him out and leave him safe and still with a gap.
And a new fast lap of the weekend with a 58.16. He beat out Cade Rod.
Yes. Look at this. Look at
that.
this.
Okay, so Cade Rod from yesterday was a 102, and Darian Gomez just did a 58.16. So, yep. Jim, you called that one. Do a little splash and go?
Yeah, absolutely.
Checking a few things up front, though.
Yeah, now this is interesting. Yeah,
so we'll see what
they're
not exactly sure what they're looking at, but
so right, he's taken on fuel right there. So that is good. Now we need to keep an eye on who's going to be second place coming in.
Believe that looks like Roger King coming down the Spider Track backstretch. But, Jim, good call on the splash and go. And I hear more horsepower out there. It sounds like Paul Horschel is coming through the race line start-finish. And he started 30 seconds behind Paul Horschel or behind Darian Gomez. And Paul Horschel has a huge fuel tank. I do not believe he will have to stop at all. So is Darian still in the AMSOIL hot pits?
Yes, he is.
We are about to find out.
But I think
no, he already burned out. There's his burnout mark. So Paul Horschel is starting to sneak up on Darian Gomez.
Yeah, but this is fantastic news for Darian. He has track position. He has track position. He is flying. Wow, that's a great call there from the Gomez team. Gotta always be thinking about strategy. Always got to be flexible, and that's what I love about the Gomez brothers. They've been in this game for so long now. They can make those quick calls when it's really important. They worked it out. They knew they had 2 minutes. They would have practiced that. Slam in 40 litres, get back out on track, and hopefully they'll have another 3 laps absolutely clean.
There is Pip Justice for a second. Now back to Roger King. But let's go back to Darian Gomez and Paul Horschel. Darian Gomez is out front with clean air for now. He will be starting to get some lap traffic with people that have had issues and got going again. But Paul Horschel is eating Darian Gomez's dust. But the UFOs can do everything, right? I think Paul Horschel's machine is built for this course. It's more of a desert machine. It's a little wider, a little bit bigger, a little bit longer, a little bit heavier, so he can go faster in the big stuff. But then again, you get in this spot, and then I think Darian has the advantage here. So is there more high-speed wide open? Is there more tight and technical? I don't know. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens now. I'm just looking around the course on my Racing Tracks tracker. If you're sitting at home and you're not already looking at it, please get over to Racing Tracks, track spelled with an X.com, and you'll be able to find the live tracker there. And expand your window on the left-hand side, pick up the 4400 class, and then you will be able to see all your favourites on the map in front of you. And that there is Chip McLaughlin.
And I just got an update over my rugged radio. Ian Cuntiness, number 135, does have a tip alert at race mile 5. So he took we're not exactly sure, but it sounds like he may have tipped over at race mile 5. Tough break for Ian.
Yeah, that would explain why we're seeing Chip McLaughlin there. I think Chip possibly might have stopped to help him.
And remember, this is a no chase race, so only safety crew or fellow competitors can help you fix your car outside of the AMSOIL hot pits. But if, let's say, Chip did stop and help Ian, we will give you your time back for being a sportsman.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if you're looking on the tracker, you will now notice that Paul Horschel is showing up as a yellow dot. That means that he started his second lap. But Darian Gomez is currently our race leader right now as we watch Christopher Branton, Mr. USD Stickies. Now, fuel strategy is going to be really important during this race. There's so many cars out here that will be able to run that full system. Now, we spoke about Bailey Campbell before. Watch out for her in the second half of this race for sure. But I reckon Bailey Campbell could really come into play. If she can keep it together, we know she has the pace. We know she has the ability. And with that car, she also has the fuel. As this is our current race leader. That is Darian Gomez working his way around race mile 2.
So Darian Gomez really pushing strong. This is actually race mile 2.5, sneaking up on 3 right here. And there comes Brendan Thompson through the race line start-finish as we speak. And this car still looks great. This is almost a twin to JP and Raul's car. It's the new updated UFO Joe Thompson built machine, and he is pulling in also. So do you think the UFOs have to stop every lap or just the one time and may as well stop while you have clean air?
I think they're stopping for clean air, but we'll have to wait and see. There is somebody gone underneath the vehicle.
Again, while you're in here, why not check it out? Oh, they are looking at the drivetrain or something. And was that Wayland Campbell? I saw the green wheels, I'm pretty sure. So Wayland Campbell clicking through. Yes, it was. And still the fastest time of the day right now is Darian Gomez with a 58.16. And then 30 seconds behind him is Paul Horschel. Remember to go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same timing we have here in the Warren studio.
Yeah, no, there is definitely an issue there with Brendan Thompson's car. So a tough break there for Brendan Thompson. Let's hope they can get it fixed and get it back out on track.
So we're having a little update, Jim. How many gallons is 40 liters?
That'll be about 11 gallons.
Okay, well, let's keep it there. So 11 gallons. We don't need this liter stuff.
Well, for everyone else in the world, Miles, it's not just about you guys, you know.
But we are in America right now. This is Legends of Havasu in the United States of America. There's Matthew McCowan and Waylon Campbell's old car. Great to see him out here racing with us once again. And look at that dust.
Are we going to start talking about yards and meters next?
We can if you want.
So it's a 37-mile lap, which is around about 50 kilometers. Does that work for you?
Yeah, 148 miles in total.
Beautiful.
And we are at the Yukon Ridge right here. And we got a couple cars coming at us. And now we're going to flip back to the backside. And there's Chip McLaughlin and Brad Christensen riding shotgun in that Tribe 16 IFS machine.
Now, this is one of the ridges you were talking about the other day. And when you're up on those ridges, they feel very narrow indeed, don't they?
And it's beautiful up there. There's Dalton Hamilton and Austin Thompson. That's the son of Brendan Thompson that's driving that UFO out towards the front. And so far, the Brannock Falls have been pretty low-key right now. So Abe's having a fun day, just enjoying himself. And think that, yeah, that's Brendan Thompson, I believe.
Yeah, that does look like Brendan back out on track.
It's so crazy that yesterday the Brannock Falls was such a key part of this race, and that just goes to show you the 4400 Unlimited cars are that much better.
They're bigger, they're louder, they're meaner, they're faster, they're just more everything.
They are the biggest and baddest names in our sport.
Well, hold on a minute. That can't be Brendan.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, that is Brendan. So I called JP Gomez early.
JP. Yes.
So I do apologize about that. RDP hooked me up with that info. Thanks, buddy, for tuning in. So JP was in and out. Oh, and here is Raul Gomez, our current king, right behind Brendan Thompson. And they both blow by. So half of the Gomezes have stopped. The other half have not.
Yeah, now this is the issue when you have so many for one team, and we actually saw this become a problem for the Campbells last year.
Yep, Hammers, I do remember that.
And Disney as well.
Yep.
And it actually cost Waylon the race because he made a mistake, didn't come in when he had a flat, ended up having to go back out there.
And that was last year.
Yeah, blew it all apart.
And here is
and
Waylon
he's that Waylon
Campbell
right now.
At race mile 3 with a huge donkey kick. This desert has a little bit of everything to throw at you. And look at the silt out here. This dust is going to be interesting. The BLM is out here helping us do some crowd control, so they've been extremely nice to work with. So I can't wait to do this all over again next year. But they've been, like I said, just great to work with. We've got a great relationship, and they are helping us keep this 7,500-acre OHV area locked down.
Okay, and our current top 6 right now, in 6th position is Brendan Thompson. In 5th is Raul Gomez. In 4th is JP Gomez. In 3rd
is Waylon Campbell. Then in 2nd, Paul Horschel. And leading this race right now, physically and on adjusted time, is Darian Flacco Gomez.
And Darian Gomez has the fastest lap of the race right now with a 58.16. Astonishing stuff. The only other man to go under an hour is Paul Horschel with a 58.47. That just goes to show you the pace of this race. Absolutely remarkable stuff.
And look at this. Shannon Campbell is coming into the AMSOIL hot pits. Looks like they're going to do a fuel and go. And again, I'm just kind of surprised about this on the first lap.
No. They're playing for track position later on. I think this is really intelligent. They won't take much. It will just be a splash and go, I would imagine.
And look at this. The whole Mud Nut Racing team, the Rance family is down there helping their friends, the Campbells, coming through. Oh, here comes another one. This is our national championship, Brian Cross. He'll be coming into the pits, too. So exactly what we were just talking about.
Oh, no.
2 in the pits at the same time. You can only fuel 1 at a time, I would assume. Do they have 2 towers? Yes, they do have 2 towers. But they don't have enough crew, so this is costing Brian Cross very important time right now.
Yeah, but I think Brian's got a bigger problem. He's not. Look at the body language of the pit crew. And I'm surprised that Shannon's taken so much fuel, if I'm completely honest. I would have thought they would literally have just taken on enough fuel.
Yeah,
oh, no,
so Croft just came in to talk. So, yeah, the body language said it all right there. He's worried about something. Here comes Philip McGilton. Could he pick off Shannon Campbell and Brian Cross? I think Brian is going to get out in front of him just a tick.
This is a fantastic run for Phil McGilton here. Don't forget, he is the highest placed solid action machine as we watch Brian Crofts heading on out onto lap 2.
He is in the top 7 right now. Oh, here comes Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller blowing by her dad, Shannon Campbell. So Bailey Campbell's working her way up. But I think on adjusted time, Bailey Campbell's may even move up a couple more spots.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that right now. I'll keep you honest on it. Bailey Campbell moves into 7th position.
Nice.
That's going well. But that little stop there cost Brian Cross dearly. So right now, in 9th position is Phil McGilton. In 8th is Brian Cross. In 7th is Bailey Campbell. In 6th is Brendan Thompson. In 5th is Raul Gomez. In 4th is JP Gomez. In 3rd is Waylon Campbell. In 2nd is Paul Herschel. And then in 1st is Darian Gomez.
And look at that. So on screen now is Shannon Campbell, 3-time king, taking off. But I just want to reiterate what you just said. Bailey Campbell is behind Brian Cross, her fiance on course, but is beating him on time.
Yeah.
So she's got him right where she wants him.
Well, there's an interesting one there. I mean, obviously, there's either a pit issue where they're not communicating correctly and Brian thought he was coming in for a splash and dash, or he was coming in to communicate something that his radio isn't working.
So maybe the comms, yep.
Yeah, exactly. So there's all kinds of things that could be happening there.
And there goes Raul Gomez at race mile number 3 as he's still looking good. Everything on that car looks like it's working great.
Now, I was very surprised. There was either the filler for Shannon Campbell there. Bearing in mind he's only done 1 lap, I wouldn't have expected him to have used much more than sort of like 30-something litres. So what's that, 10 gallons of fuel? Absolute maximum, okay? Now, to put 10 gallons in from a system like that, I'd expect that to be literally 5 or 6 seconds at this kind of level. And yet
it took a little bit longer.
Yeah.
So there must have been something else going on as well. Oh, there looked like a Bronco. Is that Lauren or Vaughn? Or AJ or Jeff Wagner.
Yeah, or maybe their charging system wasn't fully charged up properly, or something else was going on, or the air release wasn't working. But certainly it seemed to be a very slow fill there for Shannon.
That's a UFO car at the Spider Track backstretch. Little tough to make out who's who. Oh, there's Paul Wolf, and he is definitely off pace. Not sure what's going on. Is that left rear tire down possibly? Or I don't know what's going on, but he is way off pace. Okay, I'm getting some information over my rugged radios that the car sounds terrible, so it sounds like he's got drivability issues. Is it fuel? Is it spark plugs or something? But tough break. Remember, he got this thing boiling hot in Disney, almost blew it up. Well, it got super hot. It got so hot he turned it off and lost some oil. He sent it off, got it refreshened, but I don't know what's going on. I hate to hear this for Paul Wolf, but I love the Mario Kart theme on the side of this thing, and that is for his daughter, Lainey. That's her favorite shirt they've ever made, so she wanted that on there. And right behind him is that Joe Gatlin, I believe. And so Joe Gatlin getting around, obviously, well, trying to get around, but there's too many bushes in the way. But Paul Wolf is way off pace. And Gatlin goes for the move through the bushes and gets right around Paul Wolf.
Yeah, I'm just getting some information over my rugged race radio saying keep an eye on Brendan Thompson. He might have a rear axle problem, so we'll keep an eye on that and see what's happening. And is that Brian Crofts?
It sure looks like it. It looks like the Dixon flannel on the side of that car.
Everyone loves a bit of flannel.
He picked that up right before Crandon. That's a really cool sponsor to new to our sport. Great to see everything we are bringing here. So Brian Crofts out there running strong, and he is the leader in the national points right now.
What I love about that is the fact that it's a sponsor that has nothing to do
with off-road
whatsoever, and they want to be involved with our motorsport. They want to be involved with our family. That's absolutely wonderful. But what a race we've got in our hands here, Mars. Absolutely incredible stuff. We've had 10 cars so far cross the line to start their second lap.
And we've got one of our own back home, Mr. Diesel. Krentz is stuck at home. He wishes he was here, but he's up in North Carolina. They've got 100+ Jeeps out there tailgating for Trick or Treat, willing for cystic fibrosis. They've got us blaring on the TV. So thanks for tuning in to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu, as Pip Justice still making his way through the desert. And the old machine, that Tribe 16 machine's been here for a very long time. Glad to see number 78, Pip Justice, still chugging along as he's up on the Yukon Ridge. Jim, we're only an hour into this thing, and I am getting excited.
Oh, mate, it doesn't get any better than this. This is why we come to Ultra4. This is why we are part of Ultra4, as we watch Chip Justice, who's probably the man who's made the
Chip Justice, huh?
Chip Justice.
I like that.
It's like his brother. Pip Justice.
Hey, Chip would never be going that fast, so don't get him mixed up. Oh, and look at this. Cody Addington's back in action. Remember, he was stopped there for a little bit.
He was indeed, so that's fantastic to see him back on track once more in the OG Red Dragon. But Pip Justice, as I was saying, he's probably the man who's travelled the furthest to be here today.
Yeah, all the way from Australia. And there he is, taking Donkey across. He'll be hitting the race line, start-finish line here in just a moment, clicking off his first lap of 4. Remember, we took off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. They are doing 4 37-mile laps. That equals 148 miles of some of the toughest terrain we could give you here just outside of Lake Havasu on this 7,500-acre OHV area. Looks like he's coming into the Amsoil hot pits as we speak. They've got the whole crew there. It looks like they're ready for a quick splash and go and probably do a once-over on the car.
Yeah, this is really cool.
And I hear some more horsepower. Oh, here's Chip McLaughlin. You were just talking about him. So teammates back-to-back. Is this going to be a pitting issue as well, like we just saw the Campbells have?
I think we're going to have to make some T-shirts that say Pip McLaughlin.
For the first time ever, Chip McLaughlin passes Pip Justice. He's going to get a kick out of that.
Yeah, you're going to bet your life that he's on the radio right now going, "Where you going, slow boy?"
And there's Harold Fidgeman making his King of the Hammers debut in that car. Oh, and here is Paul Horschel. Look at that rear steer. This is a machine that's in front of its times. This thing is absolutely a work of art. It's got live valve shocks on it, 4-wheel steer, IFS, IRS machine, huge fuel tank. This car can make this entire race without stopping.
But the interesting thing about all of this is running the live valve. The live valve talks to the brakes, the live valve talks to the throttle, and also the rear steer. It's passive, okay? So it's electronically controlled. This thing isn't just a car, it's a spaceship.
So does it talk to it in English or broken English?
Probably American, which is something in between. Anyway, Pip Justice, going back to that, he's 14 hours his flight is to get over here so he can come racing. That's quite something, isn't it? When you take in time, when you think about also time at the airport, either side, that's a 24-hour journey for him to be able to get here to race.
That is a long trip.
And that looks like Brian Crofts right now.
And just got a little heads up on my rugged radio. It looks like, or somebody was saying that Brendan Thompson's rear axle was moving a little bit, so he may be having some issues out on track.
I've had that picked up for me by a couple of people back home in the UK as well.
So did you already cover that? Did I miss it?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. There's a lot of stuff going on up here in the Warren studio, so I do apologize if we talk over each other from time to time, but we're doing our best to bring you the best racing action we can.
And I've got to talk about this as well, our family around the world, because they keep our phones active while we're sitting in the booth, and they give us all this information just in case we miss it. So thank you guys and girls out there, keeping us honest and keeping us right on this race.
And look at the vast valley we have right in front of us. And this is the Spider Track backstretch. Right in the center of your screen, you can see a dust trail coming at you. And do you know who that is, Jim? Me neither. But we'll find out here very soon. They're starting to spread out on course just a little bit. Remember, go to racingtracks.com with an X, racingtracks.com to have the same tracking. And you also go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. We have 2 different timings and tracking situations. And there is Christopher Kamikaze Branton with Ryan Webb riding shotgun. There goes Pip Justice out on course. He'll be chasing down his teammate, Chip McLaughlin. And there's Ken Goodall, the 77-79, still plugging along with Todd Miller riding shotgun. Oh, Brett Harrell.
Okay, I've got some news.
Let's hear it.
It looks like we have a new race leader. It looks like Darian Gomez has had a problem out at race mile 6. And it looks like Paul Herschel and also Waylon Campbell has now got past Darian Gomez. So I'll keep you on that as soon as I have more.
That is a great update, Jim. Thank you very much.
It also looks like JP and even possibly Raul have also passed Darian Gomez.
Oh, I hate to hear that for that young man.
Yeah, I'll keep you up and keep you real on that story as it comes. But I'm looking at our tracker right now. Don't forget, Racing Tracks, trackswithanx.com, and you can keep up with all of the tracker information live from your own home.
Oh, and our leaders should be going through. Well, we just saw Paul Horschel go through, so let's look for Waylon Campbell. Where's he at compared to the Brannock Falls waterfall? He should be coming very, very soon. So hopefully we can keep a close eye on that camera for that gray Monster Energy machine car coming down the Brannock Falls. There's James Mahoney in that Farafani car. Great I so much love seeing that car back out here racing with us.
Yeah, it's such an iconic vehicle, and when it burst onto the scene, it really did turn heads. But here's another person who turns heads. It's Chip McLaughlin.
And it looks like he's got some cacti tied to the top of that car. I think they're just playing a little prank on each other. He likes doing that stuff. There's Macho Matthew McCowan out here with Waylon Campbell's old car. Campbell Enterprise single-seat IFS machine.
Yeah, these guys do some good social media as we watch Vaughn Gittin Jr. coming across the line. Now, I want to keep an eye on Vaughn.
Because he's got adjusted time on his side.
Vaughn's a dark horse in this race. Just keep an eye on what he's doing. I think he'll come alive in the second half, that's for sure. But that dust is always going to be a problem for all of these people.
And I just called it, Jim. Look at this. This is Waylon Campbell coming down Brannock Falls. So it looks like about a 2.5-minute split between Waylon Campbell and Paul Horschel. This is going to be an amazing race. We've seen Waylon Campbell out front so many times. We've seen Paul Horschel out front so many times. Can they keep it together to finish first? First, you must finish. Here comes Chad Hunt coming in to finish his first lap.
We've said it so many times before, leading these races can be a poison chalice, and this looks like Dennis Sterndale.
With
now,
SCI?
I said earlier that this car was built by Fishmouth Fab. It isn't. It was built by Keith Bent at Get Bent Fabrication.
Hey, we can all mess up once in a while, right?
Okay, I've got a friend in my phone who's keeping me straight.
You've got friends?
Not many, but thank you, Keith, for that one.
So there goes Chad Hunt out there plugging away, putting down some laps. Looks like he is going to pull into the Amsoil hot pits.
Now I'm looking here, Vaughn Gittins Jr. right now at this moment.
I'm going to take a timeout. Is that Brendan Thompson on the right of our screen? I do believe so. Ooh. So we got the update that his rear axle was goofed up, and it looks like it is. So he is still in the Amsoil hot pits. Hate to see that. There's Weston Jones coming through, and it is wide open between. Oh, here comes Jeff Wagner. I was about to call him Lauren Healy because that's his old car. But Jeff Wagner coming through. And that is another beautiful car, IFS IRS machine, and it is an absolute work of art, that Triton Engineering car. We've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3 of them out here racing with us.
I tell you what, Jeff Wagner is really putting down a pace. He is actually racing and lapping faster than Vaughn Gittin Jr. right now.
And it's 4 Triton cars out there. I'll correct myself. It's super impressive what's going down.
Yeah, no, I'm really enjoying this. What a race we've got here. And we've actually got 2 solid axle cars inside the top 12. Doesn't sound that impressive until you realise that there's only something like 5 solid axle cars in the entire of this race.
We've got almost half of the field out on the current lead lap right now. They just finished lap 1 of 4. It is a 37-mile loop, 148 miles in total. The fastest lap of the day right now is at 58.16, and the rest of them are just over a minute. So we should be seeing our leader just before 2 p.m.
But just listen to the notables that have not crossed the line to complete lap 1. Lauren Healy, Cade Rodd, Paul Wolfe, Levi Shirley, Cody Addington, Casey Curry, all of these guys, big players, big hitters, and they haven't yet crossed the line.
So there's a handful of those. Wow, that's crazy. There's A.K. Watley.
But that's why we love Ultra4 racing. You know, you can build it, you can race it. There's Darian Gomez.
So we saw him stop for a while. Great to see him back moving. Obviously, the camera froze for just a moment, but it looks like he is back in action. That rear tire looks like it's still full of air.
Yeah,
not sure what his issue was. But physical on the road is Darian Gomez. There's Tommy Gilpin.
Yeah, that's Tom Gilpin moving his way in right now.
With SEI Racing. That is a beautiful Fishmouth Fab built machine. The SEI helps out at King of the Hammers. They do a lot of the striping to build Hammertown. So I love all the support from all of the fellow racers to help everybody out.
Okay, right. This car is actually built by Fishmouth Fab and by Keith Bent with a little bit of help from Tom Ways.
A little bit of everybody, huh? There's our current king and back-to-back king, Raul Gomez, and that Joe Thompson UFO built machine, putting it through its paces.
So Tommy Gilpin here just making his way, and he'll be crossing the line very shortly. We saw him out practicing earlier this week, and that car just sounds amazing. So Tom Gilpin crosses the line in 14th on adjusted time, ahead of Vaughan Gittin Jr. So I'm just going to very quickly go through.
It's great to see Shannon Campbell back in action.
Well, we've got a slight lull in the action here. Let's just have a look at our current runners and riders who have completed one lap. In 22nd is Dennis Sterndale. 21st is James Mahoney. 20th, Christopher Branton. In 19th is Brett Harrell. In 18th is Matthew McGowan. In 17th is Chad Hunt. In 16th is Vaughan Gittin Jr.
In 15th is Weston Jones. In 14th is Tom Gilpin. In 13th, Jeff Wagner. In 12th, Pip Justice. In 11th, Chip McLaughlin.
In 10th position is Phil McGilton. In 9th it's Shannon Campbell. In 8th it's Brian Cross. In 7th it's Bailey Campbell. In 6th it's Brendan Thompson. But we know that he is out with an issue.
In 5th is Raul Gomez. 4th, J.P. Gomez. 3rd, Waylon Campbell. 2nd, Paul Horschel. Third, Darian Gomez. 2nd, Waylon Campbell. And 1st is Paul Horschel.
Yeah, and I think that J.P. and Raul could be ahead of Darian as well. But we'll have to keep an eye on that one and give you news as we see it.
And I believe that is Paul Horschel right there, our physical race leader. That's going to be roughly race mile 18 at the Spider Track backstretch. And yes, it is Paul Horschel, our physical race leader, and on adjusted time at race mile 17 at the Spider Track backstretch. And he is going sniffing up on 100 miles an hour right here on that IFS IRS Paul Horschel built machine with four-wheel steer. The live valve on this machine, those Nitto tires really making the dust. This is an absolute spaceship out here on course.
Yeah, now we know Paul Horschel can lead these long endurance races. We've seen him at King of the Hammers lead for 2.5 laps of the 3 laps before unfortunate problems taking him out. So he is capable of doing it. We've seen him take the win in shorter course races as well. Has he got what it takes to bring it home here at the 2023 Ultra4 USA National Championships?
Only one way to find out. Here is Brian Cross. He's dropping down the Brannock Falls. And we need to give a huge shout-out to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, the Ultra4 USA staff, the AOE crew, the media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners. Without each and every one of you, we would not be racing here today for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. Just about 10 miles south of Lake Havasu. It's a beautiful part of the country out here, Jim.
It is. It's absolutely astonishing. And the welcome that Havasu has given Ultra4 is quite remarkable.
And I'm glad to see this car. We had a tip-over alert on Racing Tracks just a moment ago, or about 10 minutes ago, that he was tipped over. I don't see too much damage to the car, but I'm glad to see Ian back and moving with Carbon Motorsports. Right behind him is Philip McGilton.
Yeah, that's a beautiful-looking car, isn't it?
And
am I right in thinking that this is sort of a bit of a very, very similar car to Jason Blanton's?
Yeah, I would say that, yep. So Philip McGilton and Bailey Campbell. And look at the traffic here at the Brannock Falls. And remember yesterday, this was extremely getting bottlenecked a few times, but now they're sort of switching from low to high unless Bailey Campbell's. So was that a push to pass? Did he know she was faster?
Yeah, well,
or was he shifty? I don't know.
Not sure there, but I can tell you that Bailey Campbell started behind Phil McGilton, and she's made up 2 places. So It looks like the car in front there does have a flat tyre. You can see the way it's pushing the dirt. Now, she must be coming up behind.
And now Shannon Campbell's not far back.
No, that means that Bailey has actually passed Shannon out there somewhere in the desert. And also now is Brian. We just saw Brian come down.
She passed him in the Amsoil hot pitch, remember?
Right, okay, right, gotcha. Now, but we did see Brian go past a minute ago. So now Bailey is hunting Brian.
Is hunting him down, and he better watch what he does out there on course. Here's Joe Gatlin, the 4570 with Fire River Racing.
So we've got literally the three Campbells are almost in the same positions that they started earlier today, which is
consistency,
quite
consistency, consistency.
I'm just looking out on course now at some of the cars that we have that are stopped.
It has been so much fun watching the action unfold right in front of us.
Right, just going to name a few of the cars that I can see that are stopped on course at the moment. I can see just beyond race mile 28 is Kenneth Goodall, stopped on course. Around about race mile 24, we have Mark Nicholson stuck on course. Tom Pendergrass is stopped somewhere around about race mile 20. We've got Cade Rod around about race mile 22. And Levi Shirley is also showing as, I'm going to check that one. I'm getting a weird reading on that one, but I do think that Levi Shirley is stopped on course.
So here's the Amsoil hot pits. This is Cody Addington pulling in, and the Gomez brothers are helping them out. He's got the hood off. Are they worried about steering? It looked like maybe the steering popped off, maybe some coolant. They said, leave the hood off, let's let her cool down and rock and roll. Checking the steering back and forth. This is a quick, easy little stop and go. So much fun racing action out there to go. Thanks to everybody who has been tuned in for everything we have going out here for the 2023 Ultra4 Legends of Havasu. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more racing action right after this.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. Woo-hoo-hoo! From Ultra4 to rallies. These guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on two wheels or four, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. Jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
And welcome back. This is the 2023 Legends of Havasu. We are out here at Lake Havasu, and what an incredible week of racing we've had so far. But this is the big one. This is the 4400 main race. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth right now is Miles Hasselquist. Miles, what do you reckon?
Oh, this has been a great showing thus far, but it is far from over as we're watching Flacco. Mr. Darian Gomez, who was leading this race a little bit ago, he pulled over. I do not know what happened to him, but we'll see how it unfolds in front of us, but I do believe it's still Paul Horschel out front, then Waylon Campbell, and then not sure if there's three Gomez, P. Raul or Darian physically out front, or physically in third, fourth, and fifth. We'll see how it shakes out. This is how dusty and 8 out it is becoming.
Yeah.
Okay, I know right where this is. You cut right here, and he's heading towards the second waterfall as we pop back to Chip McLaughlin.
Yeah, Chip McLaughlin there showing some really solid pace in that Tribe machine. One of my favourite cars when it was first released onto the scene. I mean, that must have been right back in 2016, somewhere around then.
There's A.J. Watke making his 4400 debut in that number 4089 Triton Engineering machine with Chaos Motorsports. Looks like that's our current King of the Hammers champion, Mr. Raul Gomez. Look at the King Shocks soaking up these whoops in the Spider Track backstretch at race mile number 17. And outside the Warren studio, I hear somebody rumbling out there. I hope that's not a 4400 car pulled over. Oh, and we do see Cody Addington back in action. We saw him pull into the Amsoil hot pits. The Gomez brothers team pulled off the hood. It looked like they were checking steering fluid.
Yeah, we saw that earlier. Now, there's multiple different reasons that you might take the hood off the car. Usually, it's an overheating thing. Sometimes, if it's a rock race, they actually take the hood off so they can get better visibility. So we see that quite often at King of the Hammers. A particular exponent of that is Randy Slauson. Often comes in after his second lap, removes the hood before he goes out into the rock trails.
And Pam Hall gave me a little update over my rugged radios. It is Andrew McLaughlin that's parked next to the Warren studio, so he is supposed to be out there on course. We heard he had a flip over issue or something, so I hate to hear that, but at least it sounds like he is safe and sound. Back to Joe Gatlin out on course number 4570 in that Fire River Racing Jimmy's Solid Axle machine at race mile number 3.
Yeah, Joe just putting down a solid pace there. He's one of the cars that's not looking to win here. He's looking to have a great time and to post as high a position as he can. And in this kind of endurance race, it's amazing how far you can get up the field just through natural attrition. Now, I just got to pop back to my racing tracks, or back to my score sheet, should I say.
And look at the vast, you can see just desert ant trails out there everywhere, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. Just dust hanging in the distance. But what an incredible scenery. What an amazing place. But I believe this is the brainchild of J.T. Taylor to bring us out to Lake Havasu.
Absolutely. He's been talking about it for years, and I'm so glad we're out here. This is as close to the desert section of King of the Hammers you can get, and I actually think the desert here is actually harder than King of the Hammers. We just don't have the hammer trails, that proper hammer trails. But, man, look at the Spider Track backstretch. Somebody is really hauling the mail. We're both looking hard, yeah. It could definitely be Crofts.
I love the way we're both leaning forward so we can get closer to the screen.
Well, that's because you're getting old and you can't see very good.
I hear you.
Looks like that's Harold Fidgeman making his Ultra4 USA 4400 debut in that brand new Jimmy's two-seat Red Dragon.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car, that. And we now have 26 cars that have completed lap 1. So around about half of our field have crossed the line to start lap 2.
And we should be roughly 20 minutes away from seeing Paul Horschel or whoever's going to come across the line first. Is it going to be a Gomez or a Campbell? As Pip Justice picks his way down the Brannock Falls. A little from the front side, from the top side angle. Great to see that. Abe Gonzalez had his work cut out for him yesterday in that section, but today he's just enjoying the show. And there is Bailey Campbell hauling the mail at the Spider Track backstretch, trying to chase down her fiance, Brian Crofts. They'll be taking a hard right here. And I do think that Bailey Campbell has the edge up right now because she has Ryan Miller calling the shots from the right-hand seat. And I've been calling it from the beginning. I do think the right co-driver is a huge advantage in this race.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more on that one. It can be tough for the single-seat guys out there, particularly if you have to get out, change a flat tire, and even just making simple decisions like when to push, when not to push. Now, it's all very well if you come in at the end of the lap and your guys say, hey, man, yeah, you got to wind up the pace a bit. So do I need to wind up the pace for the full 37 miles, or do I just need to wind up the pace for a couple of miles? You can have that co-driver sitting there trying to work out that strategy for you. Like those moments we talked about, do I refuel on my first lap? Do I not refuel on my first lap? You've got your co-dog there who can talk you through that scenario and situation. And also, he can deal with that radio traffic back to the pits, taking the pressure off the driver. So yes, having a co-driver is a huge advantage on these endurance events.
And speaking about co-driver, Dr. Amanda Ross right there is riding with Philip McGilton. Those Flying J and Pilot South Tire Mart BFGs are holding up strong. There's a little dust trail.
Now, just looking on my tracker at the moment.
It looks like Levi Shirley, I believe. Great to see him up and moving once again.
That does.
Yep,
yeah, I think that is
him.
Levi Shirley, yeah.
Here's Kamikaze Chris Branton. He's got a great highlight from King of the Hammers during qualifying where he came over the back rise and just hit this rock and completely skied out. Looks like Tad Dowker is changing a belt and fixing a transmission cooler on the 906. Thanks, Brian Trimp Racing Service, for that update. And that is Vaughn Gittin Jr. coming into screen, and look at the dust. This is a perfect spot. See how tight that is. They have to slow down about 5 miles an hour to go through two huge rocks. And in the dust, look at that dust. It's hanging in these valleys. But that's part of it. Oh, and there's a big dust trail way up there. This is a great either-or. Right here, he could step left and go around that dust for a couple hundred yards. I'm kind of surprised that Eric Davis didn't make that call from the shotgun seat. There's a little bit of breeze, but it's a beautiful day. It's supposed to get up to 85 degrees. The sun is shining. You can't have much more nicer of a day just outside of Lake Havasu for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is the 4,400 main event, the national championship race. A champion will be crowned tonight at the national banquet as Jeff Wagner follows behind. Back to Philip McGilton and Dr. Amanda Ross. And that Jimmy Solid Axle machine making his way. This is race mile roughly 18. There's a cool waterfall in about a mile from right where he's at. There's Levi Shirley still stirring up some dust, heading towards the race line start-finish. The track is really starting to deteriorate, Jim. You can see the ruts getting deeper. You can see the boulders getting moved, and the dust is hanging thick.
Yeah, I was just checking out my tracker there, trying to find Levi Shirley on the tracker. I'm not sure that his tracker's actually pinging correctly right now. But we'll catch up with him. It's great to see that he's back up on track and moving again. He certainly hasn't crossed the line. He hasn't pinged out for a first lap finish. So we'll be watching more on that story as it comes. But right now it's all about our current race leader, who is Paul Herschel, as we watch Chad Hunt making his way down through the first waterfall. And Paul Herschel is coming up to around about mile marker 25.
And I believe we have a camera at race mile 27, so we should hopefully see him on camera in the next few minutes. Oh, and there was Weston Jones at the top of the Brannock Falls, and it looked like his front end was goofing up once again. Oh, and Tripp told me that Tad Dowker was fighting some issues, but it looks like he got it back going.
It's great news for Tad Dowker. Tad's had an incredible season, and I was really hoping that he would have a great end to the season here. So let's hope he can put it together for the next few laps.
Yeah, you can see that right front is not pulling.
Yeah,
I couldn't tell about the left or not, but it's a two-wheel peel for now for Weston Jones. And I'm telling you, it's going to be really hard to make it around this entire course in two-wheel drive. There's a couple sections out back in those tight valleys where the rock crawl's only about a 2 or 3 foot up, but it's off camber, left, right. It's really a cool section, and I wouldn't want to run it in two-wheel drive. Well, I'd run it in his two-wheel drive. skinny pedal and see what happens, right?
Yep, nothing's faster than a rental. You know the rules.
Every car has one good jump in them.
I've seen Dukes of Hazzard. Right, we have 28 cars now that have started their second lap. And we're probably around about 15 to 20 minutes away from our race leaders coming back in to complete lap 2.
If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is our national championship. The points are on the line. So many battles are going on. The top 10 is very tight between Brian Cross, Bailey Campbell, Philip McGilton, Chad Hunt, Paul Wolf, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Tad Dowker, Shannon Campbell, Levi Shirley, and Brett Harrell. And it will be decided after this race. We will have our national championship banquet tonight at 5 p.m. PST at the Nautical on the island right here in Lake Havasu. Bob Bauer, the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer, will be a special guest involved with that one as well. And this is just part of this weekend's event. This is Legends of Havasu for the Ultra4 USA Nationals, but this is a do-not-miss event. We'll be doing it once again next year, but we still have some F1 boat racing. Last night we had the IPRA radio, and last night we also had Brett Michaels come and play with us. The American Side-by-Side Takeover has been doing stuff off and on all week. Tonight is Flow Rida after the National Banquet, and then we have a couple more pool parties. Mark Gomez has been doing some jet ski tricks. You were able to check out that last night doing those in the pool, weren't you, Jim?
Yeah, I don't know why I bothered going back for a shower because it was absolutely pointless as Mark Gomez soaked me to the bone in about 0.1 of a second.
But yeah, it's been a full-packed festival out here in Lake Havasu. Ken Goodall heading into the Amsoil hot pits. Oh, and an update from Joe Thompson himself. Brendan has a broken rear housing. He's trying to repair it. JP has no third gear. And Paul lost a crank. Oh, just went away. A crank sensor, so that's why Paul Wolf is running rough. So just tough break on all three of those. No third gear, so I believe he's running a TH400. So, yeah, that's all he's got is first and second. So I don't know how fast you can go in second, but you don't want to over-wrap it because you can hurt the transmission, the engine, and everything in between. So his high speed is going to be off pace.
Yeah, and it also depends what style of transfer case they're running as well. Whether
it is a UFO SCS box.
Yeah, if it's an SCS, then it's a single-speed transfer box. So they'll probably be gearing this for a race of around about between 90 to 100 mile an hour. You take away that third gear, they're probably going to have a speed of around about 60 mile an hour. Absolutely screaming.
Speed Sport live from Legends of Havasu, all presented by our great friends at Toyota. Let's go places. Beautiful scenes. That's the famed London Bridge here in Lake Havasu City, Arizona. And, of course, it spans Lake Havasu and the water here. And there's been a lot of fantastic racing with the boats out on the water. And as you've been watching, tremendous off-road racing out in the standard wash area with Ultra4. Hi, everybody. Ralph Shaheen back here with you. We are in the Vendor Village, as we were talking about. Great racing on the water, off in the desert. Bull riding last night. So much to see and do here at Legends of Havasu. But the fun doesn't end at the daytime transitioning into night. That's when it gets fun and we go rocking. And we did last night with another legend and a good buddy, Brett Michaels. Well, we are here at Legends of Havasu. We got legendary racers everywhere. Got to have a legendary rocker, right? Our good buddy Brett Michaels is here. Are you ready to rock Legends of Havasu?
You have no idea how excited I am. And we got here today pumped up and to rock Legends of Havasu, and the fact that I'm an absolute diehard, you know, I love my motorsports. You know what I mean? Love being here with everybody. I'm ready to rock.
Let's talk about that. I know you have a huge passion for racing and ripping and riding in the desert.
Absolutely. So at our ranch in Arizona, I got my son, I should say this, got my daughters here, their friends. Everyone's excited to be here. They grew up racing go-karts, dirt bikes with me, having a great time, and it is an absolute passion since I've been a kid, man. And tonight, think about this. I brought my buddy with me on the plane. I brought Dee Snyder in. So Twisted Sister going to rock the stage with me. We got Rome from Sublime coming up to do some hits. It's going to be incredible.
Now, how much has being out in the desert, riding and racing and doing all that, inspired your music?
1,000%. So I love, and I say this, any day on a bike out in the desert is good for the soul. Anytime you can take a ride like that, and I'm not just talking about ripping it up, I'm saying just to get out there and cruise, but there's something about the open desert that is just great for my soul. I get out there, it feels great, I ride around a lot, and the other thing I tell everybody, when you get out there, there's such an amazing, I can't explain, it's ride the wind. You feel like you're out there riding the wind. I feel free. There's a freedom to it, and there is just so many just good friends of mine and incredible riders, and I get to hook up with them. They show me some new tricks and ways to make it through the desert and survive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Survive in the desert. It can throw you a couple, and so it's great.
So you have been absolutely crushing it out there. The whole Party Gras tour has just been rocking all over the country. It's been a massive success. No, truly, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. It's a massive success. You have all these different projects going on. What's coming up for the rest of 23, and what can we look forward to in 2024?
So number one, rocking with you tonight and everyone here, rocking Legends of Havasu, that's going to be incredible. And the rest of it is us being out there doing the fall ball Party Gras. And then we take a little break, and we come back hard and heavy next year with all the amphitheaters, arenas, big music festivals, and crossing over from rock pop country. We're doing Tortuga, Barefoot Country, Carolina Country, which was incredible, and then all the big rock festivals, and that's all part of the Party Gras tour, and it's a great time. And I say this to you, you've been such an incredible inspiration to me, not only a friend, but always there, but your love and support of people like me who love this sport, it's incredible.
And Brett did exactly that last night. He absolutely rocked the house. Tonight, another great concert. Flo Rida here in town on the exact same stage. The party here at Legends of Havasu continues. And one of the guys helping to crank up the party is our good buddy Joey Beck here, the voice of American Outdoor Events. Great to see you, Joey.
Good to see you.
Amazing weekend, right?
Oh, man, I tell you, it's just absolutely overwhelming is what it is. It's just so much action.
You go with the series all around the country, everywhere it goes. You've seen a lot of different venues for this form of motorsport. What do you think of Havasu's first time we've been here?
So first off, I got to say hats off to Havasu and the city and everybody who allowed this to happen. They pretty much let us come in here and take over most of the resorts, the park. Dan and his team here at the Windsor and the Arizona State Park system allowing us to be able to do these events, which is a little different than what they've done here in the past. They've been so accommodating. And being able to come in here and really set up and let our creativity run wild to build something big, and as a first-year event, this has been a huge success.
Yeah, it really is. When you put something like this on, you just don't know, do you?
Right.
But then you see it all being laid out, and you go, okay, I think this is going to work. And the setting obviously is beautiful. The course layout looks really great. But then you bring the racers, you bring the fans, you bring the vendor village in, bring the concerts, and you light the fuse, and it's like, man, we've got something here.
I've talked to everybody here, and I've been hanging out with a lot of locals. We've got some people that were here local that are participating in our events, like Mark Gomez. He's a world champion, 7-time world champion, jet ski freestyle champion. And he's brought people in, and they're just like, man, the whole community's been so excited about this. And for Havasu, the city of Havasu, to be excited and to be so welcoming, people coming out, they're hanging out with us at the Nautical for our beach parties. We're having fun at London Bridge. We've been hanging out at Kokomo's, and just people flowing in and out and experiencing. Even the locals are experiencing something new with us being here, and we're getting experience interacting with them and the people here in the city and this beautiful place, and words can't express it. If you've never been here, you got to get out here.
Yeah, and of course the Robinette family. We couldn't do any of this without Jason and Gayla.
So Jason and Gayla, they really stepped forward to unify off-road motorsports, and you guys with Speed Sport and all the many partners and the vendors and everybody in this place has worked so hard to become one and to unify, and that's what the vision is, and that's what the dream is, and that's what the Robinette family and Mid-America Outdoors and AOE, and that's what all of us are all moving in one motion. And when we're moving in one motion, we're so strong and we're so unified that nothing can break that. And, that's what it's all about. This is the first big run that everybody's really worked together so hard. And that's why we're seeing the level of success and just the fun that we're having out here is just high-level stuff that's never been done before.
And I don't want to let the cat out of the bag any earlier than I should, but there's some rumblings, maybe you can confirm or deny, we're coming back.
I would say that with what we've seen here and how well the city has worked with us and how accommodating they've been, there's been no doubt in my mind we'll be back here.
Why wouldn't you, right? And look at the racing we've got going on out here in the desert. What have you enjoyed the most about looking at this course?
Well, I can tell you right now, it's hard. And me being a past racer and the experience I have, I want something challenging. I want something with attrition. These guys are all been pumped up about it. Nothing but great comments. JT Taylor and the whole Ultra4 USA team absolutely killed it on this venue, being able to pick this and go out there to that area and find the hard parts. It's been amazing. I do want to go over a few things before we get off here.
Yeah,
what's
sure,
going
absolutely.
on. So we're here all day in Vendor Village over here at Windsor State Park. And what we've got going on, we got a lot of fun stuff for the kids. We got Trunk or Treat. We also have the costume contest. Starts at 3. There's several classes there for kids, adults.
Is there one for old guys like me?
Yeah, there is. There sure is. Pumpkin carving, we're going to be doing some fun stuff with that. We also have the show and shine contest, but there's some awesome machines been built out here, all different kind of stuff.
There's some jaw droppers.
Yeah, for sure. We also have the stereo contest, which is also a fan favorite. A lot of people like to come out and see all that hard work and the time that people put into that.
Yep.
Then we're going to have like a pre-concert, going to have some fun right here in Vendor Village, right here on this stage. Back in Black's going to be back out here.
Those guys were rocking out the other night.
Man, you close your eyes, they are the real deal.
Yeah, they got all their gear right back here behind us, ready to go.
100%. And then it's going to be the main action. Our main attraction for today is going to be the Flow Rider event. Starts at 9 tonight. They're going to be blowing it out, having a big party right down by the water, right here at the Windsor, and it's absolutely going to be fabulous.
It's a fantastic setting for a concert, isn't it?
Without a doubt. We were out there yesterday taking our shoes off, talking about how great the grass is.
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you, the last thing we're going to do is I'm going to be shutting it down with my buddy Matt over at Kokomo's. We're going to be having a party. It's a VIP party, and they'll be coming in. They have their own area, but we want everybody to know that everybody's welcome to come over there. We want to close this thing out all together as a family, have some fun, and let's go hard tonight.
You know, if you've ever been to HAVASU or heard about the legendary stories of HAVASU, every story begins and ends with, so I was at Kokomo's, and, right? I mean, that's the way it goes. So if you're going to come to HAVASU, got to go to Kokomo's. It's got to be part of your story.
Well, you know, this whole event's Legends of HAVASU, and when we named the event, we came up with the word Legends, and we're like, where we're going to go, how we're going to use it. And some people went on a trip, and they're like, you know, that's a legendary place. And they're like, man, this is how we need to make it happen. So if you got time and you're here, come on out here and let's get legendary tonight.
Why not? And then they're getting legendary out on the race course right now, and somebody is going to be celebrating big time tonight at Kokomo's with a large trophy and a big smile on his face.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, Bud, thanks for coming by and sharing that. You'll be hearing Joey all over the place, and tonight all around HAVASU on all these different events. Of course, the voice of AOE. And we're going to head out now, back out into the desert as this race continues to the legendary voices of Jim and Miles.
I hope you're well.
Yeah, wish you were here, but I understand. We'll see you around here in just a few months at King of the Hammers.
Absolutely. Right, let's go back to trackers again. So all of these vehicles are fitted with trackers. Now, inside of the vehicles, they have an audible and a visual alert. That means they can press a button for push to pass if they're within 600 feet of the vehicle in front of them. The vehicle in front of them will then receive an alert that comes up on their pad. They have to confirm that they've registered that alert and that they will move out of the way. The problem, therefore, comes if you have a car in front of a car in front of a car.
Then it's a Lincoln Log effect.
Yeah, exactly. And it makes life very, very difficult indeed. However, they worked exceptionally well in the races yesterday in our limited classes.
And don't forget, Paul Horschel started in 5th position. So Darian started in front of him, so he's got him on time. But JP and Raul started behind him, so there is going to be adjusted time. Raul started in 12th position. So he's got about a 3-minute time that he's got to beat him by. Oh, and look, Paul Horschel is on the Yukon Ridge heading on into town. This is about to be the halfway mark, and right now it is Paul Horschel, number 19 out of Park City, Utah, with Horschel Motorsports with Mitchell Sweat riding shotgun. And he is in a perfect spot. This is right where he wants to be. This is a desert race with some rocks. This is a desert car that can rock crawl. And this car can make the entire 140-mile race without stopping.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there was another one that's just popped up on my radar that I'd lost. It'd gone behind, his car had gone behind another marker on the GPS, and that's Waylon Campbell, who's right up there in the mix in the top 3 as well.
Oh, nice. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Waylon's been battling.
Now, the one to be watching here is most likely Raul Gomez, who started in 12th position. So his adjusted time is going to be the one that's going to be most crucial at this moment. Now, we're expecting Paul Herschel to just burst through here.
I can hear him bursting through here. I'm in the Warren studio about 100 feet from that start line. I could feel the studio in here vibrating as it crosses the race line, start, finish.
Now, I'm not expecting him to come to the pits at all. I'm expecting him to blow straight through. So oh no, he comes into the pits. Interesting.
Wow, I'm very surprised by this. Maybe they are going to do a fuel stop. All right, let's watch this right now. What are they doing?
Now, he's up on the top. So is he looking at fans? Is he looking at engine?
Yeah, they're definitely, that's a mid-engine right there, so they're definitely checking that out. How far back is our next one?
Well, this one, that is
That's Paul Wolf. Remember, he had a crank?
Yeah, crank sensor.
A crank sensor issue. But remember, he is a lap down. So it looks like whatever happened, he got into the Amsoil hot pits, got that sensor switched out, and he is going on. So tough break. He is a lap down, but Paul Wolf is back in action. Got that crank sensor switched up, and Paul Wolf has one heck of a deal. And we were able to catch up with his lead tech here just a little bit ago with Pam.
You guys, I am here with Miss young Lainey Wolf. She stole the show at Crandon. You're sitting right here. Your dad's getting ready to go out and race. Are you so excited?
Yes, I am.
You are. Now, are you going to be rooting for him all day long over here from our Jumbotron?
Sure.
Sure. All right. Now, Lainey, you stole the show. We're going to have to start interviewing you instead of your dad, huh?
Okay, let's do it.
Well, let's tell your dad good luck. And guess what? Hopefully we see him up on top of the box. Good luck, Dad.
Thank you.
All righty. You guys, back to you.
Oh, how cool is that, Lainey Wolf? She usually has a little bit more to say than that, if I'm honest.
It's one of the cutest things. I love that part of our sport. And did you see her shirt? It matches the side of her dad's car. That's why, that's an old racing shirt that they had, and she loves it so much that he wrapped his whole car matching that. It's kind of like Mario Brothers, Super. Oh, look at this.
That is
Levi
the man from Kansas. And he's absolutely on a pace right now. If anyone can tell us what happened, we'd be gratefully appreciated. That is the 905.
I missed the car, but 906 I know is Tad Dowker.
Yeah, exactly. Perhaps it was 906 and I misread it. It did look like Tad Dowker's car. Okay, so we have Paul Herschel who's come into the pits. We saw he'd stopped. He is the only person right now who has completed 2 laps. So we need to talk about that story. But we're not far off from seeing the next cars coming across the line very, very soon. I can see that Waylon Campbell is due to be coming in any moment, and I can also tell you that Raul Gomez is not a million miles outside of town either. So lots going on. Now, also, Levi Shirley's tracker does not seem to be pinging at the minute, so we'll keep an eye on that.
And I want to give you kind of an update on split times. Remember, we took off one at a time every 30-second increments. So Paul Horschel took off in 5th position. So he has to beat J.P. Gomez by 1 minute. He has to beat Waylon Campbell by 1.5 minutes. And he has to beat Raul Gomez by 3 minutes, 30 seconds. So obviously he is physically in the lead, but he has to beat all of those competitors by that much time. And is he still in the Amsoil hot pits? I'm not sure. But how far back are these other competitors, and what is going on with Paul Horschel? And there is Cade Rod back and moving. Can't quite tell if it's 100% race pace or not.
No,
I don't quite think so.
He looks down on pace.
Looks like he's got the hood off as well, but I'm glad to see him out there still clicking off some laps. This young man definitely has what it takes, but hey, you have to have luck on your side because somebody's going to be pushing hard 100% of the day and just have that day.
Oh, he's pulling off again.
Off once again. I hate to see that. And there's Paul Wolf back in action.
Now, that's interesting. I can't see the fans running on the back of his car. Maybe that's just the cowlings. No, they were running, or are they running? Oh, it's so hard to tell.
Yeah, it looked like. Oh, here's Waylon Campbell, physically 2nd position, coming through halfway through his race. Let's follow this shot. Do I see Paul Horschel still in the pits? It did not look. Yes, he is. So Waylon Campbell's our new physical race leader. Paul Horschel is still in the pits. So
Yeah, now, Waylon Campbell, both of these guys have just crossed the line, working with it sub 1 hour. So fantastic times there for both of these young men.
And we have a new fastest. Nope. Darren Gomez still has the fastest lap.
So we can see Cade Rod there, out of the car, getting back in. Hard to see what the problem is.
So let's talk about this. Waylon Campbell physically out front. Paul Horschel has to pass and put a minute and a half on Waylon Campbell on adjusted time. So right now, Waylon Campbell is exactly where he wants to be as we switch back to Paul Wolf.
Yeah, Paul Wolf's had a tough weekend.
He is a laugh down. Yeah, just tough luck for that. There's Joe Gatlin popping in the screen. But, man, Waylon Campbell has led a lot of races and has had a lot of bad luck. If he can pull it all together here, he's going to be very excited. But to finish first, you must finish getting a little slideways there.
This is JP coming in.
JP Gomez getting on the Buzz bicycle.
I like your style there, Mars.
I'm having fun. I hope you guys are too. The Gomezes are out there in full force. And now, look at that. Paul Horschel still in the pit. So now it's physically out front. Waylon Campbell, then JP Gomez. And is Paul Horschel going to be able to get out there?
This is Raul Gomez coming in, and he's coming into the pits. Now, is this the strategic?
Let's keep with these drones for a little bit, because this is the story right now. How long is Paul Horschel going to stay in the pits? How quick are they going to be able to get Raul back out there and going? So right now...
Now, they look surprised to see Raul then. They did look like they weren't expecting him.
That is Darian.
Is that No, that is Darian.
Okay.
You are right.
There's Dalton Hamilton coming through.
Now,
I do believe he is a lap down, but Darian Gomez, does he? Yes. Is that him? Oh, Paul Horschel still in the Amsoil hot pits. He's been there for 5+ minutes. So it's going away. So single-seaters out front, Waylon Campbell, J.P. Gomez, then Darian Gomez. Is Paul Horschel going to be able to get back out and going? Oh, I hate to see that for Paul Horschel. How far back is Raul Gomez?
Yeah, just looking now. Raul Gomez is literally 1 mile outside of town, so we should be seeing Raul any moment now.
And there's Brendan Thompson still working on the rear axle of his car. I hate to see that, but he is out there trying to make it happen. They've got the generators going. They've got the welders going. He is not giving up yet.
He's behind it. Go the bright orange car. This is a good story, but bright orange car. Right behind it.
So Brendan Thompson and Dalton Hamilton trying to get that going. So we're going to take the drone over and fly over, and let's zoom in on Paul Horschel, see exactly what they are working on. Should be a little bit more to our right. Oh, so maybe he's gone. There's Funhaver. There he is. Okay, let's zoom in right here. This is the orange car we're looking for. So Paul Horschel was leading this race. They were looking at the rear engine, or the top of the engine. They're kind of checking out the front, but obviously they're checking out everything while they're in here, but they're obviously digging deep into that engine. Oh, I hate to see that for Paul Horschel, but I love to see this for Waylon Campbell.
Yeah, this is the problem when we have so many friends out here racing. But Waylon Campbell is our current race leader at the halfway mark of this race.
And it's so hard to be sitting in this car just watching. And that's where, sometimes it's the keep it simple attitude comes into play. And here is the number 83 of Raul Gomez, our current and back-to-back King of the Hammers champion. We'll see. Yes, he does. He's pulling in the GBR pits, going to do a little fuel. I see they're getting ready. So that is physical fourth.
Now you can see
physical fifth, but he's probably going to pass Paul Horschel.
Now, a different approach there. You saw they were coming at it with 2 dump cans from either side. So they will be putting in something at around about the 20 gallons. Now they're taking the hood off.
So Raul Gomez is in the pits. How is this going to shake out? Oh, my. There's Zig taking some stuff off. There's Lavezzo helping out.
It looks like they're checking the brake master.
Well, like I said, why they got time? Might as well check everything out. Oh, this is just precious time ticking away. And look, the steering wheel's off of the car.
That's a great shot at the back of the steering wheel. You can see all the extra wiring on there.
You can plan, you can prep, but racing is racing. Looks like that may have been Cade Rod. I can't tell.
No, very difficult to tell indeed. Right. Okay, now Darian Gomez, I want to talk about this very quickly because Darian Gomez we saw stopped. We assumed that he was going to be out of this race, but he is not. He's currently lying in 5th position right now, just behind Raul Gomez, his father, then JP Gomez. There's 3 Gomez in the top 5. Then we got Waylon Campbell out there as well, and Paul Herschel, who's also completed. Now that's a great view there of the push to pass. Did you see that? And there's Bailey Campbell coming into view.
And this is a tight little section, too, so does he know there's somebody else behind? Oh, look at the blind dust. Bailey Campbell. We heard she was stopped earlier, but she is definitely charging right now. And getting some updates on my phone. Looks like Cade repaired an alternator issue and is back on track. Thank you, Cotton. And then Paul Wolf got his crank position sensor changed by Eric Miller and his crew. So, again, Eric Miller is up for the Zandy Willems Sportsmanship of the Year Award, and that just goes to show you, as well as Aaron Lynch, Levi Shirley, and Chad Hunt. That will also be given away tonight at the National Championship Banquet. And then I have a mechanical update. The 1177 of Mark Nicholson has a mechanical as well. So much attrition going out on course. Thank you, everybody, for keeping me up to date.
And still the action continues here. Right, let's just talk about how many cars we've got who are out on lap 3. So we've got 3 Gomez out there. We've got Darian Gomez, Raul Gomez, Darian's father, and then JP Gomez, who is Darian's uncle. But our current race leader right now is Waylon Campbell.
That is very, very impressive out there. And I believe that was JP on screen. Now we're switching over to Pip Justice.
Now, Pip Justice, I believe that Bailey Campbell is just behind her.
Is that a left front
just behind him,
tire?
sorry.
Or is it just hiding in the deep ruts? Okay, yeah, it was just hidden in the deep ruts.
Yeah.
And that just goes to show you how deep these ruts are actually getting. That Maxxis tire was completely swallowed from the bottom end.
Yeah, but look at the dust he's putting up. Now, I think, I might be mistaken, but I think that Bailey Campbell might be just behind Pip Justice.
And you saw her blazing through the dust just moments ago. She is pushing strong. It's still anyone's game. We are just over the halfway mark. We started at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We've been racing for 2 hours and 13 minutes. We started one at a time, 30-second increments on this 4 laps of 37 miles apiece, 148 miles in total, as Raul Gomez blowing by race mile number 3. And here comes Brian Crofts. He's still in the top 10.
Yeah, Brian Cross doing well. He's lost a little bit of time on this lap, so we'll just see where he comes through on adjusted time in a moment.
Like puts him in 6th position.
It does. I can tell you now that Cody Addington is once again stopped on course.
Oh, I hate to hear that.
No.
And Kevin Stearns still stopped. So let's go over our top. Out front is Waylon Campbell, then JP Gomez, Raul Gomez, Darian Gomez, Brian Crofts.
And that is those are all the cars that we currently have on lap 3.
And then Paul Herschel, but Paul Herschel's still in the pits.
Yes, that's correct.
So we have 6 cars out on the lead lap. Wow, what a race this is becoming right here in front of us. If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate everybody for tuning in. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is the 4400 main event. This is the national championship. We have been racing all over the United States this year. We started this year down in King of the Hammers. We've raced up in Crandon, over in Mid-America Outdoors, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Kentucky, and ending up here in Lake Havasu to lay it all on the line.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic season of racing, Mars, but let's just have a talk about 2024, because I am really, really excited about next season. I mean, you take it on for me. We're going to have an East Coast and a West Coast series, and then we're going to have a national championship as well. But the big news is no double points.
Correct, yeah. New strategy this year. So the national championship series will consist of King of the Hammers, which is rocks, Pennsylvania, which is woods, Wisconsin, the Big House, which is short course, right here in Lake Havasu, a desert race, and then one of your highest throughout the races. It's a 5-race minimum, and national champion racers must race the 4 required. So let's give you a rundown of the entire season. We'll start off in Johnson Valley for King of the Hammers late January, early February.
And that's a national race, isn't
Correct.
it?
That's a national race.
Yeah, then we move on to April 4th and 6th, which is a Norcal Stampede at Prairie City, and that's a West Coast race.
And then race number 3 is an Eastern Series mid-April at Rush, Kentucky during the Rush Anniversary Bash.
Then our 4th race of the season is April 25th to 27th. It's the Silver State 300, and that will be a West Coast race.
And then another Eastern Series race is Battle in the Badlands at Attica, Indiana for race number 5, early June.
Then in July 25th, 27th, it's at the famous Reading Rumble, and that's going to be an East Coast race over at Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
And then an East and a West Series race up at the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin over Labor Day weekend for Rage on the Rocks.
I cannot wait for that one. But then it's race 8 on September 28th to 29th at the Crossbar Ranch, and that is also an East and West Coast race, and that will be in Davis, Oklahoma.
And then we will wind up once again right here for Legends of Havasu in Lake Havasu for the National Championship Series late October.
And while we're watching that, we're actually watching Kenneth Goodall getting out of the car. We saw them in the pits earlier making some repairs. So either something else is damaged or the repairs did not hold. So a tough break there for Kenneth Goodall. And here's Christopher Branson, the man with the big tyres, still pushing hard into that desert, making his way around his second lap. It just goes to show you how fast our top 5 cars are when you look at the pace of these guys.
Yeah, it's a blistering pace. Yesterday we raced UTVs, and Cole Clark threw down a 1 hour, 2 minute, 20 seconds, and we weren't sure if that was going to be beat. And then it was all about Darian Gomez throwing down a 58.16, a blistering first lap pace. But now we're starting to deal with a little bit more lap traffic, so I don't know if that time will be beat. So there is a fastest lap award out there, so he may be taking home some change.
Yeah, just looking on my Racetracks tracker right now, and I can tell you that our current race leader, Waylon Campbell, he is going to be coming up a plethora up on top of a load of traffic very, very shortly. Just looking there, you can see how the wind is moving some of this dust, but these cars do make a great deal of dust when they're charging through.
We always say the wind is the racer's friend on a race like this, unless you're Waylon Campbell. Then you want it to be dangling behind you and stirring up everything and trying to run away with this, because he's got the cleanest air out of everybody. But again, don't forget, lap traffic will be an issue.
He's going to have a big problem very shortly. He's got 4 cars that he's going to be coming up on in the next mile. And I think this is some of that lap traffic that I'm talking about right now. Yeah, that is car 124. I believe that is Roger King. That is Roger King making his way down there.
Part of Team Robbie Bobby with Justin Cowart riding shotgun. They've been racing with us since 2011 when the Everyman Challenge was invented.
Well, he's just about to get lapped by Waylon Campbell in probably about the next 10 minutes, I would guess.
That is very, very impressive.
And also in there, Kenneth Goodall. Now, we know Kenneth Goodall stopped, so that's not going to cause Waylon any problems. And we've got Roger King there. And interestingly, I don't think this next car will cause too many problems for Wayland, but we've got Levi Shirley who's punching on, so Levi's tracker's back up and working again, so that's good news. And then in front of him, Paul Wolf. So in fact, the lap traffic is not really going to affect
there's
Wayland
Denny
Campbell.
Sterndale pulled off. Hate to see that. And this is right around, I think, the Spider Track backstretch, so this is a very high-speed section. Unless he may be off course. I can't tell if you turn ahead of us or not.
Well, there doesn't seem to be much race traffic come through there.
Yeah, so I think we turn just on our side of that mountain and go around. There's a great shot of the race line start-finish. Race line's been a huge part of this season. We thoroughly appreciate everything they've done with us. And there's Tommy Gilpin, Denny Sterndal's teammate. We saw Denny pulled over, but Tommy Gilpin's still plugging away. USAC is our sanctioning body and runs our timing, scoring, race ops, safety, and tech. Lee O'Donnell, our USAC rep, is here on site helping everything run smooth alongside Mr. JT Taylor, our Ultra4 USA race director.
And we're just getting some cars crossing the line now to start their second lap.
So Chip McLaughlin is halfway through his race, and so is Bailey Campbell. Chip McLaughlin is having a great race. He's in the top 7 right now, and right in front of Bailey Campbell. Oh, and there was our physical race leader, Waylon Campbell, dropping down the Brannock Falls right there at race mile number 9.
Yeah, so Chip McLaughlin is actually right now ahead of Bailey Campbell on adjusted time. So Chip is having a fantastic race here at Havasu.
I so hope he can pull this together and get a top 10 here in Nationals. The whole Rufus team pours their heart and soul into racing with us, and I just hope to see a great showing for him and or Pip Justice. They'll be giving away this Andy Willems Sportsman of the Year award. They'll be helping us do that tonight at our national banquet. We'll round out the season and hand out some hardware.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That is going to be the party of the year. Have no doubt about that.
Oh, Paul Horschel and Mitchell Sweat out of the car. This is not good. They were leading the race, but I hate to see this. They've got helmets off. You can tell by the body language they are super disappointed. Oh, I just hate seeing this for anybody. Speaking about hate seeing it, there's Ken Goodall pulled off again. But at least Paul Horschel's in the Amsoil Hot Pits. He has help and tools and parts and a little bit of everything. Oh, that looked like, was that Brendan? Was he back in action?
I wanted to say...
No, that was JP Gomez.
That's JP.
Okay, so we are at the Brannock Falls race mile number 9. So where Kenneth Goodall is kind of a bypass for this, so it's a very safe spot to pull over and check out the car.
Now, this is very interesting because we've got JP Gomez, who actually started in front of Wayland.
So,
okay, so Wayland's got the pass on JP and is around about, I'd have said, 2 minutes ahead?
Yeah, about.
Yeah, okay. So Wayland's got a really nice sort of, probably a 3-minute buffer. But it's, now there's Darian Gomez. Now that's very interesting indeed. Okay, so Darian would have to get past JP and Wayland.
So Wayland is looking really nice right now if he can keep this pace going. But hey, they're going to be pushing him, and you know the Gomez's are on the same channel, which I wish I could listen to, but not on the live show. But I'm sure they're having some fun out there, and I know they call out some fake race miles for each other, and they're always having fun.
Yeah, I'm showing actually that Darian is still on lap 2, which I don't think he is. He's according to my scoring, he is on lap 3. But if you look at his tracker, it's still showing as an orange block.
No, Darian's definitely on the lead lap.
Yeah, I know he is. Yeah, but I'm just saying.
You're just saying.
Yes. So
there's
if
Tommy
anybody else
Gilpin.
watching at home is watching, that's why it's still showing orange.
So don't forget, you can also go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same timing we have here in the Warren studio. Here comes Cade Rod through the race line start-finish, and he is way off pace. He'll be heading to the Amsoil Hot Pits. We'll see if they can get something squared away. Hate seeing that for this young man. Again, he's missing his hood. Did they take that off in the pits, or did it get tangled up out on course?
Yeah, going to see what he does now.
Oh, he's absolutely pulling in. There's no way about it.
Mm-hmm.
There's Cole Clark I saw ready to throw his hands in the mix, giving him a hand. The whole Jimmy's Army is out here in full effect. I knew he had an alternator issue earlier, but I just hate seeing this. They're worried about the front end right now. I saw JT running out there to give him a hand. There's an aerial view of the Spider Track backstretch. There's multiple lanes right here, up over 100 miles an hour. And another great aerial view. You can see the dust trails all over. That shows you how much these fingers kind of go back and forth out here in course. That's why we had to have racingtracks.com with an X, racingtracks.com. We have virtual checkpoints out on course, I think 35 of them, and then a few negative checkpoints that if you hit those, we know to look for you.
Absolutely. Let's talk about those checkpoints quickly. So the virtual checkpoints are actually marked on the GPS file. The GPS file is a course map that is given to every single team. They can download that onto their navigation device, whether that be a laptop, whether it be a tablet PC, or a GPS from someone like Garmin or sort of Lowrance or something like that. And what happens is they can physically see those VCPs. Now, if you're on course, you will hit those VCPs every single time. But if you manage to bypass one, we know that you are off course at that time. Then we have negative VCPs. These are invisible VCPs that you cannot see as a race car driver.
And we put those in kind of like shortcut areas where if you're intentionally or unintentionally bypassing a section, it'll ding and alert us to let us know, like, hey, pay attention to this track or we think this guy's off course.
Absolutely. So it throws an alert to us. And it just means it keeps everything nice. It keeps everything honest. And it also makes sure that we know where everybody is at every time. And that is two-time king Raul Gomez making his way down the waterfall.
And look at Philip McGilton getting chased down by Shannon Campbell. And I just got an update over my rugged radios. It sounds like Matt McCowan is stopped with the mechanical right now. So, man, this is getting tough. And Philip McGilton pulls in the Amsoil hot pits. Shannon Campbell's pit's already behind us, so we know he's going to blow through. So Shannon Campbell gets around Philip McGilton.
Well, we saw Shannon Campbell taking on a lot of fuel on the end of the first lap. So Shannon Campbell should, in theory, be out there for the rest of the race now.
So Shannon Campbell is in ninth in adjusted time, and then Philip McGilton rounds up the top 10. So let's roll through the top 10. In 10th position, it's Philip McGilton. In 9th, it's Shannon Campbell. In 8th, it's Bailey Campbell. 7th, Chip McLaughlin. 6th, Brian Crofts.
In 5th, it's Darian Gomez. In 4th, it's Raul Gomez. In 3rd, it's JP Gomez. And in 2nd, it's Waylon Gomez. And, of course, in 1st, it says Paul Kerschel, but it's not because he knows in the pits. So all of those, we can take one off. So Waylon Campbell is in 1st, JP Gomez 2nd, Raul Gomez in 3rd.
And Paul Horschel out of the car, looking just, the attrition's definitely setting in as we see Ken Goodall up at race mile 9 above the Brannock Falls. Looks like that's Tom Gilpin still plugging away in that SCI machine. Get Bent Fab and Fishmouth. And there's Weston Jones. We saw him having some front drive issues out on course. So not sure if he got it fixed or if he's just fighting through the elements. Another Jimmy's IFS chassis plugging through the desert.
And look at this, that's one of the Gomez cars. No, it's not that, it's actually Paul Wolfe. See, your automatic reaction when you see a UFO is it must be a Gomez, but that is actually Paul Wolfe himself. Now, I'm intrigued to see what Paul Wolfe can do now, because the gloves are off. He knows he's down on pace. He's already had a mechanical. Is he going to go for championship points, or is he going to go for glory?
And we is at race mile number 17 as we speak, making his way around. There is a Bronco, but there's 4 of them that look very similar, but I think that's A.K. Watke.
I think you're correct. Sort of seeing that greenish tinge down the side panels.
As we're back to the Yukon Ridge coming into town. Can't quite make out who that is.
You should be able to see them any moment now as they cross the line. I think that's James Mahoney. Yes, that is James Mahoney.
It is. Good call, Jim. James Mahoney in that Faravani senior car. Heading, see if he'll bypass the Amsoil hot pits or not. Looks like he is slowing down, and he will be pulling in. I think he teams up with Rick Lavezzo, who teams up with Paul Horschel. So that pit's already tied up. And here comes Vaughn Gittin Jr., number 25, with Eric Davis riding shotgun. And he is slowing down coming into the Amsoil hot pits. He is halfway through his race, so they'll probably do a splash and go, check over the car roll one more time, and head him out for another lap. Remember, we did start off one at a time every 30 seconds. This is a 37 loop. They're going to do 5 laps, 148 miles in total. And Vaughn Gittin Jr. is right at the halfway mark. Oh, there's Lauren Healy giving him a thumbs up. So Lauren Healy in his street clothes, officially out of the race. We knew he was having issues, but he is back in camp. Hate to see that for him. The pole setter, Lauren Healy, is officially out of the race.
Yeah, that's always very sad to see, but there is our current race leader. That is Waylon Campbell. And Waylon's putting down an awesome pace right now.
Just giving a really good once-over while they're putting fuel in. Looks like fuel is done. Everybody's paying attention. Get out of the way. Send them out. Vaughn Gittin Jr. heading out for his 3rd lap of 4. And there is Brian Crofts leading the national champs coming through the Brannock Falls at race mile number 9.
Yeah, and Brian Crofts is very well priced right now. As we were talking about it earlier, he's actually switched to a smaller motor than he usually would run. Usually runs those big tall decks, produce sort of 800 plus horsepower. Switched it down to an LSX with a mere 600 and something horsepower. But it's working really well for him. It's giving him that
so
reliability.
Far, so good. Oh, and I'm glad to see that is Ken Goodall back moving. I think it's yep, there we go. So Ken Goodall was stopped just up there for a while. Whatever it was, he is back and moving. So I think our top 4 or 5 are starting to pull away with a pretty good lead out there.
Yeah, just looking at our tracker right now, which you can check out on Racing Tracks, track spelt with an X.com. And it really is spreading out, particularly on this 3rd lap. Waylon Campbell didn't seem to have any trouble getting past that lap traffic, which is good to see. Lots of sportsmen out there on track. And he should just be coming up on Dennis Sterndale. Oh, I think he's probably passed him already. And in front of him is Levi Shirley and Paul Wolf.
But I do believe Levi Shirley is down a lap as well as Paul Wolf.
He is down a lap. I'm just looking now, 13:31. Yeah, I'll keep you honest on that one. I'm not sure. Waylon Campbell might be catching Levi Shirley. But we know Levi Shirley has great pace when he wants to. So will he be able to stay in front of Waylon, or will Waylon be able to make the pass on him?
It has been a beautiful week here in Lake Havasu, Arizona. So much action has gone down, and this is the main event for Ultra4 USA. This is the Grand Championships finals here. We've been racing all season long, and it comes down to this one and final race. And it's Brian Crofts up front on points. Then it's Bailey Campbell, then Philip McGilton, Chad Hunt, Paul Wolf, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Tad Dowker, Shannon Campbell, Levi Shirley, and Brett Harrell. So right now it's looking pretty good for Brian Crofts and Bailey Campbell.
Yeah, it looked like that was Christopher Branton just crossing the line then.
So much racing action going on, but we have Pam Hall down in the Amsoil hot pits, and she is in the Gomez to kind of keep us up because they've got a lot of them up front. Pam, what do you got for us?
I'm here with Chris, the crew chief for the Gomez brothers out here. You guys came in, you got some fuel, but let's talk about the race. How's it going for the boys?
So far, so good. We're running second, third, and fourth on the road. We got JP running second. He ended up losing third gear on his first lap, so he's milking it out there first and second. And we got Darian running currently third on the road. He's got a little bit of transmission, got a little heat issue going on there. And then Raul's just running solid. I think he's going to end up stepping up here those next 2 laps, pick up the pace, and we'll go from there.
So you guys came in and fueled up. Are you guys going to have to do another fuel stop for it?
Yeah, right now I'm going to bring JP in on his last lap here, give him 11 gallons and send him back out. So that'll be it for us for fuel.
Well, awesome out there. The boys are all going 1, 2, and 3. We'll let you get going so you can get prepared for the next fuel stop. So good luck out there.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. We're watching Vaughan Gittin Jr. there. Now, hearing about the strategy there, and he's saying that Raul's going to step it up again in the next couple of laps.
And it sounds like Raul's the only one with a full healthy car because we know JP's down to second gear, and it sounds like Darren may be having some transmission issues
he
as
said
well.
he's having some overheating issues.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he pulled over, to try and save that transmission. So there's lots of yin and yang here, isn't there? And it's interesting that they used that first lap to work out their fuel strategy. So come in, bang the
See
tank
how
up.
much fuel they actually take.
Exactly. Yeah, so very interested indeed. I'm looking forward to this. It's a fantastic race we've got building up here. We're just coming to the second half now. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. The action is electric. See you very soon.
It's Speed Sport live from Legends of HAVASU. All brought to you by our great friends at Toyota. Let's go places. Hi everybody, Ralph Shaheen and my good friend Ken Stout back up here with me again. And Ken, we've been enjoying this day, another beautiful day weather-wise. A little bit more of a breeze here today though.
Yeah, weather might play an issue here. Things all said and done, but so far looks pretty good. I believe that there's a Halloween costume party or costume contest that's coming up a little bit later today, Halloween this weekend, that a lot of people are celebrating, and there's a pumpkin carving contest. So there's plenty of stuff for fans to do here inside of the vendor village, and a little more action here today on a Saturday. Gorgeous day, as you talked about, and plenty of racing.
If you could reach in the candy bag and grab any piece, what are you going for?
Well, the Reese's. That's a
Reese's,
no-brainer.
that's your thing?
Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
I like the Milk Duds. Milk Duds.
Really?
Yeah, the little boxes
Milk
of Milk
Duds. I haven't had those in a long time.
See? Get out and live a little. Milk Duds. Good way to go.
We'd be good teammates. You
Yeah,
eat
yeah.
yours and I'll eat mine.
I'll try some of yours, though, too. Yeah, the racing out in the desert, though, has been fantastic. Really
it has
good.
done. And then, of course, they've been talking about the attrition out there as well, which we knew it would be fairly high. And sounds like even some of the best with some of those big trucks. They thought it was a really good – it's a tight course for UTVs. When you put the big trucks out there, they really got to be spot on. You were talking about the rocks a little bit earlier. So it sounds like some of the best out there are struggling from time to time. But as always, there's going to be somebody that blasts through without any issues.
And, boy, the commitment level goes so high with those guys, how they just send it over those falls, right?
It's exciting.
Just unbelievable. All right, so – it's time now for our Buzz Bicycles, What's the Buzz? And right now, it's about these boats that are getting to go racing this weekend out on Lake Havasu with the Formula One Powerboats. Here's Erica Allreed and Andrew Tate.
Andrew, a lot of talk heading into the weekend is the windy conditions that you guys might face. So how does this affect the boat?
We could probably get away with some wind. If it's gale force or storming, it's really, really tough. It's an 1,100-pound boat, and we want to fly through the air essentially over top of the water. It makes it a little tricky to do when you have really huge ground swells or unpredictable gusts of wind. Extreme conditions is kind of a no-no, but we're going to do our best to put on a show, and hopefully Mother Nature bears with us here.
And how does this also affect the way you approach this course as a driver?
It's going to be challenging, not only with the wind, but some of the uncontrollable boat traffic out there from the spectators creating rollers for us. So it's going to be unpredictable. There's probably going to be some carnage. It might be a battle of attrition here to get through the weekend, maybe even the day. But as a driver, I think the more challenges, the more variables, the more exciting it is, not only for us, but for the fans.
Thanks so much. Best of luck to you this weekend.
Thank you.
That's our Buzz.
Go to buzzbicycles.com to enter the promo code SpeedSport100 for $100 off any cart value of $500 or more.
It's orientation day. Welcome to the team.
Who wants to race?
I like this team. Be part of something greater. Toyota. Let's go places.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Speed Sport is live from Legends of Havasu, presented by Toyota. We are here on our stage inside the vendor village area, and this is a really fun spot to be. Ken Stout, if you're here in the Lake Havasu City area today, so much to see and do and experience and learn about the racers and what's going on, not just on the dirt off in the desert, but out on the water, and there's some news breaking about that.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we've been sitting right here. A lot of the cars, a lot of the UTVs have come through here. We've seen some of the big Ultra4 vehicles come through here. The entire crowd for the concert last night also came cruising through here. So we had a lot of action from a lot of the fans. And, of course, you were over there as well. Great concert last night with your good friend Brett Michaels and his combination of talent that was over there. A lot of fun for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And so the activity on the water is definitely picking up here today. They were getting into qualifying and heat races already here this afternoon, and we've seen all the Ultra4 stuff going off on the standard wash area out in the desert. So there's plenty of great racing to see and experience. So let's take you back out to Ultra4, see how things are going out in the desert.
We spoke to the Gomez brothers before the start of this race, didn't we? And we said, why are you here? And they said, we just want to play with the Points Championship.
And have some fun.
Absolutely. And they're doing all of that. Great to see those guys out here.
So Mark Nicholson and Brennan Thompson in the Amsoil hot pits. Brennan's been there for a little bit.
Looks like they're bringing a jack over to the car.
The old Harbor Freight Badlands.
It's another thing that this sort of industry has spawned, isn't it? Completely different tools for this job as well. We've seen off-road jacks. We've seen off-road. Oh, look at that.
Got a little dust tornado out there. Pretty cool to see. And like I said, the wind is the racer's friend. With the dust out here, it's super thick. So if it was dead air out here, it would really play havoc on some of these parts in these valleys.
Yeah, a little twister working his way through there.
And again, if you want to come run the Ultra4 USA course tomorrow, get with Tread Lightly. We're going to do a cleanup day tomorrow. Run the course, clean up what we can find. So thanks again with Matt with Tread Lightly. And then also the entire Havasu Side-by-Side Trail Association. We've got about 10 or 12 of their volunteers out here helping us. And they're going to drag the course to make it better than when we left.
Absolutely.
So if you want to get involved with any of those associations, it'd be great.
As the action continues here at the 2023 Ultra4 USA National Championships, I can tell you I've got some news for you, Miles. I can see right now that Paul Wolfe is stopped again on track.
I hate to hear that. Paul Wolf gives it his all, but has definitely had some issues this weekend. He swept the entire UTV series last year, but then it was all about Robert Parker and Kyle Chaney this season. So Paul Wolf just having some bad luck, but you can never count him out.
No, he does a lot of the prep on his car himself, so he knows the car inside out. So when he does break something, he knows how to fix it. Yeah, is that someone's toolbox or is that a
tire?
wheel?
Yeah,
that
that's
is a wheel,
tire and wheel.
Yeah. Okay, we're getting some news across our Rugged Race Radio that we might be getting some news from the pits. I do love this, the fact that we can pop to and forth from this. So Pam Hall is down there right now with Paul Herschel's crew. Let's see what she's got to say. Pam, what do you got for us?
I am here with Josh. You are the crew chief for Paul Horschel's pit. You guys were in here quite a while just now. He was leading the race, and unfortunately, a long pit stop. Give us a little rundown for everybody at home of what was going on.
So the first 2 laps were going really well. We were really happy with where it was and the positions that he picked up. But coming across the ridge there, he said he was down to 11 volts on the power system. So we did a quick as we could alternator change, fuel stop, and then he said we had a brake issue too. So we solved that and cut off brakes to 1 tire.
Well, having those issues out here is very unfortunate, especially when you're leading the race. But what is he thinking about that racetrack out there? Is he having a blast out there? Is it rough, or what's going on with him and with the track?
He really enjoys these tracks in that car. As you know, we've got some innovation on that with some rear steering. He's utilizing that to make the corners a lot easier. So we're experimenting that, getting a lot of test miles on there. This trip for us is more important for testing than a win. So as long as we're still moving, we're winning. We're going to be prepared for KOH.
Well, that's awesome. I'll let you get back to your pit because you guys literally just got done finishing up his car, but he's back out on course, and that's the most important part. So, Josh, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Pam. Now, I love that, getting those little bit of bites, those little bits of information. Now, alternators could be a problem. Why are alternators a problem? Because of the dust. What happens is dust comes in, and that causes issues. Now, look at this.
A.J. Watley here in screen. But I'm going to, So Cade Rod had an alternator issue. Now Paul Horschel had an alternator issue. And did you hear him say they cut down the brakes to 1 tire? So braking on Paul Horschel is down to not much.
Oh, no, I heard it that they cut the brakes to 1 tire, so he still has 3.
Oh, okay.
That's the way I understood it.
Let's hope it's that way, because 1 brake is not good. But
no,
if you
won't
just cut off 1. So A.J. Watley looks like they're going to fuel and go. And you see how everybody's just walking around the tire. When they're fueling, you cannot touch the car, so they're just doing a quick visual and go. And here they go. A.J. Watley back out for another lap. And that puts A.J. Watley on the lead lap for his Ultra4 USA debut, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing a great job out there. And I'm just looking right now at how many vehicles we have got across the line, started in their 3rd. And A.K. Watley is currently sitting in 18th position out of the 19 cars that we have currently on our 3rd lap.
And there goes Philip McGilton dropping down the Brannock Falls at race mile number 9.
Yeah, Phil McGilton's currently sitting in about 12th position at the moment. So a solid run there for Phil McGilton.
And if he can keep this pace up, he's going to be in the mix for the national championship. Hopefully he can get on the podium there. So here's Harold Fidgeman making his other debut. And you see how they're doing fueling? So there's these cans, and then they have the dry systems. Walk us through that there, Jim.
Well, so what you have is you have multiple different types of cans. The cans that you can see here in this pit, they've got what we call dry brakes. So literally, if you turn that can upside down, nothing will come out of it. It has to lock into the receiver on the car itself. Now, that means that they also, when they lock on, that they can deliver fuel incredibly fast. You can see that they're running like a 2.5-inch or even up to a 3-inch filler neck on those. That means they can deliver 11 gallons in around about 8 seconds. Okay,
You're starting to figure this out.
Well, for those boys and girls listening back home, that's about 44 litres.
And then what about the fuel towers with the dry barrier on the back?
Now, that's a different thing entirely, and you'll see that they're twin pipes. A lot of people think they're delivering the fuel through both pipes, but that's not the case. The second pipe is actually a breather for the tank, because if you're putting fuel in, you've got to get air back out.
So it's quick and fast, and it's pressurized also.
Well, a lot of the time they are. Now, I'm interested by Vaughan and Lauren's system, because I would be expecting, for example, if you are working on a desert race truck, they'll be delivering anything up to 40 gallons of fuel in something around about like 12 seconds. Okay? But I think that Vaughan and Lauren must be working off a gravity feed system.
Okay.
And if that's the case, rather than the pre-charge system, and you can see it's quite a bit slower. So I'm not sure there was actually any real advantage gained there for them having that filler system if they're not going to be pressurizing it. But hey, what do I know?
Well, thank you for that update, Jim. And it's just a different strategy altogether, so thanks for that. That's really cool to see. There's Vaughn Gittin. We were just talking about his team, and I just got an update from Mama Ange. It sounds like Aaron Robinson stepped out of the car, and Woody Rose did get in the 3006, so he wasn't able to race yesterday because he had some bad luck, but he's going to get some seat time on this track in a 4400 car.
Now, that's great news for me. I'm really chuffed about that. Woody Rose, he went into the 4400 class at Crandon just to see what he could do for fun in his 4800 car, and he had an absolutely great time. Oh, this Kenneth Goodall, that looked like he had a rear flat.
Right rear flat. Oh, and here's our physical race leader, Wayland Campbell, really stirring up the dust. Here's the Spider Track backstretch, really laying it down.
Yeah, look at the pace. Absolutely fantastic.
Look at the ruts on the outside getting burned out. This course is really starting to fall apart.
Did you notice that, though, that he's not sitting in the ruts? He's actually getting one of those wheels outside of the rut line, trying to protect himself. Okay, so here's Kenneth Goodall. Looks like he's got...
that's a long trip with that right rear tire, and look, it's coming completely apart. It looks like his spare is still okay. I'm really surprised he's not going to change that. But right now, there's not a really good flat area. But he's been on that flat for a while. I'm a little concerned or confused on what the strategy is here.
Well, I'm also concerned as well. This is very single track through here. If we get lap traffic...
And don't forget that tire's coming apart, that it could tie up, tear up some brakes and other things.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the 3006, and this is Woody Rose we were just talking about. So Woody Rose is going to be jumping into that car very shortly. And we're just saying that he actually managed to take his 4800 car, put it in the 4400 race, and came out to sixth position.
Place,
yeah. So great driving there from Woody, and it'll be great to see what he can do in an IFS car in this race.
And just getting a shout-out from Team Indiana, Nicky Hunt wanted to give old Woody Rose a shout-out that he helped them fuel in the pits a little bit ago, and now he's in the car. And then I just got some other bad news from Angie. Pip is out of the race. He was running such a strong pace. I hate to hear that, but Pip just, I believe, is officially out of the race.
Does that mean
bummer?
Does that mean he's actually been beaten by Chip?
Well, not yet.
And there's James Mahoney in the old Gary Favanti machine making his way round. Now, there's a few cars out here. The Gary Favanti old car, then there's some of the Gilpin car, the Sterndale car. All got their IFS systems designed by a chap called Dallas. And so Keith Bent keep me straight on that one, so thank you, Keith. And still, Kenneth Goodall ploughing away there.
And there's Darian Gomez. It looks like he's still on that second or third, I believe in third position out on course.
What I find remarkable about this is they run what they call a race pace, but then they still have the ability to step to
turn
another.
It up. Yeah. We call that the burner down pace.
Yeah.
Give her all you got and see what happens.
Ignore your gauges and hit go.
There's Weston Jones.
It's also worth talking about the electrics that we have on these cars. Now, in many cars, lots of us have all played with vehicles back home. We've put fuses in, we've put relays in to run our little controls, manual gauges and all those sorts of things that you can buy off the shelf in most shops. A lot of the top-end cars do not run fuses, they do not run relays, and they don't run gauges. They'll have an electronic monitor or a screen in there, and they're called PDM, so power distribution modules. These are programmable computers that give you power distribution throughout the vehicle. Trips, and let's say you set them up for, you'll have a soft start that will come in, and the preloading on that will say be 60 amps. Then you'll have a loading for 40 amps as your constant. if you were to get a problem with that, it will try to reset you as many times as you want it to do so. So you can program it to say reset 10 times before it will fail. So if you get a stick in there, instead of it just blowing a fuse, what will happen is it will just keep retrying, hopefully knock that stick out, and then keep going again, so you don't have to stop to reset the fuses. Equally, that's also linked to a computer-based management system, and some of these teams will actually be funky enough, they'll actually be able to sit in the pits and be able to monitor the car.
From the pits, yeah.
From the pits.
Yeah, the technology has came so far. Oh, no, there's Jeff Wagner pulled off.
Oh.
He's in the dead zone there at the Brannock Falls, so it looks like they're both getting out of the car. Not sure what's going on. Maybe I can get Abe to shoot me a text to see what is happening with him. But also, speaking about that, we have Pam Hall in the pits with A.K. Watley. She's going to give us an update in the Amsoil Hot Pits from Chaos Motorsports. This is AK's 4400 debut. So, Pam, what do you got for us?
I am here with Sergio Pinillas. You race in our stock class, but here you are in the pits for our rookie, A.K. Watley. How is he feeling out there? Have you talked to him on the radio or anything?
We've been, I lost my voice, so, yesterday in the dust was pretty bad. But, AK was a little nervous before qualifying. He had a little issue at qualifying. The filter came off and the car shut off. So then he was really nervous before the race. But he's doing a great job. He just went through pits. We just fueled him up. It's his first time racing Ultra4 USA, first time in that car. And he's the rookie for next year at KOH, so this was a perfect pre-run for him to learn the car, learn everything about the car. He's keeping a conservative pace. That was the whole plan. He's not going out there for the win. He's just going out there to learn about the car. And I think he's already in the top 20. So he started way in the back. And he has Brad, good fellow. He co-drove for me last night. So he got a little bit of a preview of the course. I feel bad for him because I was a rough ride last night in my car. So now he's doing 4 laps in his car. It's a little bit nicer on the 4400. But yeah, no, he's doing great. And I think he's going to be good for him to be at KOH. He's going to have a lot of fun in that car.
Well, that's awesome to see a rookie out here racing at Legends of Havasu. But like you're saying, Brad was in with you last night. I mean, here he is in a very plush ride, I would have to say, compared to your Jeep that you've been racing all season long. But yeah, let's talk about you for just 1 second. I know we're on our 4400 class, but you're in that stock class. You finished the race last night. You finished the season on a Jeep you weren't even supposed to be racing in.
Yeah, that was the story, right? I mean, I borrowed that Jeep from John Schaefer. I stole it. I didn't borrow it. I did KOH, and we did great. Then we raced Visions just for fun. Ended up winning Visions, so now it's like, heck, whoa, now we got to do the whole season. And the car just keeps on going. I don't know how. We really put it on the trailer after Oklahoma, unloaded it here, changed a couple things, and it got it to the finish line. I got sick the day of the race, so I was with a fever, driving, and with the dust at night. It was a really rough race yesterday. But the car got us to the finish line. A couple of parts missing. Again, sorry, John, but whatever. Now, next year, we'll have a new car, hopefully. But we're here, and Lauren got us for a couple of points on the national championship, and we're still going to send it, though. That's what we're here for, to have a good time. That's what we're doing.
Exactly. Well, I'll let you get back to your pits. Thank you for taking the time and talking about AK with us, being a rookie for King of the Hammers next year. It's great to see you out here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pam.
Thank you, Pam, and thank you, Sergio, for that update from A.K. Watley. And I got another update. It sounds like Cody Addington is out of the race as well.
Oh.
Thank you, Angie, for that. But, man, this is starting to be a bummer. So it does sound like Woody got in the car, but they haven't taken out of the Amsoil Hot Pit. So not sure exactly what's going on there, but lots of action.
Yeah, the action is still continuing here. And more cars crossing the line. That is the 464. That is Glenn Page coming through.
Glenny Page and Bill McGiven out of Ontario, Canada, out down here playing. They were at Johnson Valley at the ranch over last weekend. They are part of the 2024 rookie program. If you want to go race King of the Hammers, you've never done it before, get a hold of them. Join the rookie program and then come race Ultra4 USA the rest of the season. They give you a lot of tips and trades of the show. So it looks like they're just giving the car a once-over, putting some fuel in. Getting ready for another dump can. And this one's just straight gravity. We were talking about the redheads and stuff on the last one. Well, this one is just straight gravity.
Well, I'm just getting some news, actually, that I might have tripped up here, that we're not allowed to have pressurized fuel systems in Ultra4.
You're right.
So,
Yep.
Which is why we usually see them on the gravity feed.
But it sounds like Pam Hall is down in the pits with two-time king Lauren Healy, who won last night but is already out of the race. So let's hear what Lauren has to say.
How is it now?
Good.
Okay. All right, I am here with Lauren Healy. This is not where we're supposed to be talking right now. What's going on?
Yeah, fully agree. You think this course was last night, getting to run the laps out there, and I watched the 45s and 4800s drop like flies the first lap. I mean, I passed probably 5 or 6 of them, all of them dead, like not actually passing them, but with problems. And then you think I would have learned my lesson a little bit better, but I was ripping through one of the rock canyons just a little bit too fast and managed to hook a rock in the inside of my wheel, and it folded my beadlock ring off of it. Unfortunately, that let all the air out of my tire. Got out to change the tire. That being a brand new car, I didn't have all the tools that I haven't practiced changing tires on that brand new car ever, and just was not good at it. Didn't have exactly what I needed. Made it work, but it took me like 20 minutes to change the tire. The whole race had went by me at that point. I also had noticed that my transmission was pushing fluid into my transfer case and puking fluid out the bottom of the car. And that sequential transmission is really expensive. There's a seal between the two, but I shouldn't have transmission fluid coming out of my transfer case. That shouldn't even be in there. So I, at that point, was like, I'm not burning down a $50,000 transmission in 30th place in the dust to go see if I can catch back to everybody. Didn't have another spare tire on the car. It didn't make sense at that point. So, yeah, now here in the pits, supporting all the other Broncos. Vaughn's made it from 25th up into the top 10. A couple more laps to go, so things are going good.
Well, and let's talk about that brand new car. Didn't have the right tools on it, but you are our pole setter. So you started off right. You won last night, but here you are. I mean, supporting everybody else, like you just said. Yeah. Very, very unfortunate to see you here. I don't like seeing you in these pits.
Right. No, I definitely appreciate that. And, not where I wanted my day to be, but that's the awesome thing about what a huge team we have. And, that, when one person goes down, like with Vaughn, when Paul and I tangled, like, I love Crandon. I love racing. Like, that's my favorite place to race. And for me to go out, but I got to sit on the side of the track and watch Vaughn win at Crandon the first time ever. So rather than having my heart broken, I was like, this is almost as good as winning. So that's the awesome thing. We, winning the 4600 race last night, winning the championship, setting the pole in that car and the 4400 car this weekend. Like, it's been a successful weekend for me. And now if, Vaughn can put it on the podium, then even, that's the bookend. That's the cream on the pie for sure.
Exactly. Well, we'll let you get back to your pits with everybody because I know, like you said, you got a lot of cars you guys are pitting for. But thanks for taking the time. Unfortunate you're here again, but here we are. Our championship tonight, though, you'll be up there for our 4600.
Yep. Thank you so much, everybody. Good luck at the races.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Now, listen to that. This is a technician. This is a guy who does everything absolutely 100%. They practice, they do everything, and he went out on course without the right tools. So it happens to the best of us.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's just tough break for that. And then he was having that transmission issue as well. And yeah, it's not worth tearing up a car when it's not ready to go if you're battling in mid-pack. So I understand that strategy well, but hopefully you can get a Vaughn getting Junior up there and see what happens. It looks like that's James Mahoney possibly.
Yeah, beat me to it.
Hey, I got you on this one, huh? So James Mahoney in that Ferravani car. Again, we've said it time and time again, but I remember when that car got debuted multiple years ago. I'm going to say 6-8 years ago, and it was a car ahead of its time, and it's still out here racing with us. And we saw Ian Quintanez earlier. He was rolled over or had a tip-over alert, so I'm glad to see him back and going. Oh, here's Levi Shirley in the AMSOIL hot pits. Looks like fuel for sure. Looks like they're having a chat. Don't look like they're in a huge hurry to put fuel in.
Yeah, no, they're just standing around. Let's just see what happens here, see what the body language is.
Oh, they're not. Yeah, okay. They're putting the fuel back down, so they're definitely chasing an issue. I don't know if that's brakes or steering. There's Ryan Rockhold. Again, everybody's out there helping everyone. There's Jared Brazier. Everybody's out here to help. There's Josh Smith off his race yesterday as well. And here's Brett Terrell. Look at him at the Spider Track backstretch up over 100 miles an hour. He's got to hit the brakes. He's going to take a hard right and then go up through the mountains through this tight technical little area with a lot of ups and downs through here.
Yeah, Brett Harrow's been taking it nice and steady on the first couple of laps, but I think this might be strategic. He's now up into 16th place as he started that third lap. This race is about to come alive, Miles.
Yeah, we heard the crew chief, Chris, for Gomez Brothers Racing saying that JP was down to second gear only. Darian was having some issues as well, and Raul is getting ready to turn up. But there's our physical race leader. It is Waylon Campbell here in the AMSOIL hot pits, just in front of Levi Shirley. So Waylon Campbell getting some fuel. We'll see what else they're doing. It looks like they're checking maybe brakes
it looks like
or
brake
steering.
fluid. Yep, definitely brake fluid going into that vehicle. Now we need to be watching on the clock here because the car's
and a new
behind.
antenna, so they may not have very good communication between each other. So put a new antenna on the top, topping off with some brakes, checking out everything else.
Right, now let's get on this and try and find out what the next car is. See, for example, my Racing Tracks is currently showing Levi Shirley is still 3 miles out of track, but we know that he's back in the pits right now.
And there's Paul Wolf on screen.
But we are going to be seeing one of the Gomez brothers coming into pits very, very soon.
Oh, was that JP Gomez? We have a new race leader. Is he going to pull into the AMSOIL hot pits? So Waylon Campbell physically just saw him. So JP Gomez is our new physical race leader, heading out for his third lap out of 4. So next time around for JP will be the white flag.
Yep, so JP Gomez crosses the line, and he is the first car to complete 3 laps here.
But now he's heading to the AMSOIL hot pits. How fast can they get Waylon in and out?
Yeah, they were waiting for JP. That's the difference. But also JP, we know he has a transmission issue.
Oh, that's right. He only has first and second gear.
Yeah, now that puts an extreme amount of strain on those 2 gears. Transmission temperature could be a real issue for JP.
And the engine, because you're spinning it extra hard at those higher RPMs.
Yeah, look at this. It looks like they might be going for a third can as well.
And your fuel consumption is going to be different because you have to spin it harder to go faster.
Absolutely.
So, we'll see how this all plays out. But is he going to be able to get in and out before Levi Shirley? And Chris waves him off.
Campbell.
Sorry, Waylon Campbell.
Okay, so JP is back out on track. I didn't see if Waylon's there. I don't know if we can get back round to Waylon's pit.
No, I'm pretty sure JP Gomez is first on the road.
Absolutely, because Waylon hasn't struck the timing loop yet.
Yep, right there at the race line start-finish. So JP Gomez physically out front, but with only first and second gear in that transmission. Wow, this could be really come down to an interesting
It really is
finish.
quite a race. But the one I'm interested is, where is Raul Gomez? Because Raul Gomez is the dark horse in this.
Yeah, he's got a very healthy car as well. Ooh, Waylon still in the pits. I hate to see that. The whole the whole Rance family down there helping the the Campbells. There was.
Okay, now I can hear a car coming through.
So that's Levi.
That is Levi. Yes.
He's a lap down. He is just now halfway through his race, so he is 1 lap down off the leaders. And now it's Darian Gomez through the race line start-finish. So physically on course is JP Gomez and then his nephew, Darian Gomez. We'll see if Darian hops into the AMSOIL hot pits or not.
So right now it's JP Gomez, followed by Darian Gomez leading this race.
He should come into this camera any second.
No, Darian Gomez is already through. Darian Gomez is already in pits. No, he's in pits and changing the spare.
Perfect.
You can just see him there changing the spare wheel. And it looks like Darian's back out on course.
So in and out for Darian. So now physically out front is JP Gomez, then Darian Gomez. How far back is Waylon Campbell?
Well, and also, let's not forget, we've also got Raul Gomez. Now, Raul Gomez on adjusted time is capable of taking both of these two.
As long as he's in town here in the next couple.
Now, that's a white flag coming out, and that looks like Waylon Campbell.
So the white flag is out. We are on our last lap for the 4,400 main event.
So our top 3 right now, it is JP Gomez, followed by Waylon Campbell, and then Darian Gomez. Adjusted time, keeping Waylon Campbell ahead of Darian on adjusted time. But Darian does have track position, and this is a very difficult course to pass on.
And so, adjusted time is really going to play its toll right here. So Waylon Campbell is sitting in a very nice spot if the car is still healthy.
Yeah, very, very true indeed. Now, there is tactics that could come into play here. My mind does weird and twisted things, Miles.
All day long.
All day long. And I'm thinking to myself, well, what if Raul Gomez, okay, can punch in above, keep up with Wayland, and if Darian can hold back Wayland to get a
little team playing. All right.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
I've got twisted thoughts.
I mean, there's 2 Gomez's up in the top 3 right now. How far back is Raul? And again, so JP, Wayland, and Darian were all in the Amsoil hot pits. We all know they were having issues. Not sure what's happening with Wayland. He was in there for longer than he anticipated, but was he playing smart or is he having issues? Yeah. Raul's the only car that we think is 100%.
Yeah, no, I think Raul should be due in literally any moment now, and I can tell you that Paul Wolfe is back up and running again, so that's great news for Paul Wolfe fans.
But JP Gomez, Wayland Campbell, and Darian Gomez are all on their 4th lap. So they will be getting the checkered flag in about 1 hour. So we'll be finishing or the checkered flag should be flying just after 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu.
And you can see
and
there.
Here's Raul.
Here we go.
Okay, well, let's get this on adjusted time. Raul moves into 2nd position on adjusted time with a healthy car. So I do believe we were hearing that he is going to turn the heat up on this 4th lap. Raul is going to give it all he's got.
Now they're coming in for fuel. Look at that. They're ready for him already. The fuel cans go in.
We just finished up racing in Disney, Oklahoma with a Campbell chassis sweep. Could this be a Gomez UFO Joe Thompson sweep on this one? It's going to be interesting. So a quick fuel and go. That car looks healthy. They are ready to rock. Raul Gomez is going to be lighting some fires. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. They took off 1 at a time every 30 seconds. This was a 4-lap race, and they are on their 4th lap. So they're going to finish 148 miles in total.
Now, he's got to be careful here. We say turn up the heat, but we were just chatting to Lauren Healy, one of the most successful Ultra4 racers of all time. And he said, hey, I know what I'm doing out here. I already raced out here the day before, and I still made a mistake. So Raul's got to be really careful now. Yes, turn up the heat. Yes, pile on the pressure, but just take a little bit of time in those rock canyons. Make sure you keep all 4 wheels on your wagon. Sounds simple, but it really isn't when you're on that race course.
So let's talk about a strategy right now. JP physically out front started in 7th spot. Darian in 2nd place started in 4th. Wayland started in 8th, but he's in 3rd now. And Raul started back in 12th. So on adjusted time, it is JP Gomez, Raul Gomez, Wayland, and then Darian. So Raul Gomez has a real shot at winning this race.
Yeah, no, he does. Now, the interesting thing about this, though, although Raul is physically a 2nd behind JP Gomez, actually has
adjusted time.
Yeah, adjusted time. This is what I'm getting at. Raul is actually is 2nd on adjusted time. He does have that buffer of Darian and Wayland between him and his brother JP. Now, many things can happen in a 37-mile loop of this race.
Oh, absolutely, especially when you're pushing all you got. Oh, and just about pushing, he blew the berm. So that is Wayland Campbell right behind. Oh, going for the pass?
Oh,
no, he's going to block him. So JP, no, is that Darian?
No, that's Darian.
So Darian and Wayland Campbell are in a dogfight. Darian Gomez just blew that corner at race mile number 3. You know Wayland's all over that push to pass, but this is a race. Anything can happen.
Yep.
But Wayland is all over Darian's tail.
Yeah, in fairness, Darian should actually step out of his way. As Wayland does have him on adjusted time already.
But like you were just talking about,
well,
they're playing the game. This is racing.
Yeah, his dad and his brother and his uncle are in front of him, and Wayland's hunting them down. I'd probably be quite wide at this moment.
So this is the old 2 taps or 2 toots and a tap here.
Yeah,
we'll
exactly.
see if Wayland can sneak up on a Darian and get him a little upset.
2 toots, 2 taps. 2 ton.
That's what I'm talking about. This is Ultra4 racing. Obviously, we don't want to, total their car or anything, but hey, this is racing. Get out of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you've caught someone, you've already beaten them on adjusted time. Step to the side, gentlemen, or step to the side, girlies, and let's get out of the way and let's get some good racing done. I suffered that in Portugal only a couple of weeks ago. I met some people who really didn't want to get out of the way. It was very, very frustrating.
So our next camera we will see them at is at race mile 9 at the Brannock Falls. So who's going to get there first? I mean, we know JP's up there, but Darian and Waylon are nose to tail, and then Raul's not too far back. And on adjusted time, I think this is Raul's race because JP is down to 2 gears, and there is a lot of high-speed sections. So, but Raul's got lap traffic with JP, Darian, and Waylon. So we'll see. There's Paul Wolf coming back.
Yeah.
Again, he is a lap down, but as long as he can finish 2/3 of this race, he'll get some finishing points.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm just looking at the tracker at the moment. I'm just trying to work out lap traffic. And in fact, these guys, they've got some lap traffic, but it's nowhere near as heavy as it could be. We've got quite a few stock cars out there on course. Well, I'm amazed at how many vehicles we do actually have who are already on their 3rd lap.
If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Jim Marsden. And there goes Raul Gomez at race mile 3. So he's, what's that, about 3-4 minutes behind Wayland and Darian? So that's on adjusted time. They are nose to tail.
Yeah, quite literally at the moment. I'm just looking at the splits between these. So Raul Gomez on adjusted time is currently in 2nd position, 2 minutes behind his brother, JP. But he is only, you're not going to believe this, 5 seconds ahead of Waylon Campbell on adjusted time.
How crazy is that?
This is what we're talking about. Darian holding up Waylon.
And so he's slowing Waylon down, letting his dad, Raul, catch him.
Exactly. So Waylon really does need to make the pass on Darian so he can start chasing down JP. And he will know probably, because you can bet your life, that the Campbell pits are listening to our live feed, so they'll know that JP is running wounded.
Yep.
If Waylon could get out there and put some pressure on him, who knows what can happen.
And just think of that. There's so much that could play into this because Wayland is in the dust of Darian. So
is that Paul
if he's, yes, it is. But if he steps out at the wrong time, he could clip a rock. So Wayland has to be patient but be smart and aggressive all at the same time. As Paul Wolf is in the Amsoil hot pits, there's Ryan Rockhold and Jared helping out the whole team. There's Uncle Robert making sure everything's going smooth. Hopefully they can send Paul Wolf out for another lap to get some of those finishing points, because he is currently sitting in 5th position, but I think he's got a great shot to move up because he did not have a very good King of the Hammer. So if he can finish at least on the lead lap, he could move up a couple spots.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all to play for here. This is Ultra4 racing. This is some of the toughest off-road racing in the world.
White flag is out for Paul Wolf.
Now,
so Paul Wolf is still down a lap, but this is a Grand Prix finish, so once the white flags it flies for everybody.
Yeah, so the best that Paul Wolf can get is 3 laps of this 4 laps race.
Which is enough. So what's that? What position does that put him in currently?
Let's scroll down my page. He's currently in 20.
Speed Sport is live from Legends of Havasu, presented by Toyota. Let's go places. Taking a look at the famed London Bridge here in Lake Havasu City, Arizona. And we are live here in the Vendor Village area here in Lake Havasu. Ralph Shaheen and Ken Stout with you on a very pleasant Saturday afternoon here in Arizona. Sun is bright, bit of a breeze though building, and that's going to be a story here.
Yeah, that is going to be a story. Unfortunately, what we're hearing is a schedule adjustment. I want to say that. They'll get all the racing in, and, of course, we're focusing now on the F1 Powerboat Series. They're going to have to make an adjustment there because they're expecting some significant wins that will roll in here tomorrow and could potentially cancel the entire program. This is their finale as well, championships on the line, so they're going to add a bunch of racing in today. So good news is if you're here today and if you're watching today, you're going to see a whole bunch of boat racing.
Yeah, there is going to be boat racing. It's just going to take place today, not tomorrow. And there you are looking live into where the boats are going to be racing here in Lake Havasu. They've been out setting the course, getting ready for that, the F1 Powerboats. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we'll get you back to Ultra4 here in a little bit as they wrap up that. But what we did complete last night was bull riding. Pickle Fork was in action.
Pickle Fork was in action. He was right at the very end of the show, but I've got, you know what, hats off to the entire production team, to the staff over there. It was extremely entertaining. If you happen to catch it, you know what I'm talking about. The long round, I think there were 7, maybe 8 riders. There was a couple, 2, 3 long rounds, right, that managed to hang on to the bull. But then in the short round, where there's 8 riders left and 8 bulls, I want to say that 5 to 6 of them made a full 8-second run. They had to draw a bull, right? I mean, cowboy for bull, and nobody took Pickle Fork, shocker, right, until the very last guy. But the very last guy had said in the beginning, I'm going to pick him no matter what. If I'm first up and I have a choice, I'm going to pick him. And if I'm last and he's left, I'm good to go with it. It said he wanted to ride him. They said, do you think you can ride him? He said, I know I can ride him. Well,
he rode him for about a second and a half.
Pickle Fork taught him a little different.
Let's take a look at the highlights, Ken.
So this is Bryce Burnell here. As you can see, we're talking about these guys hanging on for 8 seconds and some amazing rides on these incredibly strong animals. And
wow.
Bryce Burnell does a great job, finished up in second place. How about this one? By the way, Bryce Burnell riding a bull named Night Sweats. This one called Shark Bait, and this is Hudson Belton. Woo. And finished up in first place. Nice job for him. And then Pickle Fork in action right there.
Ride me, will ya?
He's like, come on, man. You didn't even hang on for 2 seconds.
So I raised the question with you earlier today. Would you take Pickle Fork now or Mike Tyson in his heyday? Same amount of money, let's say $1 million. Which would you do?
I'm going with Pickle Fork. I'm just thinking, 1.5 seconds, I'm done. I'm hoping I land not too hard and I get up and walk away like that guy did. I mean, I know exactly what's going to happen if I get in the ring with Tyson.
Yeah, but I'm going to sleep for a week and a half, but then I'm going to be all done. It's all good after that.
I'm out, man. I'm not getting in the ring with Tyson now. I wouldn't get in there with him now.
No.
Never mind in his prime.
I wonder if Tyson would get in the ring with Pickle Fork.
Shit. Oh,
that's a question.
That's a question. He'd get in there and hit him one time, see if he can knock him out.
I don't know, man. Getting around those horns, you see how big those horns are?
I know. It's massive, massive animal.
There's nowhere to escape that guy. I mean,
watching
his head, his horns,
watching how violent those things are in the pen while the Cowboys are getting on the bull. Just their head movement, it is violent. I mean, it is skull-crushing violent.
Literally.
For sure. I mean, it's sketchy stuff.
It might be the wildest. When we leave here this weekend, Pickle Fork might be.
Pickle Fork is leading in name mentions.
He might be the one thing everybody remembers about Legends of Havasu, right? Oh, man. We were talking earlier as well with Joey about Kokomo's. It's one of the things that's legendary about coming here to Havasu, and they were having some fun over there. Jet skis in a pool. I know you and I have both called a lot of jet ski and personal watercraft racing. I've never called one in a pool.
I watched him at Gomez is legendary out here. We saw him perform at MAO, Mid-America Outdoors, but that was in a lake. I've never seen anything like this happen in a pool. His skills are second to none.
Some serious height, too.
Great stuff.
Man, that is wild. Our producer was just jumping in our ear about the first time we saw guys do a flip with a personal watercraft, and now you see guys doing it in a pool.
So I was shocked. I don't know that I'd ever seen a backflip done until MAO earlier this year. When I watched it, I was like, oh, my goodness, I didn't even know that was possible. So Jim's our producer saying Rick Roy is the first one to do it.
96.
He said 1997. Wow.
Man.
Was it on purpose?
Yeah. That's like the first time Travis did the backflip, and you thought, well, that's the end of that. Now what? There's
Remember
no way
back
they
in the
could do
jet
anything
ski
else.
racing days, probably going back into the 90s, I mean, they would all take off on the beach and over the big waves, and, the stand-up jet skis, much like that one right there. It's super talented riders, and those things were rocket ships.
Of course, Havasu, the home of the Jet Ski World Finals, so it's a big deal here every year. And Ultra4 is becoming a big deal and a big part of racing heritage. here in Lake Havasu area. Ultra4 is underway, so let's head back out there as they close out the 2023 season. Here's Jim and Miles.
So JP's back out there at race mile 9 through the Brannock Falls. How far back is Darian? How far back is Waylon? Did Waylon get around Darian yet? And then Raul on adjusted time. This is going to be the interesting 1-2 play.
Yeah, just looking at the tracker right now, Miles, and it is very close indeed. I mean, my tracker is showing that Wayland is right on top of JP.
And it looked like it could have been a flat tire on JP. I couldn't quite tell, but getting a little update from the keyboard warriors. And there's Philip McGilton, who is in the mix for the national championship. Obviously, he's a little bit off pace, but he could still. Oh, Waylon has gotten around Darian Gomez, so Waylon Campbell is trying to chase down JP Gomez, and he is all over the throttle. The car looks good. He's got communication.
No, he hasn't. That aerial's gone again.
The antenna has lost it again. So, hey, he's going blind. This is just light the tires with some fire. Let her see what happens. Again, Waylon is not in it for points, so I would be in it for glory right now.
Yeah, Waylon's been the nearly man for so many years. He has nearly won King of the Hammers. He's nearly won every race. He nearly won in Disney last year. He has taken down some incredible places, but could this be the big one for Waylon Campbell? As we're watching Phil McGilton, who's our highest placed solid axle car right now, and he is racing for national points championships. And that looks like Bailey Campbell coming onto shot. Now, we've not seen much of Bailey.
She's a little off pace. She was one I really thought would do well at this race, but
well, she's still top 10.
Okay, I'm getting an update. JP does not have a flat tire. We kind of checked the replay on that, and everything is good with JP, but he is down to only first and second gear in his transmission.
Right, worth talking about this right now. In our top 5 at this moment on racing on their completed 3 laps, we have Brian Crofts, who's currently in 5th. In 4th, it's Darian Gomez. In 3rd, it's Waylon Campbell. In 2nd, it's Raul Gomez. And then in 1st, it's JP Gomez. However, that's not quite how it is on track. That is how it is on adjusted time. On track, it's JP Gomez first, being followed by Waylon Campbell. And the difference between Waylon Campbell and Raul Gomez is a very small amount. We are down to seconds after over 3 hours of racing.
It sounds like Chip McLaughlin.
Now, this is another one I'm going to throw at you, because Darian's dust could actually slow down his dad.
So do you think he'll pull over and let his dad around?
Well, who knows?
I wonder if Darren's not going to get his allowance next week.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, hey, Dad, I need a really nice Christmas present. And
no, I do know Darian works as well, but yeah, I know. All in good fun. And I'm getting an update through the rugged radios. It sounds like Chip McLaughlin is coming in, and he has 2 rear flat tires, so that's going to slow him down.
Definitely, but it's all about this young lady right now. That was Bailey Campbell. Now, who is
Somebody
this?
Somebody has pulled off. That is a single-seat car. Is that Raul? No, those are BFG tires.
That's the 777.
Okay, that's Harold Fidgeman.
Yes, that is Harold Fidgeman.
So that is a 2-seat Jimmy's car. Not sure what was going on there. As Bailey Campbell coming through, she'll be grabbing the checkered flag at the race line start-finish.
The white flag.
Oh, sorry. White flag. The next time around will be the checkered. White flag goes for Bailey Campbell.
Yep, so Bailey Campbell, she comes round now. What position is she sitting in? She is currently in 6th position. And she is behind her fiancé, Brian Crofts.
So Bailey Campbell in that 6th position. She's still doing well as Roger King is at race mile number 3.
Yeah, so we've got 2. So what do we got? We've actually got 3. Love this. 3 Campbell chassis in the top 6 and 3 UFO chassis in the top 6.
Wow, domination up front.
And so we've got 3 Gomez's and, 2 Campbells technically and a Campbell's Crofts.
That's pretty impressive. Here's Raul Gomez, physical 4th, but on adjusted time, it's looking good. So he is through the Brannock Falls that Waylon got around Darren. So that is physical 3rd.
Yeah, let me have a look here, see if I can find Darian on track.
Oh,
yeah, Darian is
Darian
actually showing us
stopped at race mile 6.
Now, we saw him go off course, which is unusual for Darian, if I'm completely honest. He's a good wheel warrior.
When he blew that corner.
Exactly. So was he carrying a problem? Had he blown a shaft? Had something else happened to him, maybe, that's then caused him to pull off this track? Right, okay, here's Chip McLaughlin.
Look at this. Look how shredded those rear tires. He must have been driving on that for quite some time. And look at the tire tied around. Hopefully it didn't do any damage to the brakes. They are checking that, but it looks like it's okay. Uh-oh. They are checking it. That's John Williams saying, hey, let's see what kind of tools they're grabbing. But, yeah, obviously he's hitting rocks because there aren't any trees out there, so he's got to hit something. As he's got that cacti on the top of his car.
Yeah, they're using the Maxxis Razor tires.
Okay, they're going to get the old vice grip trick, so I think that tire did do damage to his brake lines in the back.
Now, lots of these cars actually have cut-off valves, so they can actually
cut it off from the cab, right?
Yeah, look it out from the cab. But if you haven't got those, the best thing is a set of vice grips, or mole grips as we like to call them in England.
And then a lot of duct tape.
Yeah, well, a load of tape or some zip ties.
I'd say both.
If you can't fix it with zip ties and race tape, then it's time to go home.
Exactly.
This is a great shot of this car here. Just look at the way this rear engine tribe vehicle, and you can see the jack, you can see the spare drive shafts, the warning triangles. And also, did you notice it still has the spare tyre in the back there?
Yeah, but he had 2 flats.
Yeah, well, he didn't want to get out, did he?
Looks like they're folding up Cody Addington's tarp. Hate to hear he's out of the race. But what a great showing. A lot of spectators came out to enjoy this, so thanks for everybody for coming out on site. And they're back in Vendor Village and all over the world, tuning in to Ultra4 USA at AOED.TV and Speedsport.tv. Oh, and here's Shannon Campbell coming in. Looks like once again grabbing some fuel.
Okay, I've got some news for you.
Let's hear it.
I think, and I'm looking at my tracker right now. No, I'm going to wait for my trackers to ping before I come back to you. But I might have some news, and it is regarding the lead vehicles of this race. But I will come back to you shortly as we watch three-time king Shannon Campbell in the pits right now. And there is his daughter, Bailey Campbell, heading on out. And don't forget, you can go across to Racing Tracks, that's tracks with an X.com, and pick up all the tracker information, just as we see it here, as Shannon Campbell crosses the line. Shannon Campbell is in 8th position provisionally, just behind Bailey Campbell, who's just behind Chip McLaughlin. Now, Chip is having a fantastic race here, although he has been passed by Bailey Campbell as he has to have those tyres changed.
And another update from Pam Hall down in the AMSOIL hot pits. Levi Shirley blew an alternator belt. The car got hot and boiled all of the coolant. It sounds like they are trying to put coolant back in the system, and they're back in the race. And there's the Spider Track backstretch. That could be Weston Jones, possibly.
Right, I'm just looking at my tracker right now. It does look like Waylon Campbell is catching JP Gomez.
Wow, and there's Harold. No, that's Ian Cotton, number 135. There's 3 of those Jimmy's cars that look very, very similar. But, yeah, so Waylon is starting to chase down JP. Remember, Waylon has all of his gears, and JP is down to just first and second.
Yeah,
so
in
the high-speed section, Waylon definitely has the advantage.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just about to come onto that very high-speed section around about race mile 16 and 17, which is, I think you call that the Spider Tracks back straight.
Correct, yep.
Yeah, now, I don't know if we have a drone over in that direction.
We absolutely have a drone and a camera, so that's the next one to watch. And here is JP Gomez, our physical race leader. How far back is Waylon to Campbell? We'll have to stick with these shots here and see what is going on.
Now we need to start our unofficial race clock right now.
So there is Paul Wolf. We'll see how soon it is for Waylon Campbell to come in screen at race mile 17 at the Spider Track backstretch. And Waylon only started 30 seconds behind JP.
You're not going to believe this. I'm showing Waylon Campbell has stopped on course.
Oh, no! The plots are still playing. This is going to be a race to the finish. Can JP Gomez win this race with a hurt transmission? It's anybody's game. How far back is Raul now?
Well, Raul's showing around about 3 miles behind the leading two races, which are JP Gomez and Waylon Campbell at this moment. But Waylon is showing as stationary, and I can tell you now that JP's...
Raul just updated as well. He's moving.
Yeah, and I can tell you now that JP's tracker has just blipped again, and he has actually got around about a 2 mile lead now on Waylon Campbell, who's still showing as stationary.
And this is a great shot. So Waylon Campbell is probably up there and about 3/4 away in our screen. But man, I don't see him.
Yeah, somebody's coming in.
So speaking about racingtracks.com, Jim, let's kind of give these guys guys and gals an update on how this works.
Okay, so this is our course map right now. So you can see all of these different colored dots all over there, and each of these dots has a number. The numbers relate to the race numbers of the race vehicles themselves. Now we can see number 3 there, just around between race mile 15 and race mile 16, and you can see that there's a little red dot at the bottom of them. So there we go. It says Bailey Campbell, but it's actually Waylon Campbell, and we can see the updated last at the at 1:35. We can see it's at 0 mile an hour, and we can see that he is located at just beyond race mile 15 and is on lap 4 of 4. So much frustration for Waylon, so much frustration for the Campbells as well.
Now,
if we look at the top there, yeah, well, if we pop up there to number 82, which is just beyond race mile 17. There he is, and that there is JP Gomez right now, and he is still motoring. We know he's got a hurt transmission, but he is our current race leader on adjusted time and physically. And if we can look back down, we just switched off of that, but that's no problem. But that gives you a great idea. I was just going to say, if we can have a look at 83, that is around about race mile 13, and that is Raul Gomez. That gives you some idea of the distances between these vehicles.
And he was going at 27 miles an hour as well.
Absolutely, but he pinged a little while before, so I'm expecting suddenly Raul Gomez to appear very close to Waylon Campbell. So what's happened to Waylon? Has he got a problem that he can fix? Is it a flat tyre? We can only guess at this stage.
So as we wait for Raul Gomez to come through, I see some dust moving in the background. I have another special guest in the Warren booth with me, Liam O'Donnell. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Watching some awesome Ultra4 racing.
This is what I say at every race. This is one of the best races we've ever had, and then here we are. This is one of the best races we've ever had.
I know. I'm like, I think Waylon's going to catch him. I think he's going to catch him, and then I hear you say, yeah, he's pulled over. I'm like, God.
Yeah, so you're part of USAC, our sanctioning body. You're over everything. You work very closely with JT Taylor, our Ultra4 USA race director, and you've been a busy guy this season. And thanks for everything you do behind the scenes, because obviously you do have a lot of weight on your shoulders from time to time, but you always carry it with a smile or maybe a little stern look sometimes.
Yes, there's a lot of people out there that they see me coming and it's like, what did I do? And sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing, but. For the most part, I just I wanted everything to be safe, and at the end of the day, crack a cold one and talk about the day you just had.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just like fishing stories. It's racing stories. You have to be stern but fair. And, again, thanks for everything you've done for this season. It's been so much fun. I've really enjoyed working with you. And we get to put on these amazing races. It's just you can't get much better.
Yeah, it's you guys do a great job in here, and I didn't want the whole season to go by and not come in here and just say thank you to all the guys in production. The whole crew in Ultra4 USA is fantastic. JT does a great job. Caleb and Weaver, they always kill it, and Bailey and Angel and Carly and in the merch trailer, just everybody, Gus. it's a big family, and it's great to be here.
Yeah, we
to
have a
work
great
alongside.
team, and just like you're saying, it is a family. And we've been traveling the whole United States all season long, and that's
That looks like
Waylon
Waylon.
Campbell. Yeah, so Waylon Campbell is back in action. So whatever happened, look at the rear body panel is off. So my unofficial is a 5-minute 15 time split in front of JP. So, and there's Raul, wasn't it? Was that Raul? Yes, it was. So Raul is right on Waylon. So on adjusted time, Raul is in front of Waylon and really close. No, so on adjusted time, it should be JP, Raul, then Waylon. So we'll see how this all shakes out. We got a race on our hands,
I know,
Landon.
but I'm not even paying attention to you. I'm watching the screen.
I get that a lot. No harm, no foul there. But yeah, again, we were talking about just the entire season, and now we're here at Legends of Havasu for the national championship. We've done a lot of really cool stuff to get to this place.
Yeah, it's one of the things that is so exciting about Ultra4 is the different types of terrain. We've been in my backyard back in Pennsylvania, and here we are out in the desert. And for the guys that were saying, Ultra4 is getting too easy.
Here we are.
I say, man, you can come out here and take a look at this course today, and it's brutal.
Absolutely. And then we'll kick off at King of the Hammers once again. Here in just a few months, it's going to sneak up here before we know it. And then the next season, a lot of people were super excited about it, and I am personally as well. And it's going to be another good one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I saw the schedule, and kind of mapping out my little trips that I'm going to have to be making. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. As you know, I brought my kid along with me a few times, Caitlin. And,
that's pretty cool.
She's like, all right. She's already trying to figure out which one she can scam her way into going to.
Well, she just needs to get a race car and come racing with us. What are you waiting on, Dad?
Yeah, talk to Mom.
I get that. Well, awesome. Thanks for everything you do. Always a pleasure.
Thank
you. Proud to call you a friend.
Right on. Same here, bud.
All right. Leo, don't.
Okay, and still the action continues here at the 2023 Legends of Havasu. What a race, Miles.
That is Jeff Wagner. We saw him pulled off earlier at the Brannock Falls, so great to see him going. This is race mile about 27, so when we saw him pulled over, that was race mile 9. So he wasn't stopped long. Whatever it was quick and easy, and he was back under action. We are on our fourth lap, our fourth and final lap. We started racing at 10 a.m., so 3 hours and 42 minutes ago. We started off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. It's a 4-lap race, 37 miles apiece, 148 in total, and we are on our fourth and final lap. We are probably about a half hour away from the checkered flag flying. Who's going to grab it? Is it going to be J.P. Gomez, Waylon Campbell, or Raul Gomez? It's going to be a race to the finish.
Well, I can tell you now that Waylon's chances are slipping away, as I can see he's stopped once again on course.
Oh, we saw him move, and he stopped again.
Yep, so I think at the moment what you're looking at is J.P. Gomez being chased down by his older brother, Raul Gomez.
Oh, so Darian was stopped for a while, too, so who's going to be sneaking up the rear looking for that third position?
I think it's going to be Brian Crofts.
Well, he moved for a moment and then stopped again, so yeah, Brian Crofts could possibly get that third position. But Waylon's still not out of the dogfight yet. Hopefully he can
There's a lot
going.
of racing yet to come, and Chip McLaughlin is still driving hard here.
So and Chip is in 6th position, and we do know that Darian stopped and Waylon stopped. So Chip McLaughlin, keep moving.
Yeah,
keep moving,
absolutely.
buddy.
And don't forget, JP is running a wounded transmission at the moment. So, it does actually look like, although he's not there at the moment, that Chip McLaughlin could be moving into 4th or 5th position.
Wonk. Chris Barnett just texted me, Darian lost all forward gears. So Darian sounds like he is out of the race with that transmission. We were talking, Chris was talking about the transmission was getting a little hot. We was a little bit worried about it, but what do? You keep racing. Well, it sounds like he's out of the race, and that's way too far to drive in reverse. I know HART stands for something. It's not race.
Yeah, no, that's never going to happen. That's the time to park it up, take the helmet off.
Speed Sport live from Legends of Havasu, presented by Toyota. Let's go places. Hi, everybody. Ralph Shaheen, Ken Stout back here with you in the Vendor Village area. As you can see from our box here on the screen, boat racing is underway, Ken, finally out on the lake.
Yeah, super exciting there. We know that they were testing. They were practicing a little bit yesterday, but finally out there getting ready to earn some points. So they'll have, I'm not sure what the format is, and it might be a condensed format given the schedule has now been condensed into one day, but they'll typically have 2, possibly 3 different heat races that they'll compete in, and then, of course, they'll have their final as well, earning points all along the way for an overall.
And I don't want you to worry. We will show you the finish of the Ultra4 season finale and the champions being crowned. They're a few minutes away from that happening.
That doesn't look proper
you're
right
not
there.
supposed to have the buoy on the boat. You're supposed to go around those. That's a problem.
Yeah, crazy stuff. We'll see if we can figure out what's going on.
Yeah, let's go ahead and head on out to the Formula One powerboat races here at Lake Havasu.
The person we were just talking about, Fearless Foster, came off of the beach. That thing went pink, and he raced the whole race with that. And he actually, I think, finished like 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, Dylan Anderson had that last year at the Battle on the San Jacinto just outside of Houston. He didn't fare nearly as well as Greg. That's probably more has to do with Greg just not caring, right? Yeah. Greg's like, I'll be fine. They're like, no, dude, it's going to make it more kitey. It might blow over. He's like, trust me, I'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know who I am? I'm Greg Foster. He's going to be missed, man. One of the most unique individuals I've had the pleasure of spending my entire life around. I think the first time I met Greg Foster, let's put it this way. I can tell you the first time I met Greg Foster, I don't remember it because I wasn't old enough to remember.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the La Victoria Salsa days and the Sherwin-Williams or Pioneer Casino, right? Running one of the first original Lee all composite Formula One hulls in the United States. We're talking probably 89, 90, 91. I can remember him at the Minneapolis Aquatennial, a part of the International Outboard Grand Prix. Red and yellow, Pioneer Casino on the side, Greg Foster behind the wheel, and people are like, who in the good Lord is this guy? And he's just, lane 1 to lane 7, he's all over, he's about to blow it over like 7 times, right, in qualifying alone, but he came out, I think he won the 140 race, or maybe even won the champ class, I can't remember. Yeah, maybe both, for sure, right? There's a couple of guys like him and Felix Sorales who have done things like that, where they go out and one weekend win both races, like, well, it was a good weekend.
Yeah.
I got 2 trophies.
I did attend his funeral service. That was about a month ago down in California. And to tell you, to our race fans, Greg Foster touched a lot of people's life in all of the different sporting events that he did. There was over 500 people that attended his funeral service. It was an amazing sight. You were just talking about some of the different boats that he's ran in his life. They got together, the family did, and it was, I don't know how long, it was tables of all of his different uniforms, his helmets, there's pictures, there's trophies. It was like, did they bring a semi-truck in to bring all of his awards in? Because he has had so much that he can say, I did this and I did that.
Yeah, and you love those characters, right? Another character that we lost earlier this year, the great Bumpin' Bobby Briggs out of Toledo, Ohio. I had the pleasure of spending a lot of time with Bobby and his crew chief Ryan Kurtz over the years on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, right? They were not the typical insiders that had been generational, right? A part of boat racing. They were kind of outsiders coming in, brought in by outside people, stuck around. I think Bobby's first race with the F1 Powerboat Championship Series was back in 2018, Toledo, Ohio. He ran Mike Clapadlo's Seabold Formula One that was built for Carlos Curry, so it had a large capsule, big tunnel, and it was squished, so it had a lot of lift in it. And he had a lot of lift in that boat, and that was Bobby's first race. And then they picked up a Grand Prix from Tim Kraft, and he ran that up until earlier this year. And it was terrible that we lost both Bobby and Greg. Obviously different situations for both, but we still lost them both this year. And we're a small, tight-knit family. It's always tough when we lose any of them. Regardless of the circumstances, Greg fought a great fight, and he did touch a lot of lives, and he will be very much missed, and in our hearts and and everybody's watching down from above, getting as we get ready to do these first of 2 Formula One qualifying heats. And talking about Formula One, it's such a tight battle right now. The one name that we didn't even bring up that I think might pull it off this weekend is the 52 of Chris Rinker. This driver, I think, is on the cusp. He laid down a 30.867 in his backup boat, right? Second race in his backup boat since he destroyed his primary boat that's now in France, getting put back together. But he lays down a 38.67, 21 thousandths off our pole sitter, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, that 52 of Chris Rinker. We had a chance to sit down with him yesterday. Let's see where the mindset's at for the 52 of Chris Rinker. They call him the real deal. We'll be right back with the start of first of 2 qualifying heats here after this interview with the 52 of Chris Rinker. All right, looks like we are a lot closer than I thought.
Well, while they are getting ready for the heat races to get underway, we're going to send you right back to Miles and Jim, keep you up to speed with the Ultra4 competition.
10 miles south of Lake Havasu City on this 7,500-acre plot that is normally open to the public.
As you say, this place is usually open to the public, and you can come out here and play. That's one of the wonderful things we have about America, or one of the wonderful things you have in America, is all these OHV parks. They're absolutely incredible. As we watch 3-time king Shannon Campbell making his way down the waterfall. I don't think Shannon Campbell can actually put it onto the podium, but he's going very strongly indeed, and he's looking like he will have a top 10 finish.
And Marco says, the Campbell-Gomez battle is fun to watch, but he said, yes, we will see you at King of the Hammers. Curtis is tuning in. He's been watching all weekend long, so everybody's having fun. And it is down to the wire. This is going to be an absolute race to the finish between JP, Waylon, and Raul. We know JP's transmission's hurt. Waylon had some issues. He was pulled over for a bit. Did he get moving again? No, he is still stopped. So
he has actually moved, and then he stopped again.
So right now it is JP out front and then Raul behind him. But let me do some quick math. It looks like JP needs to beat Raul by 2.5 minutes.
Correct. But Raul is starting to lay down the pace now. He has a fresh car. What can he do? Can he turn up the heat? I'm looking here, and I can tell you now, just looking at the tracker, he is closing the gap on JP.
So it's 2:30 split between JP and Raul on adjusted time, and it looks like they're about 2 miles, maybe 3, between 2 and 3 miles spread apart on racingtracks.com, racingtracks.com, or go to live.ultra4racing.com for the timing. Also, we have here in the Warren studio. And there goes Jeff Wagner, I believe. Yes, it is. That IFS IRS Triton engineering machine plugging away. So, wow, this is going to be down to the wire. Oh, there's JP Gomez, our physical race leader. So this must be right around race mile 27. So yes, we are 10 miles away from the checkered flag flying here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu for the National Championship.
I have to say, this is absolutely exciting stuff. We've got the first 2 cars. We've got JP Gomez, we've got Raul Gomez, and they are going to be so close on adjusted time. But then behind them, we've got Brian Cross, we've got Bailey Campbell, and of course we've got Chip McLaughlin. And there is nothing to choose between these vehicles. I don't know if Brian's got a problem, but he certainly doesn't seem to be moving with the pace that he was earlier on today.
So now it's Bailey Campbell in the mix, and she is in second national points. So if Brian Cross doesn't finish, she could end up taking the national championship away from her fiance Brian Crofts. That'll be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, it's astonishing stuff.
But it's all in good fun. That is an absolute fact with Ultra4 USA.
Yep, and this is the car of Jeff Wagner. You might recognize it is Lauren Healy's I say old, it wasn't old at all.
Old new car.
Old new car. This is the IFS and IRS car.
Debuted that at King of the Hammers 2022, raced it this year as well, and was planning on racing it until somebody Jeff came along and wanted it worse than he did. There's Ian still plugging away, the 135. And another Jimmy's car. That's race mile number 3.
Now, the interesting thing is they come through this technical area, and it does get very technical around the sort of that race mile 23 to 26. That's actually going to really play into the hands. It's Dennis Sterndale there coming down. So I'll really play into the hands of JP Gomez because he only needs first and second gear. He won't need that third gear. It's when he gets to those longer straights. Is there enough longer straights for Raul Gomez to be able to make back on that time?
I think that's a great point. I don't think so. I think there's a couple fast sections, but not a couple triple-digit sections. There's one more down there around probably race mile 33 where you can probably sneak up on 100, but then it's a hard 90 right as Philip McGilton makes it down the Brannock Falls at race mile number 9.
Yeah, Phil McGilton, he's actually really running a great race here. He is definitively top 5. Now, he's racing for national points. Where will that put Philip McGilton? I mean, roughly.
Yeah, right now he's sitting in 3rd position. But don't forget there's a drop race. So we'll see how that all shakes out at the National Championship banquet this evening. But, yeah, he's still in the mix. Brian Cross, is he still moving, or did you say he was stopped?
No, Brian Cross is still moving for definite. But he just seemed to have dropped off the pace that we would expect for Brian.
Oh, terrible news on the rugged radio. James Mahoney have a mechanical alert on racing tracks, and Horschel's got a right front flat.
All right, well, you can see the racing continues with Ultra4. Some issues for some, like Paul Horschel there. But the boats are now ready to go, so we're going to send you right over to Thomas Yarborough and KW with the call on the boat racing.
Let's find out what's going to happen here in heat number 1. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag. Nice jump there. Oh boy, the 8 of Mayo doesn't get a great run. The 52 of Rinker gets a great run. And so does the 53 of RJ West. What a great jump with that fearless Foss motor on the back. He came screaming off the beach.
But Dylan Anderson has that inside lane, and we just lost the cowling off of Dylan Anderson, but he was able to hold it through turn 1. RJ West right on his outside on that 53 as they go nose to nose down that front stretch.
Wow, where is the 93 or 53 of RJ West coming? Yeah, the 17 of Dylan Anderson lost that back cowling. Good thing he's got the number on the side. 53 of Real Deal Chris Rinker sitting in 3rd. There's a 17 of Dylan Anderson. The 53 of RJ West is just pulling away from the field. I did not see this coming, Kay. That machine is absolutely dialed in and screaming. Maybe it's an omen for what's come in his honor and homage to the 53 of Greg Foster.
Well, it looks like the cowling of the 17 has finally made its way off the course. I was wondering if that was going to become an issue, but RJ West is screaming down the front stretch, followed by Dylan Anderson in the 17, Chris Rinker in the 52. Jeremiah, get out of my way. The 8, here comes Terry Rinker in the 10, phase 3 racing.
All right, there we follow the 53 of RJ West as he comes off of turn number 1, now puts it down the backside of the course out through this parallelogram 4-turn, 0.878 mile course. As he goes down the backside there, look, the 17 of Dylan barely stay in the view of the 53 of RJ West as this man is on a mission to show the love he had for the 53 of Greg Foster, one of his mentors. Going to the California tunnel boat for Kansas. He's fighting hard now to try to a Chris Rinker, followed by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo as they are all over each other. Those top 8 boats came within at least just a couple of seconds of one another.
Dylan Anderson went a little bit wide on that last corner. It looks like Chris Rinker is going to try and dive on the inside along with Jeremiah Mayo in the number 8. Here comes Terry Rinker in the phase 3, number 3. And way back in the back of the pack, which I was not expecting, is the 24, Spencer Love of Clover Construction.
Yeah, we got... he's back in 6th position. There's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, followed by the 10 of Terry Rinker. So teammates sitting 4th and 5th. 6th to 24 of Spencer Love. There goes Mayo, and there's his teammate. There's the 10 of Terry Flash just right there at the last second. But the 53 of RJ West coming out of turn number 2 is making a clinic out of this. I mean, he came off the beach so well that I don't know if anybody's going to have any answer for him as he now looks to eyeball the 99 of Travis Yates running that APX. Notice no lid on that 99 boat as you see the 53 will come by here. No lid on the 99. Barrel rolled yesterday, destroyed that windscreen. No backup in the trail.
Looks like we've lost the buoy to turn 1. I don't even see it out there anymore. So now they're going to have, it's wave navigated. It's loose. So that's going to change the course completely. RJ West had to go way wide. With that buoy moving around, change the obstacle a little bit. RJ had to go into turn 1, try and find that buoy, get around, follow him right Right behind him is Dylan Anderson of the Anderson Marine in the 17, the 52, and here comes Jeremiah Mayo in the Phase 3, number 8.
There we go. There's the 12 of Shane Love, deking it out with a 190. Ameristar Roofing of Dustin Terry is their way back in that 7th, 8th, 9th position. You can see there's the 12 of Sean Love getting by the 190 of Dustin Terry.
Dustin Terry almost hooks it coming out of that corner. This freelancing buoy out in turn 1 is making a big factor because they're starting to have to go way wide, ever-changing courses, not only with the water conditions, but a floating buoy. Boats are starting to come up to back traffic. This is going to get interesting because look at the gap change between RJ West in the 53 versus the 17 of Dylan Anderson.
And he gets by his teammate, the 92, Dean Comer, and gets doused is his teammate there, that 92 Dean Comer in the Mr. Buoy. There's the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Look there, bam, flash of the 52 of Chris Rinker on the screen. He just can't close the gap. The 17 of Dylan Anderson has no answer for the 53 of RJ West, as 17 Anderson's able to get by that 92 of Dean Comer again as he's continuing to fight hard. We've got 2 minutes plus 1 lap left in this 6 minutes plus 1 lap qualifying heat. There's the 52 of Chris Rinker. He's trying to find some clean water, but it is so rough out here with these drivers. It's just keeping the water churned up, making it really hard to get by the 17 of Anderson, but the 52 of Chris Rinker is fighting it. All he's got out here, we see the 17 of Anderson come off turn 1, now work his way down the backstretch.
Anderson Marine, he's going to have to fight a little bit of a stability difference with that without having that cowling on there, but he's doing a great job. One of our younger drivers out there, soon to be Papa, we all found out. Very excited for him. But we're going to
December, I believe.
Yes, and so we'll see our leader come across in the red, white, blue. Chuck Skelton racing in the number 53, RJ West, followed by the Anderson Marine out of Nashville in the 17. Chris Rinker had a great front stretch, and he's starting to catch ground quickly on Anderson.
There's the 10 of Terry Rinker. He's fighting with his teammate, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He goes down into turn number 1. Terry Rinker sitting back in 5th position, 1.8 seconds behind the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo as they keep fighting down the backstretch. He pushes it hard down through turn number 2, that chicane on the backstretch, and he goes firing down the backside. 105, 110, 115 miles an hour. Now he puts on the brakes. Actually, no brakes there. He just trims the motor in, sets that boat down in the water, turns it off in turn 2. There you see the flash of Spencer Love. Love has moved up right behind Rinker. He's closing the gap, but we've only got 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining here in this first of 2 qualifying heats.
That's not much time, especially with how this water conditions are starting to get really rough. Can Spencer Love be able to take over the 4th place away from Terry Rinker in the 10? Or will we be seeing some teammate challenges between the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo and Terry Rinker in the number 10? Phase 2-3 racing. Our leader, RJ West, goes into turn 1, banks it quick in that 53, followed by the all-blue 17, driven by young Dylan Anderson, and in 3rd is that yellow and orange 52, driven by Chris Rinker.
And there we follow the 53 of RJ West, now getting by another back marker. He goes down the far west end of the course, getting by the 14 of Andrew Tate. Tater not having a great first qualifying heat here as he's getting comfortable back in a tunnel boat. It's been a while. He's been in a lot of unlimited hydroplanes, but there's our leader as he comes across the start-finish line. The white flag is out. Go fast, turn left for the man from Manteca, California, looking to take his first heat win in a couple of years here since moving over to the APX from the Optimax with that Fearless Foster 2.5 liter V6 Mercury Outboard on the back. He's trying to grab his first checkered flag in a while. It's got to feel good for the 53 of RJ West as he works his way out of turn number 4 on its tail, across the start-finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, taking heat number 1, 53 of RJ West.
Followed by the number 17, lost the cowling right off the bat, but he's battled through to hold that second.
Well, we are back here in the vendor village as that heat race finishes with the F1 Powerboats just out in the middle of Lake Havasu over here. And as we were showing you just before the boat racing got underway, Ultra4 was getting very close to the finish, and we don't want you to miss any of that. So let's go right back to Miles' gym out in the desert for the end.
It was back and forth for a lot of these guys and gals.
Then stepped forward Darian Gomez, and he was the first to complete a lap, but then Darian had problems.
And then it was Paul Horschel, and then he came in the hot pits, had problems.
Absolutely. He led for nearly an entire lap. Then he came in and parked up, had problems with an alternator, and that passed over the lead
to JP, right?
JP, I believe.
And then he's been out front. We do know he's down to only 1st and 2nd gear, but he's able to run a couple laps that way and staying strong out there. That UFO machine has held together extremely well. Now, that looks like maybe...
Now, we have got to talk about Raul Gomez here. And we've
Shannon
also
Campbell
got
chasing
to talk
down.
about Brian Crofts, who's out there. I'm getting a strange track off of Brian Croft's tracker. So he's going to pop up at some point. Now, who is that? That looked like a Campbell car.
Yeah, that was Shannon Campbell. Oh, here we got some lap traffic.
Is that Paul Wolf?
That's Raul.
Well, he's going past Joe Gatlin. I think.
Zoom in right here. We're at racingtracks.com trying to check everything out.
Yeah, we're sitting here so urgently looking at our trackers right now, trying to work out exactly what's going on. But I can tell you that I believe that was, yes, it was. That was Raul Gomez going past Joe Gatlin.
And there's Gene Mooneyham checking everything out. So that is JP Gomez, our physical race leader, heading to the Yukon Ridge. We are 1 minute away from the checkered flag flying.
Talk to me. Right, where does Raul Gomez need to be coming in behind JP?
He's got a 2 minute, 30-second split, and then he has to beat Brian Cross by 4 minutes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is JP Gomez making his way onto the Yukon Ridge. He's coming back in. He only has 3 more turns ahead of him.
This is a skinny, whooped-out, high-speed area. They've already hit it 3 times. This is his 4th and final time. JT Taylor and Bob Bauer are at the race line, start-finish, ready to fly that checkered flag.
They've been racing out there for 4 arduous hours. All that preparation, all of that work, it comes to these final few moments, these final few bends, and it's JP Gomez coming around with 2 turns to go.
So JP Gomez has been giving it all he's got all day long. The race line start finishes right in front of him. 1 more turn to go. The checkered flag will be flying. Bob Bauer's got it out. JP Gomez unofficially finishes in first position. Now we will start our timer and see how this plays out. Again, this is my unofficial timer, but he has to beat his brother Raul by 2 minutes, 30 seconds, and then Brian Cross by 4 minutes. What a great race we just watched finish up here. JP Gomez ran one heck of a race. How far back is Raul? How far back is Brian Cross?
Yeah, this is absolutely remarkable, and there's still so much more racing to go on here, Miles. We are playing out for the podium. But it is possible that Raul Gomez could come in and take this and steal this win. But there is Paul Wolf right now. Paul Wolf is a lap down.
So how far back is Raul Gomez?
I don't think he can do it. I'm just looking here right now.
It looks like he's about 3 to 4 miles out. So I don't think he's got how far back is Crofts? Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure JP unofficially just won this race.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, but you can guarantee that Raul will be giving it everything as he makes his way in. But I'd like to know where Brian Crofts is right now, because I've got a feeling that he could just pop up at any moment.
And there's Sterndale still cooking along, but what a race we had on our hands. It was a race to the finish, and we are not done yet. Remember, they took off 1 at a time, 30-second increments. This race was on adjusted time.
Yeah, I can tell you now that Bailey has now passed her brother Wayland.
And now that the checkered flag is out for JP, it is out for the rest of the field. So Ian Cantonez will finish a lap down.
Yeah, and this is very cool as well. Chip McLaughlin is still going incredibly strong. And there's only about a mile between them. This could actually...
there's Brian Cross as we speak. So this is race mile 27, right? Yeah, so he's still a ways back. So that puts him 10 miles away from the finish. So JP doesn't have to worry about him.
Yeah, you see, my track is showing him, it's been showing him at race mile 25.
No, our camera's at 27, so that puts him at race mile 27 right now with JP finished 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. So Raul only has about 15 more seconds. So unofficially winning, it is JP Gomez on adjusted time, physically and on time. It's looking good for JP Gomez. He's going to have a big smile on his face. I'm ready to celebrate with the Gomezes tonight.
That sounds absolutely fantastic to me, Miles. A Gomez party is a fantastic party.
I may have to tell JT I'm going to be a little late in the morning. As Brett Harrell still making his way through.
Let's not forget we have the banquet after this race tonight, where we'll be giving out all the championship awards for the National Points Series.
And the Zandy Willems Sportsmanship of the Year award as well. That'll be between Aaron Lynch, Eric Miller, Levi Shirley, and a Chad Hunt. There's Brendan Thompson. Obviously, he is a lap or two down. We saw him in the Amsoil Hot Pits for quite some time. So I'm at 3 minutes, so it's looking like... Again, I'm pretty sure JP Gomez just locked this up. I'm going to go ahead and stop my unofficial stopwatch.
Yeah,
JP Gomez unofficially just wins the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu.
What a fantastic result for JP. JP, of course, has won many national titles, and he'll be adding this one to the list. Superb race there from JP Gomez.
And there is Raul Gomez, it looks like, out in the desert. This is a drone chasing around. So this could put him at, I'm going to say 28, maybe 29. Okay, so this is a little... So here is Christopher Branton dropping down race mile number 9. At the Brannock Falls.
Indeed. I'm just looking at the vehicles that are currently out there running their 4th lap. We've got Paul Herschel, Christopher Branton, Jeff Wagner, A.K. Watley, Chad Hunt, Tad Dowker, Brett Harrell, Phil McGlinton, Shannon Campbell, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Bailey Campbell, Chip McLaughlin,
Brian Crofts, Darian Gomez, who was stopped there for a little bit. Waylon was stopped, and then Raul Gomez should be our next one in. And we've already seen J.P. Gomez grab that checkered flag, unofficially winning once again here with Ultra4 USA.
Absolutely. It looks like we can actually only have 15 cars that were possible of completing 4 laps. How insane is that, Miles? But we knew this race would be tough. We knew there would be attrition, and nearly 50 of the best cars in the world started this race earlier this morning.
Yeah, some of the biggest and baddest names in our sport. Like we were talking earlier, who is not here? There's only about 6 or 7 I can think of. It was one of the biggest stacked 4,400 classes we have seen in a very long time outside of King of the Hammers.
And here he is, 2-time king. Oh, we just switched away from him. But 2-time king Raul Gomez making his way towards the finish now. He is coming down the Yukon Ridgeline, and he is putting that motor to work.
So as of right now, it's JP first, Raul Gomez in that second position. Who's going to fill out the podium? Is it going to be Brian Crofts, Bailey Campbell? But right now it is Raul Gomez, 2 turns to go. Jim, this has been one heck of a race, buddy.
It has indeed. I absolutely love this. It's Raul Gomez, one more turn, and he will see the checkered flag and our Grand Marshal Bob Bauer waving it frantically. Here he goes. Keep it tidy, Raul. Round the corner he comes. There's Bob Bauer. There's the checkered flag. Raul Gomez crosses the line for an unofficial second place here at the 2023 Legends of Havasu.
And speaking about legends, that was Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer, waving the checkered flag. He's hopped in the booth with us a few times. Great to have him part of the broadcast team. And our Grand Marshal, Bob Bauer, out there doing one heck of a job, working side by side with our Ultra4 USA race director, JT Taylor. So right now, unofficial 1 is JP Gomez. Unofficial 2 is Raul Gomez. The Gomez party's going to be good tonight.
Now, am I right in thinking this? You're going to have to help me out on this. I believe that Raul's car has completed every race that it has entered.
He's won the last 2 King of the Hammers in it. I know he's done some North Cal racing and has done well, so I'm thinking you might be right. As Vaughn Gittin Jr. getting ready to drop the the Brannock Falls. But yeah, that's a pretty impressive stat.
Yeah, very much so. Now Vaughn Gittins Jr. Now I have to say, Vaughn was my outside shot for a win today. I thought he'd just be back in that 24th position, working his way out through the field, and he's done that beautifully.
But lap traffic's probably bit him in the tail a few times.
Yeah, absolutely, but not just lap traffic as well. The astonishing pace that these cars have been laying down today, I don't think we can appreciate just how fast those sort of top 15 cars were pushing.
It's incredible. Yeah, JP and Raul out front, and I know Marcos is back home right now, all smiles and probably a little pumped up right now.
I believe he's already outside, mate, polishing his car, getting it ready for the next race. But still, the action continues here, and there is still plenty of action. Lots of cars out there on course.
Yes, Marco's extremely fired up. I can't tell you what he texted me, but I'll tell you what, he's excited.
Is it a double expletive, Miles?
C.
Ah, okay.
Yep, it absolutely is. It's a bleeper. There's Dalton Hamilton.
Well, we very much look forward to seeing Marcus out racing with us very soon. I have no doubt he will be with us at King of the Hammers, as will the entire of the Gomez crew. And as you say, the party tonight in Lake Havasu will be absolutely enormous.
And tough break for Darian Gomez. He had such a great run, but we can say that about every Paul Wolf, Paul Horschel.
Well, how many leaders have we had in this race? We had Lauren Healy, we had Cade Rodd, we had Darian Gomez, we had Paul Herschel, we had Waylon Campbell. Did I not include Paul Wolf?
No, you probably did.
Yeah, probably. So I think that we had at least 7 different leaders in this race.
It was an incredible race for sure. There's Joe Gatlin and Jesse Clark finishing up for Fire River Racing.
So they will have completed 3 laps. And what do you call this kind of finish? You call it a Grand Prix finish, is it?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so once the white flag goes, it goes for everybody. Once the checkered flag goes, it goes for everybody.
Gotcha. See, I'm learning something new every day.
Every day. I like it. Stick around America. You'll learn a lot. There's Brennan Thompson. Ooh, moving a little slow.
Yeah, he's had a tough day there. It's a broken rear axle.
So maybe he's just taking it easy because obviously it's a trail fix, not a real fix like you would do in your shop. But it's probably still better than what I could do in my shop.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, it's really interesting talking to a lot of the teams here, and they're saying they want to race it because they want to get track seat time. They want to race it because they love it. But there's also a little bit of trepidation. We're coming into the end of the year, and King of the Hammers, of course, is at the end of January. And you've got this weird thing where you've got SEMA, you've got Thanksgiving, you've got Christmas. So if they need any exotic parts, it can be difficult to get parts between now and King of the Hammers. So although they want to be out here testing, they also don't want to blow their things apart completely with hammers just round the corner. So, Miles, what a fantastic few days this has been. It's been absolutely incredible.
It's been a fantastic few weeks out here. Lake Havasu is absolutely amazing. And the Legends of Havasu event did not disappoint. Obviously, we were just wrapping up the Ultra4 National Championship for Legends of Havasu, but we had the IPRA Rodeo last night. F1 boat racing is going on today and hopefully tomorrow, but it sounds like it could be a little bit windy. We'll see how that checks out. We've had the American side-by-side takeover off and on. Brett Michaels played tonight. Flo Rida plays Brett Michaels played last night.
Yeah,
Flo Rida
Brett
plays
Michaels.
tonight.
Brilliant.
Aces Wild was last night. I mean, there's so much going on this week. It has been an absolutely amazing time here.
It really has been a festival, hasn't it?
A festival. That's a good way to put it.
But still, the action continues here. We're out on track right now.
So we're still waiting. Is it going to be Brian Cross or Bailey Campbell coming across next? I'm not sure. But Chip McLaughlin still has a chance. He's sitting in that in that 5th spot. So if Crofts or Campbell have an issue, Chip's there to capitalize. So Chip could get a top 5 with us here at Ultra4 USA. He'll be super ecstatic about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Philip McGilton's not that far behind either. So Phil's having a great day out there in his solid axle car.
So if Brian Crofts can come into the podium the next 10 or 15 minutes, I think he will lock down the 2023 National Championship.
Okay, who's this? This is Kenneth Good.
Speed Sport is live from Legends of Havasu, presented by Toyota. Let's go places. Well, the 2023 Ultra4 Championship season wrapping up just seconds ago, and now it's about racing on Lake Havasu. The F1 Powerboats getting their season finale underway here today. Before we do that, a special guest joining us here in our Vendor Village stage, Ralph Shaheen, Ken Stout, and our good buddy Marty Fiocca joining us. Marty is from AOE, American Outdoor Events. Marty, there is so much going on here at Lake Havasu, and you've been a part of putting on many, many huge events, arguably one of the biggest outdoor events, which is Crandon back in Wisconsin. And this one in its first year, how would you rate how it's progressed?
Well, from a production standpoint, what's amazing to me here is the fact that it's not in one condensed area. And even watching the live stream here, the broadcasting of going to different places, it's a great concept, but it's really what America Outdoor Events is going to head towards, which are more lifestyle festival events, bringing different cultures in, like we do at Crandon, where we had Ultra4 racing, we had obviously all the pro short course, all the sportsman racers, a KISS concert, and we've seen in the progression of the last, especially 5 years, how much the new blood comes on the racetrack, partners come into the racetrack where you're building out a 5-day festival there that's not just a race. And I think if you ask any motorsports professional now, that's kind of the model that they're going for. Last year, for instance, an IndyCar race in Iowa had 4 big country acts there before and after. I'm talking about, Carrie Underwood and Zach Brown Band and that type of thing. So I think everybody's looking at it, but I think the great part about off-road space is, especially here at Havasu, you've got side-by-sides running around everywhere. You have the lake right here for boating. You've got desert out here, so you can do an Ultra4 USA race. There's very few places that can accommodate that, and I think the group at AOE has done such a great job of targeting Lake Havasu this time of year and really kicking this event off to something that can be built on for the future. I think it has great potential. I think it's going to be one of the great events around and like I said, it's a great festival.
You just touched on part of my question, which is when you guys come in here and you sightsee a place like this, do you pull the trigger on a multi-year deal to give it a chance to grow, or do you do a single year, evaluate, and then come back and maybe a 1 year with a contract or something like that?
Well, it
with
depends.
An option, I should say.
If you're going to a facility like a crane, and those are multiple-year deals because the facility's set. I think Jason Robinette came here early on and kind of negotiated part of this. I think it's been an ebb and flow with the city and understanding with the police departments and all that. Again, you go to multiple places. You have a big potential of bringing a lot of people in, and I think that's going to be the future. But I think here, it's proof of concept here. So once the city sees what's done and the potential that can be done, and when they get behind it for a year and you start adding it to all the tourism guides and all the things so people know, hey, this is the Legends of the Fall weekend here in Havasu, Legends of Havasu weekend. This is what's going to bring this. And I think it's, as a first year, again, I've been to a lot of first year events that haven't been very good. This one's been well attended. I understand the concert was really good last night. Racers are here. Boat racers are here. The concerts are bringing in X amount of people. So as a first year event, I think American Outdoor Events does a great job in setting all this up. I wasn't part of it, but I'm certainly seeing it all. And it's just a fantastic first step, I think, towards a long-term future here.
You are part of a group that is working very closely with Jason Robinette to figure out a future for off-road racing. When will we hear more about what you guys are working on?
Well, we've been working on this now for quite a while, and we did announce that we're going to be doing, a pro short course series on a national level. That's what I've kind of been focusing on, but a lot of our targeting for all of the announcements and what we're really doing is December 7th at the Performance Racing Show in Indianapolis. That's where we're going to unveil the branding, the series names, kind of what the overall plan is, and we've got a tremendous response from drivers and teams, but also from a lot of the manufacturers, the side-by-side manufacturers, truck manufacturers. They want to figure out a way to get their arms around this off-road space. It's kind of the last frontier for them, but I think we have a great handle for the future by unifying a lot of aspects of the sport and the lifestyle. This is a perfect example. You've got motorsports here and you have lifestyle here. This is how this is going to work. And, we're going to build out over the future. But this has been Jason and Gayla's vision for, some time now. And they're working on this for 4 years. I've come in as a promoter Crandon here in the last few months to kind of getting this part of it off the ground. The gold pinnacle of this thing is going to be the Pro Short Course Series. There's a lot of potential there, and trying to finally unify it and get that sport on a platform that puts it on the same level as NHRA, IndyCar, that type of thing, where it's one of the pillars of motorsports. And I think we have that coming, and everybody's pretty excited about it, so am I.
We all love off-road racing. That's why the three of us are here, and the folks that are watching are obviously fans of it as well. Why is now the time for off-road racing to do what you're saying as far as it exploding into the mainstream motorsports world and becoming something that is seen on par with, on the professional level, a NASCAR, an IndyCar, and NHRA?
Well, there's a couple of things, right? I've been involved in this for 35 years. I've raced 15 Baja 1000s. I mean, I'm still racing once a year down in Mexico. And as a competitor, you can see it. And if you've been involved with the history as long as I have, you see it, where in the old days, the good old days, there was no access to high-performance off-road racing. You had to buy a race car, or you had to buy a motorcycle, or a three-wheeler, whatever it was. And that's one of the reasons we actually started Wide Open Baja, because we got to bring people down to actually experience Baja and drive high-performance cars. Well, it's all changed now. We never needed to do that now. And now with the advent of things like the Ford Raptor, right, the new Ford Broncos, and some of the new TRD cars coming from Toyota, they're all adapted this long-travel, big shock program that's been kind of standardized and perfected here. That's one thing. The second thing is obviously the side-by-sides are the biggest explosion to this, whether it's motorsports or recreation. People are going out now. They can bring their families. It's not a motorcycle; it's a four-seater. Now I can bring the kids. Experience, coming around to a place like this where they're street legal. Now they're street legal off-road cars. Well, that makes a big difference, right? Because now I can drive it to the grocery store too, but I can go and go 50 miles an hour, a big whooped-out dirt section with 18 inches of wheel travel. Now it works, right? That's another part of it. The third part of it, though, is also in terms of the unlimited vehicles, trophy trucks, the 4400 unlimited, the Pro 4s and short course at 1,000 horsepower, 6-speed gearbox, with front differentials. All of that technology, wiring, and the sophistication, the data acquisition, all of that is on level with IndyCar. $50,000 to wire it with all the wiring looms and data and all the sensors. That's the same level. So now it belongs there. It's not at the highest level. It's still the highest level. It's gotten to the point of sophistication where it parallels that. But the good news is it goes back down to where some of these some of the more hobbyist groups that are doing some of the other classes in either side-by-sides or short course or even desert, where you can still run a Class 11 stock Volkswagen. There's room for everybody, and that's something that's wholly unique to this. You can run the same racetrack with the same car, different cars, but I can go race against, whoever it is. Back in my day, Ivan Stewart or one of those guys, and now these guys can race against Bryce Menzies, or they can race against C.J. Dries. In some regard, they're on the same track at Crandon on the same day, different cars, but it's all one kind of fraternity in a way, and that's how it works.
As insiders, we're kind of up to speed on what's going on here, but I want to get you to explain why this one is a little bit different than what we've seen in the past 25 years. And whenever I say that, we're talking about short course off-road leading the way here, but what Jason and Gayla and the rest of the Robinette family and crew have done is they're incorporating the regional series, let's say on the West Coast, another NORAD regional series in the Midwest. He owns Ultra4 that we are watching here today. He is also an integral part in a desert series as well. So explain to us why this is different than all the other short course series that we've seen over the past 25 to 30. Single entity, if you will. His vision is much larger.
Yeah, I think now, and again, go back to the side-by-side conversation. So regional racers there running side-by-sides. There's no classes in trucks or buggies. They're side-by-sides. Well, that didn't exist a couple of years ago. So Jason's philosophy, and he's right, the problem with the sport and especially off-road motorsports has been fractured. There's been individual
groups into a bunch of different
There's
pieces,
never
right?
been this overarching body that actually brought all the rules together. Rules are a big thing, and trying to get, especially with side-by-sides, getting all those classes down and the how you run the races. And he's funded the regional things now for next year with $300,000 every region. And there's the Midwest region, there's the Heartland region, which is his, and then the West Coast region. So you've got all these regional racers, and the Pro Series will be going to each one. So now, like NHRA does, you've got the top classes, but it's getting bolstered by all the regional guys running. That's never been the case. That's one. The second thing that's the biggest difference, I think, is that from the start, Jason and I had long discussions about what's been missing. Well, what's been missing is that everybody in the sport has been siloed in their sport. I happen to be fortunate to do some work with IMSA, do some work with IndyCar. And when you step out of the off-road space and you go back to the Indy 500, we were just at Road Atlanta for Petit Le Mans with IMSA, and you look at best practices and you understand how these things work, that kind of philosophy is part of what we're doing. So our board of directors, which is myself and Paul Fanner, who's the guy who started Racer Magazine and Racer Studio, probably the best branding guy in American motorsports. And then you've got Cal Wells, who's the CEO of a NASCAR team. big off-road experience, but also has huge tie-ins to Toyota and others. And then that's finalized. Our board director is Scott Atherton, who came out of retirement and is he is America's best motorsports executive, who built IMSA, got 18 manufacturers to the table with that, figured out the balance of performance rules, unified the sport when there are 2 series, and he's part of our group too. So now you have this powerhouse group of people, not including myself, but you have this powerhouse outside group of people who are looking at the sport for the first time and saying, hey, we can bring this thing up by best practices. It's nothing that's that rocket science. It takes time. But then you add that with the vision that Jason has and the resources we have to do it, that's what changes the game. And I can tell you, after all these years in the sport, right out of the gate, the discussions we're having are with people who've never thought about actually getting involved. And going back to some networks for television or whatever the live streaming is going to be that's going to raise up some of these classes, right? And so I think that's the part that's so exciting, is we're actually finally have a chance to bring this thing to be one of the pillars of American motorsports. We're going to get there, and certainly having Ultra4 USA for rock racing and having short course pro and regional brings us a long way to that.
By the way, we'd be remiss if we didn't tell you that this is a Hall of Famer right here. You've been in the game for a long time. I know you mentioned 35 years, but there's a reason you're here.
Yeah, I'm in the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, proud to be there. And yes, the gray hair is true. It's 35 years of this. But like I said, this is the opportunity. This is the moment. And I couldn't be more excited or proud of this, this whole organization, American Outdoor Events, and everybody doing this. This is it right here. So I'm looking forward to kind of helping create some history here.
Well, we're proud of you for getting in the Hall of Fame. Very well deserved, my friend.
Thank you.
Well, we are going to step away for a second. Marty, thank you very much for joining us in the update. Very exciting to hear about what's coming to the future with America Outdoor Events. We're coming right back for more Speed Sport live from Legends of Havasu, brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places.
Okay.
It's orientation day. Welcome to the team.
Who wants to race?
I like this team. Be part of something greater. Toyota. Let's go places.
The high-speed excitement of American short track racing, rough and tumble two-wheeled action, the raw power of Australian supercars, or the finesse of German touring cars. Speed Sport 1 has it all. Die-hard fan or casual viewer, you've come to the right spot to scratch that motorsports itch. Get ready to experience the rush of live, exclusive American and international racing on Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
The Speed Sport Insider is your insider hot pass to exclusive motorsports coverage that you won't find anywhere else. Each week, you'll have insider access to features, columns, and photographs from award-winning professionals covering NASCAR, IndyCar, dirt track racing, off-road, and more. It's your insider ticket to behind-the-scenes coverage, insight, and analysis. Become an insider for $5 a month or get a free trial and cancel at any time. Go to speedsport.com to become a Speed Sport Insider today.
Speed Sport live from Legends of Havasu, brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. And let's go right back out to heat number 2 for the F1 Powerboats. Here's Thomas Yarborough and K-Dub.
All smiles right there from our back-to-back King of the Hammers Championship, Raul Gomez.
Well, as you can see, we had some audio difficulties there, but we'll get you back out to the boat races when they're ready to go. They are under a red flag right now, so actually not missing anything out there right now, Ken.
Yeah, I saw that launch, though. Love that adjusted Le Mans-style start. You know, they go with the engine shut off. Obviously, they're already strapped in the capsule boat, but you've got to start the engine to take off, and you can see, man, I mean, well, what was it, the better part of 10 boats, I'd say. You know, These are heat races, by the way. They'll have the main where everybody will be lined up out there, but 10 boats out there and hit that first buoy and make a violent left-hand turn. I think a couple of guys got together, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a very intense land or water rush, if you will, to the first buoy, right?
Land rush. I would have said the same thing, by the way.
Yeah. But, yeah, it's a very exciting way that they start these races. Very, very interesting. What did you think of the finish of Ultra4? Well, I have a second.
Well, I was, obviously, first of all, hats off to Miles Hasselquist and Jim Marsden for their race call, not just today, but all day yesterday. I mean, starting off, I want to say at like 8 in the morning or something until 9 o'clock at night.
A lot of hours.
And then all day today, and their information is just second to none. And listening to those guys towards the end, I think they had 7 different leaders there today with a chance at winning that race. And again, it goes back to the attrition that we talked about. We expected with this course. It is a brutal course for sure, but the best of the best out there being put to the test. So an exciting race to say the least.
It will be interesting to see how the course is adjusted for next year. I mean, you and I are used to doing a lot of street races, for example, where you get that initial layout and you think it's going to be pretty good, and you go, if we widen the entrance to this corner, change the apex here, or go down this street instead of that one, it could be different. I'm sure the same thing will be done here by JT and his gang laying out the course.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll get a lot of feedback from the drivers. They'll be able to take a look at a lot of video now and see how things really laid out in comparison to how they expected them to lay out. Maybe a way to keep something up from creating a log jam if somebody does get into an incident, or a better way to get their safety vehicles in a position to get somebody out of a bad spot so that it doesn't block the track. Not that that's happened a whole lot here, but it's all the things that those professionals will take a look at.
I hope they don't change the waterfalls. Those are amazing.
The stuff is cool, man, and you really see the technical driving, the aspects of the vehicles to get around some of the big obstacles, or possibly go over, whatever the case may be. And some can and some can't. So that's the beauty of the sport.
Now, we also should tell you that the sand drag competition that was advertised to be taking place out here is happening. It's just happening over in Yuma, Arizona. They're unable to secure the venue course the way they needed to here in Havasu.
Yeah, and that's, we're excited that they're able to continue on. Really wish we could have had it here. Some of those side-by-side drag UTVs are, unbelievable. They put the paddle tires on them. They make a ton of steam. Watch those things take off and carrying the front end in the air. And the visual of the rooster tail in the back, it's a lot of fun to watch. So hopefully they're able to sort things out and we can make it a part of the show next year.
Yeah, that would be great for sure. Well, the boats will be back underway here momentarily once they get that all squared up and ready to go with the red flag situation taken care of. We should be able to get back out there and go racing on the water here in Havasu. And don't forget also, in the coming weeks, Speed Sport 1 is going to have the entire F1 Powerboat Championship season seen on Speed Sport 1, as well as the H1 Unlimited Hydros. So go to Speed Sport 1 and get the app right now at the App Store, and you can watch it all for free, no subscription fees. I think you'll enjoy watching the racing the entire 2023 season. Well,
hey, Halloween is going on. It's already happening. Costume contest happening. We've seen some little ghosts and goblins cruising around out here. Hopefully we can get some B-roll and show to our fans. And the pumpkin carving contest has gotten pretty creative, too.
I know our good friend Leslie came through here with the bag of candy. Did you grab the Reese's?
I believe.
Mrs. Stout isn't watching, so you can say.
I believe I did, and I believe it's been consumed.
There it is. All right.
Trick or treat.
Well, if it makes you feel better, old friend. The milk dud
you
box
got the milk duds
right
in there, too. There you go.
Right there, yeah. And there might be a Snickers wrapper inside the milk duds box.
Ask and you shall receive.
Well,
good times out here.
That's what Havasu is all about, having a good time, right?
It really is. It's been a wonderful weekend so far, for sure.
Yeah. We've been to some really big off-road races, big races in general, And I think one of the things that makes a huge event so successful is that overall vibe, right? And there's definitely one here, and it's a very positive one.
Well, that's the word I was just going to use, the positive feeling really from everybody. In MAO, where all this started, the Robinette family and their crew and their entire staff and everybody here. And what we've heard is the township, the city, everybody here has been bending over backwards to work with it. The feeling when you come in here is just like never before. You know, it's a lot of times you come in and it's fairly contentious. People making you, show bands and whatever your credentials may be, and it just none of that happens here. It's a very friendly atmosphere. You still have to be legal, of course. You have to have the right stuff, but everybody's super friendly, and it's just been a wonderful weekend. It's hard to put it into words.
And so much of it has been free for the fans to attend and see and witness.
Yeah, you walk right in.
Come right on into the vendor village and have a good time.
For sure. Yeah, check out all the aftermarket parts and pieces here. I mean, there's RV stuff that is here. There's a lot of lighting here for the side-by-sides or whatever you'd like to put a lighting on. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of cool aftermarket parts and pieces just for your cars, your trucks, your UTVs. Come out here, enjoy it. Like you said, it doesn't cost a penny. Plenty of food vendors out here, so you can enjoy some good carny food. Nothing better than some good carny food, man. Have a good time on a Saturday. The weather couldn't be any better. It's just been a wonderful weekend. It really has.
And it's been full of families, and that's one of the things you love to see, too.
That's what this AOE is all about, right?
Yeah, for sure. If you don't know much about Mid-America Outdoors, go online and check it out. Ken, I don't know if I've seen a facility anywhere in the world quite like Mid-America Outdoors.
Well, and I agree with you 100%, and I said that back in March, and it's not even close to what it was in March. To watch the progression of that facility from March to today is absolutely mind-boggling. A lot of stuff where they've gone through different iterations of the track. They just had a major short course off-road track race out there. They have rodeo out there. There's a lazy pool, swimming pool out there. There's a Kokomo's, bar entertainment venue there. So restaurants are there. There's cabins for the races. There's a bunch of everything's paved. When you come in, like you go to an off-road venue, you expect to be in the dirt the whole day, and everything's paved. And they have cabins for the crews if you want to stay in a cabin. It's I want to say by the time it gets done, I think the number is close to 1,000 motorhome parking spots and hookups. So to give you an idea of the 1,600-acre complex.
And a few hundred cabins already built and ready for you to come stay in. And the thing about MAO, it's not just about race weekends. It's about all year. Get your family, come on out, have a great time, and enjoy the off-roading as a family, as a vacation.
Yeah, they have these big truck shows as well. They come in with the jacked up trucks, and I mean they knock it out of the park. There's a lot of variety there for sure.
And if you don't have a vehicle, they'll rent you one when you get there.
Just go there and look at everybody else's.
That's right. We're coming right back with more Speed Sport live from Legends of Havasu, brought to you by Toyota.
I watched my first race yesterday.
You're on the team, kid. It's orientation day.
Hey, new guy. Let's get you up to speed.
Lunchtime!
Your workspace is ready.
Looks like you got a corner office.
Be part of something greater. Toyota. Let's go places.
Speed Sport has been America's motorsports authority since 1934. Get news, results, and commentary from the most connected experts in the business, covering all forms of motorsports from flat track to NASCAR and everything in between. Bookmark speedsport.com on your mobile device now, or follow Speed Sport on social, and be sure to subscribe to the Speed Sport Daily. Speed Sport is your one-stop shop for all things racing on two wheels and four. You're watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. Woo-hoo-hoo! From Ultra4 to rallies.
These guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on two wheels or four, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. It jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network. And Speed Sport is live from Legends of Havasu, presented by Toyota. Let's go places. Well, we've been talking about it all day long here today, that it is inching closer and closer to Halloween, which of course means great costumes. Not that we're wearing any right now. Could be accused of that. But our Erica Allreed has found plenty of cute ones.
Much, Ralph. There's a lot of fun to be had down here at Vendor Village. We've got a lot of fun going on with American Side-by-Side Takeover, much like a costume contest with all of these cute contestants behind me. There will be a judging later today. We've also got pumpkin carving contest, and we've also got a show and shine contest. So thank you so much, American Side-by-Side Takeover. It's a fun day down here in Vendor Village, guys.
The costumes are great, Erica. And we're seeing some of the vehicles rolling in for the show and shine. Man, there's some great looking stuff here. All right, the boats are getting ready to go once again, so let's get back out to Thomas Yarborough and K-Dub.
You put a guy like me in a Formula One boat at 6'2", 280. I mean, I become a snowplow on the water, right? I'm pushing water. There's no speed. But here we go. Yeah, 69 Nicole Mellon wearing on the outside of row 1. On the inside of row 2, the 29 of Jared Jensen out of Denver, Colorado. On the outside is Scary Jerry Rinker. On the inside of row 3, 52 of Mason Rinker. On the outside of row 3, the 93 of JB Jensen. He drops a green flag. Here we go. We're underway. The 26 of Briston Sherman and the 69 of Cole Mullen wearing down into turn number 1. Who's going to merge that from that first turn with the clean water? Looks like a nice run there by the 26 of Briston Sherman. 29 of Jared Jensen, though, dives down to the inside of the 69 of Cole Mullen wearing hanging on to second.
Grant Schubert ducked on the inside of Dustin Terry, and then number 6, Dustin takes a huge hop, tucks in on the inside as they start bumping boats early. But Neil Marsh in the 17 stuck way back in the back, and it looks like the number 10 of Scary Jerry going to come way wide, trying to find some clean water out here.
Yeah, look at the 6 of Dustin Terry moving up from 6th or 7th position to start, now all the way up to 3rd, hanging on and holding off the 13 of Rinker, the 13 of Schubert and the 10 of Rinker. There's the 17 of Neil Marsh in the bottom of the view. He's back there in 5th position, but I imagine Neil's like, hey, I just don't want to get run into. I don't need to get, I want to finish. I want my boat in one piece. Boy, look at the 6 of Dustin Terry just chop the nose of the 69 of Cole Waring going wide to the outside.
Scary Jerry going to come up quick. Unfortunately, blew a motor yesterday. Got it all fixed back up out here on the water. Goes real wide, and then number 10 taking advantage of it.
Oh, look at the 17 of March just got doused.
That's part of this class, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
You get doused or you get bounced.
For sure, yeah. Now it looks like the 6 now. The 69 of Cole Mullen Waring. Look at him fall all the way back. He's just getting sandwiched in the middle there. You got the 17 of March on the inside, then Waring in the middle. You got the the 13 of Schubert and the 10 of Scary Jerry. And they just kind of squeezed the 69 of Waring out. And boy, they really kind of left him in their dust. That's not what he wants to see, as he knows he's got to stay ahead of the 13 of Schubert point-wise if he wants to hold on to that second spot.
Briston Sherman out of Richmond, Texas, the leader in the number 26, but he's got company because trying to tuck on the inside, but then drives it back to the outside is Dustin Terry in the number 6, followed by the 17 of our fan favorite, Neil Marsh.
Man, Neil's moved it all the way up to 3rd. It's just crazy how he'll wait and bide his time, right? I mean, that first lap, he was like, let's everybody get squared out. I'll sit back here in 5th and 6th. They started to stretch out, and all of a sudden he started being the surgeon that he is and just started picking everybody apart.
Looks like Grant Schubert, we just saw him on the screen, unfortunately having some problems in that back.
Oh boy, that's exactly what Mullet was hoping for. As we see that wad of boats, there's Mullet, there's the 37 of Mason Rinker, the 93 of JB Jensen, the 52 of Tanner Rinker, all wadded up together. And you got to imagine the 13 of Schubert is just in the cockpit furious right now, because now he knows that the 69 of Waring is now going to stay ahead of him. He would have probably moved up into second after the points from heat number 2 here, but all for naught as he sits dead in the water on the backstretch. Or did he get it going again?
Waring just all of a sudden just lost his first place podium finish right there because Dustin Terry going to sneak in on the inside. Our new leader is the number 6, Dustin Terry, followed by Waring in the 26 and Neil Marsh in the 17, and here comes Scary Jerry in the number 10.
Boy, it's crazy to me that Dustin Terry just is so comfortable in a tri-hull after being out of one for like 8-9 years. He did the same thing last race in Grove, Oklahoma. Last qualifying heat, he just went out and ran the thing wire to wire. No problem. Yeah, we see there the 17 of Neil Marsh gets by the 26, or tries to get by the 26 of Briston Sherman. Now he gives a little kiss to the backside, trying to get down inside of him. There's the checkered flag, taking a heat number 2, the number 6 of Dustin Terry. Ooh, followed by a nose, the 26 of Briston Sherman, then the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Boy, that was a close one there. But boy, I think Neil Marsh might be our pole sitter. I mean, back-to-back second place finishes, pretty hard to argue.
Consistency will be the key factor in this one, you know. And on that very last turn, I watched it really close, and it looked like Neil Marsh just barely lost his lane, but he was able to hold off a third place.
Yeah, you know, and the other one here is look at the 93 of JB Jensen and the 29 of Jared Jensen, right? JB beats Jared, right? So the one brother takes out the other. That was a kind of a cool little battle back and forth between those two. I mean, they're mired way back in 8th, 9th position. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert. You know, he never really seems too upset.
Oh, did you see that?
Oh, did he break the steering again?
Able to see, yep, the steering. He just sat there with the steering wheel, went back and forth, and I saw no movement.
And that's the second time that's broken this week, and it broke yesterday. So, you know, I'm gonna say, hey, young Mr. Schubert, you might need to tighten your stuff down a little tighter when you replace your steering system, right? Because it's all cable-driven steering. And I know that they spent a couple of hours last night. I was talking to a couple of his teammates. They were working on the boat. They brought the boat back to their house that they're staying at here and worked on it last night at the house, I think till like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and they got it all done. Well, clearly not done enough because he was cruising, and then all of a sudden it just went loose on him. And you got to imagine the 69 of Cole Waring has got to be absolutely stoked because now he finds himself really in that catbird seat to hang on to that second place, right? 17 of Neil Marsh, that's a foregone conclusion. That ship has sailed. But for a rookie to show up every race, finish every heat, right? Maybe not in the best position, but finish every heat over 6, so that's 6 races, 4 heats, that's 20, so 24 races throughout the year, and he finished every single one of them, and that is why the 69 of Cole Waring finds himself in second place.
Well, when I talked to him at Springfield, Ohio, he said I spent many hours in the Schubert clan, you know, sweeping up floors, and he decided it was going to be his turn to go out there, and you know that's what he is. You know, he helped out the team, and I'm sure Grant has helped him out to get to where he's at, and that's what's so much fun to see. Grant Schubert and the JH Performance have done so much for this class. They have built this class year after year after year, bigger and bigger, and it's one that I might have to try.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun, right? I mean, you're talking a couple $1,000, you get yourself a good rig. We actually had a guy who used to race offshore. He was supposed to be here and run in the tri-hull class, and he had something happen back home. He actually ran in Grove, Oklahoma, which is
Off to a better, one of your friends are off to a better start than you are, because what are you carving?
Mike Wazowski.
Mike Wazowski from Monsters, Inc. And can you turn that around for the camera? Because you're off to a really good start here. I'd say that one is in the running for one of the best contests. So, yeah, we're gonna have the judging for the pumpkins here soon, guys.
Well, that was a great movie, Monsters, Inc., and a great pumpkin being carved over there as well.
Yeah, she's having a fun little face paint on there as well. She's ready for the costume contest. There's another one sitting out here on the table that's been carved like a pirate ship and
awesome,
has a flag and stuff. Or the sails up there inside of it. Pretty cool, pretty creative.
I love that. Yeah. Were you ever good at carving a pumpkin?
You know, I got pretty creative with it as I got older for my kids when I was helping my kids when they were young, and
yeah.
You know, bought one of those carving kits, and you take the little pins and you put the stencil on and carve it out and have some fun with it. So it turned out to be quite a deal.
Okay, now you're just waiting for the
Back in the old days, we just did, you know, the triangle eyes and then the jagged teeth mouth and pulled the seeds out and let it go.
Yeah, and this little guy right here certainly should be entering our costume contest.
Future pilot.
Love it. Way to go.
His hair in the breeze.
Real good job by Mom and Dad to get that for the stroller, if you will, right?
Oh, yeah, very creative. Good stuff.
Lots of fun. And the show and shine vehicles are gathering out here in front of us. I know Erica's going to be showing us some of that here before long. And, man, there's some really beautiful rigs out here.
Yeah, show and shine and best stereo contest going on. So there'll be some thumping going out here before it's all said and done. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. I mean, some of these things are absolutely gorgeous, and all the additions, aftermarket stuff they put on, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh, more costumes on their way. I love it. Our Steve Green out there with the camera, capturing all the action for us.
Yeah, the kids have been strolling in here. There's been a lot of activity here as of late, and a lot of really creative costumes.
Were you a bucket or pillowcase guy?
I was a bucket guy.
Bucket guy?
Pillowcase is a great idea. You could get more in, but I was always a bucket guy.
I did the bucket when I was a kid and then went pillowcase as I got a little older. There was a switch in there. I don't remember when.
I quit,
maybe about 5th or 6th grade.
Going whenever I got older. You know what they do with the pillowcase? When you get older, they beat the hell out of you with it.
Yeah, steal it, beat you with it, and then take off with it, right? Oh, man. Do you still decorate the Stout family headquarters?
We have not, but you know what? It's hit or miss. Like, we're going to miss it this year because we're out here. But I love that day. You know, if I know I'm going to be home, we'll do a little bit of stuff there because I love the kids coming up. And I sit out on the porch, you know, with a beverage, and I just sit out there and take it all in. I enjoy it. I love watching everybody walk up and down the street and come up and get some candy. It's a lot of fun. I really enjoy it.
Love these two here, father and son, going all America on us here. That looks great. Anybody hungry for a slice? There you go.
Well, he works for a pizza company during the week, so he just took
He's
the name off.
He's the guy in the corner with the sign,
exactly.
spinning the sign.
Oh, that's cool.
Pebbles and Bam Bam. There
Great stuff. Here, put it in the bag, Dad.
Yeah, take it.
I got some more. Well, hold on, Dad.
Yeah. One for me.
That's the best part. I mean, I absolutely love it. You know, it's great. Until they stop me.
Where'd you get my bag?
Wait a minute.
Hey, I wasn't done. There's some milk duds in there. Got to get for the announcer guy.
I just figured this game out.
There you go. Good job, buddy. So Formula Lights are getting ready for their final. So we are going to head back out on to Lake Havasu and join Thomas Scarborough and K-Dub once again for the call.
+1 lap here in the Formula Lights main event. We are going to be running 15 minutes +1 lap in this main event here in Formula Lights. So 15 minutes +1 lap here on the shores of the Colorado River to crown a champion in Formula Lights. Will it be the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, who starts second off the start pontoon? Or could it be the 14 of Tyler Peterson, who's back in, I believe, 4th or 5th in Formula Lights? Or could it be the 21 of Mendana, who was disqualified from the qualifying heats for a motor cowling infraction and now has to start from way back on the start dock here in this main event in Formula Lights? We just had the Formula Lights are going to come out here. We just had the tri-holes on the water. We were talking about the 69 of Cole Waring and how fortunate it was for him that the steering cable broke on the 13 at Grant Schubert. We had a chance to sit down with Mullet yesterday in his Mullet machine. Let's see what the 69 of Cole Waring had to say about his chance to finish in the top 3 here in his rookie campaign in the Texas Tri-Hole class.
Back in the pits here at the 2023 Legends of Havasu with my man Mullet, Cole Waring. Man, sitting second in points. Cole, you're a rookie in 2023, and here you are, you find yourself in second, man. Is this something you expected come the end of the season?
Absolutely not. Got lost somewhere at the top somehow. Before I started racing, he begged me for months to get in one. I said, no, I don't want to get started doing that. Don't want to get started doing that, and I think he's starting to regret his decision now. I was able to run every race, make every heat, didn't really have many breakdowns. I just really, truly got lucky. I was able to get up to the top by staying consistent.
Hey, man, consistency is the key. The Mullet machine, looking to bring some hardware back home to Houston, man.
Yes, sir.
Congrats so far on your rookie year, but best of luck this weekend.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Get the 69 of Cole Waring, lock up that number 2 spot, and knock down the 13 of Grant Schubert to that 3 spot. Let's find out. Final race 2023 coming up.
All right, well, Mullet very excited to run his main event here after the Formula Lights main event. We're just waiting the last couple of minutes here for our last drivers that run Tri-Hull as well to hop in. And then we'll get them running a couple of hot laps here, and then we'll get them going for our main event here in Formula Lights. Again, Formula Lights, a 13.5-foot long tunnel hull with a 2-cylinder, 45 cubic inch OMC outboard on the back. Johnson, Evinrude, pick or choose. They're really the same. But 2-cylinder OMC, 45 cubic inch. These things are doing speeds in the low 80s. 85 miles an hour is the record in the Formula Lights quarter mile. So these little boats will boogie for having so little power. It's really the Class K in the OPC category of the American Powerboat Association. If you really want to learn how to drive a tunnel boat, everybody will tell you, you start in Formula Lights. There's so little power that it forces you to really learn how to wheel or drive the boat instead of rely on the power that the motor has to kind of push you around the course.
Yeah, exactly. Like you were just talking about with the trim button, to be able to move the trim back and forth and to be able to make yourself around some of these corners. Some are sharper, some are bigger. So you really have to know exactly how much you want to trim it in, trim it back out. And this is like basically the starter class for the F1s. A lot of these drivers come into this class with the hopes and dreams of sometime soon being able to jump up into the F1s, into the bigger boats. And, it's one step at a time. And exactly what you had said, this is basically just like training school for the F1s.
Oh, okay. You can do the hot lap and then go out there when they're loading the docks?
All right, looks like we've got them all in the water now. As you can see, some of our boats out there, some of the spectators in their beautiful pleasure boats hanging out on the far side of the lake, got their feet in the water, enjoying this beautiful Saturday afternoon. Unfortunately, Sunday not going to be as beautiful. We're talking 35 to 60 mile an hour winds here in Lake Havasu City. The dust will be flying tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can imagine, right, these are boats, not planes. We like to keep them on the water if we can. That becomes a very difficult proposition with 35 plus mile an hour winds. So we had to move our entire program today, Kay. And as I say that, look, we get some more wind coming in. And if the wind picks itself up a little bit here for these main events, boy, that throws a whole other wrench into the game plan. And could, if this water gets really, really rough, it could be more of a race of attrition than it is the fastest driver around the course.
Yeah, and our race officials are working very hard and very diligently to be able to try and get all of these heats on the water before that wind does come in, because as you said, it can be a factor. The other factor that we were talking about last night is we were discussing, like, okay, what if this wind comes in? What if it comes in from this way? We might be okay. What if it comes in from this way? So that, we may be able to push through all these heats, and that's, fingers, toes are all crossed. We can get, I think we will, because we got a great official crew.
We do, right? Hopefully we don't have any more delays. Those typically come in the form of wrecks. The other thing, right, we got to worry about now is, it gets dark at like 6:30. So that low sun, right, if we get in some of the later stages in that F1 final, we could see the sun, the glare, right, the start to wreak havoc on their view. Guys aren't going to push it to the limit as hard because they can't see, right? That's pretty human nature not to drive it blindly, although, they say in racing sometimes you just got to trust your race line, right? So maybe, but there's a lot of factors that are going to go into crowning a champion here in 2023 at this Legends of Havasu Lake Havasu Classic here at the beautiful Nautical Beachfront Resort. All right, here we go. We've got hot lap there, green flag. While we let them run their hot lap, let's take a look back at the highlights from the third round of the 2023 Formula Lights campaign. Boats, Beats, and Barbecue back at Labor Day weekend in Grove, Oklahoma.
We are back here with Speed Sport live from Legends of Havasu, brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places, and that is the vendor village. You see our stage area here and our friends across the way with the Rugged Radios trailer and all the great costumes out on display. They're getting ready for the judging. And that's our Steve Green getting the shots of all the different kiddos dressed up here for their
5
category.
o'clock shadow. He needs a shave.
Yeah.
I saw one getting dressed over here. It looked like they were creating an upside-down person somehow. Its jeans were going over his head, and boots were on his hands, and
Oh, that's great.
hands were on his feet. And
I love the dog
Oh,
costume.
yeah.
You can never go
The
wrong
skeleton
with
dog.
Never go wrong with a dog in a costume. You know, they've been saying that the #1 costume this season is going to be a couple's costume of Travis Kelce and Taylor
Yeah,
Swift.
there you go.
So we could have done that, and you could have gone as Swiftie.
Yeah. Not quite. That'd be a thicker version of her.
Of both.
I don't, and a shorter version of Kelsey. So.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah.
So good stuff, though. It's getting busy on Vendor Row out here, the main street in Vendor Village, and yeah, like you talked about, a lot of different costumes and people having a great time out here.
Yeah. And the show and shine competition vehicles have rolled in. Joe back doing the judging right now, going down the line, getting everybody to cheer for their favorite costume.
Based on round of applause here, it would appear.
Gotta love the chicken costume. Yeah.
I don't see him in the contest here, but there's what would you call the baby couple with the?
Oh yeah, I think they're
standing
in the back.
In the crowd back here.
They're in the back of the crowd. I think they're in a different category, age-wise, for the folks that are out there right now.
That's pretty good, Ralph. A different category.
Yeah, I was just wondering, as I said to you during one of the breaks, who do you think brought that up, and you had a great response to that.
Yeah, it was the one that hated the other ones.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Good stuff.
Hard to describe. We'll see if maybe we can get you a picture up here later on, a little video later on after we're done with the contest here.
By the way, if you're wondering, I am that guy. I'm the inflatable guy of the neighborhood.
Are you?
Oh, yeah. All the inflatables out there? Oh, yeah.
Out in the front yard.
Oh, yeah.
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 You have the
electrical cords running everywhere.
You have the ragdoll one going.
It's got the dragon with the wings that come in and out.
Oh,
we got that one. The favorite one right now, I love the dragon. The new one my wife Kimberly found last year is the Haunted Mansion ride. You know, you get in the little cart, and as you go around, as you're coming off the Haunted Mansion, it turns and it faces the mirror and shows you the guy riding with you. Well, there's the 3 different guys. Well, the blow-up is the 3 guys in the chair. Big fan of that one. There they are. There's your blow-up babies right there on the screen.
Yeah. It's a pretty unique looking costume, really.
Right?
The headgear is what really sets it off for some reason. I don't know why, but
yeah.
The little makes their little neck and their little head. It's a pretty funny costume.
And it's one of those things you can't get in it until you're here, right?
We lost one.
Oh, that's
there
right
they are.
there.
Yeah. We lost a baby.
I think one is a little down on poof.
Losing some poof. Joey out there.
Yeah, this is hard to do, man, because
getting our finalists, I think, put together here.
Parents are all cheering for every kid.
What about this rubber chicken right here?
I mean, all the applause are about the same,
yeah,
right?
I mean, it's tough,
going
right?
to be difficult.
Well, how can you not cheer for the kids, right?
Everybody gets a free pumpkin. I think there's a cash prize. I'm not going out on a limb today.
You just did.
I said I think there's a cash prize.
Yeah, whoever wins, come see Uncle Ken over here.
Joe? Where's Joe?
Yeah. See, now, like these last 3, how do you not vote for these 3? Look at this.
The little shark.
Baby shark.
And then, like you said, the one with the stroller that has become an airplane. That's really creative.
It looks to me like Dad might have built.
Apparently there's some racing going on.
Yeah,
here.
boat races. So we're going to step away from this costume contest. Good luck to our little guy in the plane here. We're going back out onto Lake Havasu
second up,
and the tunnel boats.
40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or could the 14 of Tyler Peterson get his first taste of series victory with a win here in Lake Havasu? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or could it be the 6 of Jared Wallach, the 24 of Shelby Love, the 21 of Jose Mendana? Let's crown a champion at Lake Havasu and a champion in Formula Lights in the 2023 season. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders. He drops the flag. Let's see who gets a good jump off the beach there. A nice jump by the 21 of Mendana and the 14 of Peterson. And they leave Schmierbach absolutely in the dust. What is going on with the 35 of Mark Schmierbach?
Not sure, but he had a really rough start off that beach. Now look at those guys go 3 rides. Shelby Love gets swallowed up by Wallach in the 6. Tucking in on the inside is going to be the ever colorful 35 of Schmierbach. But if you notice, he had to come on the inside, take him another right-hand turn to go back out. But our leader, Tyler Peterson in the 14.
And then the 29 of Jared Jensen did the best start, but look at who's up there in third in that all-white Mike Scott plumbing machine, the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. But it's all about Tyler Peterson. Can he get himself up far enough to collect enough points to take over the 35 of Mark Schmierbach? I don't know if it's going to be possible after that blown motor in heat number 2, but clearly his backup motor, not necessarily a backup motor, just another motor.
Exactly.
Boy, that thing looks fast.
I'm not sure. Maybe he might switch the motor to the beginning in this one. He's doing a great job in the 14. Is their leader, comes out of the turn number 3, makes his way. Here comes Jared Jensen in the 13, along with, looks like Mendana in the 21. And here comes Schmierbach making his way through the crowd. Oh, I'm sorry, Wallach.
Yeah, Wallach holding on in fourth there. The 29 of Jared Jensen doing a great job in that Go Boat racing machine to hold off the 21 of Mendana, and that's exactly what the 14 of Peterson's looking for, right? Peterson wants the guy right behind him to be in a dogfight because that just allows him to stretch out that lead. But what he really needs to do is make sure that that 35 of Schmierbach stays in 5th. He's sitting in 5th right now, and that's where he's got to keep. Oh, look at there, the 24 of Shelby Love just gets chopped by the 98 of Nick Hoot in that Hoot racing machine as they battle it up for the last spot. But yeah, it's all about the 14 of Tyler Peterson. Can he outrun and collect enough points to get by Schmierbach? Because, boy, hey, look at there, the 21 of Mendana got by the 29 of Wallach and moved himself up into 2nd, and that could be huge because he was only 3 points behind Schmierbach. I think he's got to catch the 14 of Peterson. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it, Kay.
Yeah, with that disqualification earlier, that really hurt the point standings for Carlos Mendana in the 21. But, you know, in the 29 of Jared Jensen, doing a wonderful job. But look at the red, white, and blue coming up quickly out of San Diego, California. That's going to be Wallach. But our leader just stretching out his lead.
Look at him there. You can barely see his rooster tail. And then you look behind 21, and it's like boat, right? They're all right there. There's Wallach. There's Schmierbach, who's back in 5th position. I can't remember the last time I announced a race where Mark Schmierbach was in 5th.
I know, exactly. So, like you said, he had a really rough start off the beach. So I'm not sure if he's had some starting issues or what he's got going on there. But, you know, he's got a lot of ground to make up for with almost a half a lap behind the lead driver of Tyler Peterson in the 14.
Yeah, and you know what I'm really frustrated about and super bummed about? The 27 of Steve Lee didn't even get to see the water this weekend. He went out in testing, went over on his head, blew a hole in the boat, and that finished the weekend there. You see the 29 of Jared Jensen hanging tight with the 21 of Mendana. He's not going quietly into the night, Kay. He is fighting hard, the young man from Denver, Colorado. And again, that's exactly what the 14 of Tyler Peterson wants. He's like, you guys just keep fighting with one another. I'm going to just disappear further and further into the distance, hoping to run away with this thing here. And some, I believe, back-to-back hardware winning for the 2nd year in a row here at Lake Havasu.
For a brand new driver in this class, he's doing an amazing job. You just talked about what was going on for 2nd and 3rd. Carlos is going to tuck on the inside. Jared just keeps on sitting on the outside. Carlos swooms out just a little bit in the 21. And you said Tyler's just hoping that they battle it out, but I have a feeling that Tyler's just hoping that Carlos is able to keep Jared behind him because Jared had a great heat the last heat.
Yeah, you know, and I mean, at the end of the day, right, the 29 of Jared Jensen's doing a great job. Now you see him move wide to the outside. There's the 14 of Tyler Peterson. He's already working his way down into turn numbers 3 and 4, looking to put the 24 of Shelby Love a lap down. But there's that battle for 2nd and 3rd, the 29 of Jensen and the 21 of Mendana. I just don't know if the 29 of Jensen has enough experience. I mean, Mendana, dude, that's not a guy you get around very easily, right? He makes it very, very difficult to get around. So I think this cat and mouse game is going to be at play here for the rest of this. You know, this 15 minutes plus 1 lap main event here in Formula Lights.
Well, with Carlos Mandana in the 21 having his dad as his radio personnel, I'm sure that he's listening to everything he's telling him, and he's just like, okay, you put this stuff together, and I'm going to race it hard just for you.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm super excited for them to be out there, and especially I love seeing Jared Wallach. Obviously, his dad's a big leader in the West Coast contingency of the OPC, and they've got the Parker Enduro going on this weekend. We were kind of out of our control when this event got moved down to the end of October. We wish all those guys could have been here with us racing. And I tip my cap to Jared, right? He likes the OPC racing. He's like, hey, Pops, flat bottom's cool, but I'm going to go run a Formula Light. See you later. I'm going down to Lake Havasu. So his dad's, 30, 40 minutes upriver in Parker running a lot of flat bottom stuff at the Parker Enduro. He's here running hard and looking to bring home some hardware. It doesn't seem like he can close that gap. But who knows? This battle between 21 and 29 is going to rage on through the rest of this, and 6 could just slowly creep into that window, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, boom, he's on the podium.
Exactly. It's like a sneak attack, and he's doing great trying to keep up with him. But it looks like our first place is right down the backstretch, but catch what's going on in the backstretch. Schmierbach.
Where is he?
Is floating right in the middle of the course in the 35.
No. The 35 of Mark Schmierbach looks like the motor went away, and so did his title hopes.
Yep.
See you later. I don't know. I know he gained some points, right? But he's going to get, 20, 30 points for running a few laps.
Oh, it looks like he's trying to get it started.
He's trying to get it fired. I don't know what's going on with the 35 of Schmierbach. Normally, right, the technical stuff is never an issue with these guys. They're meticulous in their setup, their preparation, their tear down, right? They've got processes, they've got routines. They've been doing it for years, but boy, unfortunate for him. And right now, 14 of Tyler Peters, he's like, backup motor, please I don't care if you crap out on me, just do it after the checkered flag, please, because he's got one of those leads that if something like that did happen, I think the eventual winner would probably feel bad.
Yeah.
Right? Clearly I wasn't the best in class today, but your motor didn't last. Sorry, buddy.
Tyler Peterson is almost a half a lap ahead of the second place boat. That is a huge lead as Tyler makes his way down the backstretch, just now crossing the start-finish line in the 21 is our second place boat, following the 29 of Jared Jensen, the 6 of Wallach.
And those two are, and even those 3, right? Because Wallach's starting to get into the mix, and he might get into it. But boy, I think if you talk to the 29 and the 21 after they'd be like, man, that was a hell of a race.
Yeah.
Because they're all over each other. You talk to the 14 of Tyler Peterson, he was like, I was out for a country Sunday stroll. As he looks to get by the number 99 of Traden Schleicher. Schleicher, the rookie, goes wide to the outside as he should. You see that big orange X on the back denoting that he's a rookie here in 2023. 14 of Tyler Peterson just kind of sets it down on the inside and boogies his way by. But the 29 of Wallach just will not go quietly, the 29 of Jensen will not go quietly into the night. Obviously, that's a fast boat. That boat, orange and gray, for the Hertz Audio that used to be on the side of it, run by Grant Schubert to a national title in Springfield, Ohio, over the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. I believe you were there and called that blow-by-blow with Jeff Doan, and that was a heck of a race. Those two were all over each other.
13 earlier because I'm so used to calling it that.
Exactly.
It was like, okay, I got to remember 29 with all these boat and motor swap or with these driver swaps. I got to get it straight. Shelby Love's going to make a key factor right here. She keeps on the inside and is going to force Carlos Mandana in the 21 to go the outside and starting to get a little bit more of a gap between him and Jared in the 29.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Mandana going wide to the outside there. Jose trying to get, but again, I appreciate, what Shelby Love said, hey, listen, there's 2 of you. I don't want to cut across both of you. I'm just going to hold my line. And they said, all right, that's fine. You hold your line. We'll move to the outside and we'll run outside of her. So I commend her for holding her line. Looks like the 98 of Nick Hoot calling it today after some transom issues yesterday. I know that boat was a little beat up, and it looks like they might be having some more trim and motor issues on the back of that 98 Hoot racing machine.
Yeah, it looks like it's sitting in the wrong position, and that's not a good...
Yeah, it makes it pretty hard to turn and go fast when the motor's all the way kicked out. Oh, there you go, the 29, and Jensen now getting by. Now here, look at that. Now 6 of Wallach. Look at him, watch it out. Wallach, bang, down to the inside. There he goes. I saw it. I knew it was coming. Now we got a drag race between the 6 of Wallach and the 29 of Jensen as they go down through turn number 2. See, and this is exactly that cat and mouse game, right? Wallach knew, hey, if they can get Love in a turn and Love forces him to go outside, I'm far enough back where I can set it down to the inside, and he might be able to take advantage of it. Now he's getting caught up in the wash on the 24 of Shelby Love.
Shelby Love moves to the outside, going to give these guys a little bit of their fun out here in the water too, which all of that in one lap made a huge key factor between the gap between Carlos Medina in the 21 and the 29 of Jared Jensen, and it also closed the gap of the number 6 of Wally. I mean, now they're starting to go for a fight for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yeah, that's the farthest we've seen the 21 of Jose Mendaña Jr. and the 29 of Jared Jensen apart all day. But I don't even know where the 14 of Tyler Peterson is.
Tyler making his way down that backstretch in the number 14. He's got to be getting tired. I'm sitting out there in this heat, and he's still running it all the way to the end just as fast as he can, because you know what his next goal, I think, is? A lap the number 3 boat.
Well, it's been done before. It's super hard to do, but boy, I don't know if he's going to make a whole straightaway. We got a little over 5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this main event here in Formula Lights, and it is all Tyler Peterson. That beautiful all-red Molagard Latitude Dispensary, right? Peterson Racing on the side. Peterson Racing, right? His name is Peterson, but he doesn't own the boat. Another Peterson, right?
That's not even related.
And no, not related. They live here,
yeah.
Right? The Latitude Dispensaries is their company here. I think they've got them here and in Phoenix. They set up dispensaries here across the state of Arizona, and they've done some work in Colorado and California as well. But oddly enough, they just happen to have the same last name. Tyler from Stacy, Minnesota. These guys are from from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. How they met, I don't even really know. But it's been a great marriage, right? Young Tyler Peterson, very hungry, very deeply embedded in boat racing back in Minnesota. He's run multiple different classes. They decided to take this flyer on this Molagard boat, and boy, has it paid dividends, because this kid is just dynamite behind the wheel of that machine. And I have a feeling we might hear a few guys call up Christian Molagard over in Denmark and be like, hey, can you ship more of those things to the U.S.? Because nobody thought it could work, and he is proving them all wrong, and he is out here just absolutely outclassing the field. He's 3/4 of a lap ahead of everybody here with just 4 minutes to go in this finals here in Formula One, and could be potentially our new series champion, although I think it might be Mendaña when it's all said and done.
I don't know. That disqualification jumbled up some points.
It really did.
It might have really hurt him. And with this lead you were talking about earlier, if it comes down to like a tie points, let's just say it comes down to the tie. Really, look at the lead. Our lead driver is coming out of turn 3. Our second place is going into turn 1. That's a 1 straightaway difference.
Yeah.
So it might come down to that.
Yeah, and so you figure Hoot pulled off after Schmierbach did, so Schmierbach's going to get 8th. Versus first. That's a lot of points to give up. Right now, Schmierbach probably got Peterson in points. Oh, look out there, 24, Shelby Love spinning out down in turn number 1 there. Looks like she's now going to be kind of in the way. Oh, there she goes. She finally gets that green machine with Clover Construction on the side going. That happens when you're a rookie, right? Especially in Formula Lights. You overset into the corner, and this is why Formula Lights is such a great learning class. So many Formula One drivers cut their teeth there, because it really forces you how to drive here. And we got a battle now brewing back up.
That would be down the backstretch in the number 21, the all-white Carlos Mendaña fighting out the 29 of Jared Jensen, which is the orange and gray boat. Those are 2nd and 3rd place boats. They've been fighting it out basically since they jumped off the beach. Back and forth, and it looks like Carlos is going to lead them in out of turn number 3 down the front stretch. Keeps holding on to that inside lane, shortest way around the course.
And the 21 of Jose Mendaña Jr. does like to go inside line around the course, and boy, they had such a big gap. I don't know what happened there, Kay, but it was like the 29 of Jared Jensen said, hey, I got another gear in here. I'm going to catch back up. Now he dives down to the inside, and they're trying to go deck to deck, nose to tail, coming out of turn number 1, now through turn number 2, the chicane on the backside, and now the 29 of Jensen's got to go back to the outside, and that's, I think, that cat and mouse game of what Mendaña's been doing so well. He's just forcing the 29 of Jensen to cross back over his wake, and as you know, Kay, right, crossing through somebody's wake is about the most detrimental thing you can do speed-wise in a tunnel boat.
And he just did that twice. When they went in out of turn number 3, he tried to duck on the inside, didn't have enough room, had to jump back out onto the outside, which is going to be what we call going through churned water already. So you're going through a roller, you're going through churned water. It could be very hurtful. And unfortunately, sometimes with these boats, we just saw that with Shelby Love, it can actually make you spin out if that chine just hits that roller just right.
Now it looks like the 29 of Jensen now backed off a little bit off the 21 of Mendaña Jr., but it was a lot bigger of a lead before. Boy, you're saying that the 14 of Peterson could possibly lap the 3rd place boat, and that might actually happen. He's getting pretty pretty close to him. It's going to be close here. We got 2 minutes plus 1 lap. I appreciate the 98 and Nick Hoot out there staying out and collecting points, right? He's rolling around the outside, but he's collecting points. He's going to make sure he goes back home to Modesto and says, hey, you know what? Mark Schmierbach, guys won like 5 world titles. I beat him. Don't worry about it. Now, he may have spent 3/4 of the final in the infield, but hey, you know what? I appreciate Nick out there still running laps, collecting points. That's an old tactic we used to see that we don't see as much anymore. Guys like to shelf it and, you know, save the equipment. I'm slow. But I respect the guys that putt on the outside, right, and collect their points. They stay out of harm's way, but they still know that those points they want to earn the points, right? They're trying to play that long game for the championship, which, even though it's the last race of the year, I mean, hey, Nick's trying to collect as many points as a rookie as he possibly can, right?
Yeah, and exactly. And, you know, it just carries on throughout the year to get into that mindset and together because
at inspection, there's the 21 of Mendana. You see now we go cut back overhead, the 29 of Jensen. That's the 97 of Bonanno there in front of the 21 of Mendana. He's already a lap down, and Mendana better watch out because coming out of turn number 4 now as he looks through the rearview mirror halfway through the front stretch here as these final few laps tick off. Our leader, the 14 of Tyler Peterson's just about 15 boat lengths behind the second place boat. As we see, here's the white flag is out. Go fast, turn left just 4 more times for the young man running for Latitude Dispensaries and Peterson racing out of Stacy, Minnesota. Can he take some hardware back to the land of the Great White North where temperatures haven't seen the other side of 50 for better part of a month? He's down here in the beautiful sunshine state of Arizona, beautiful Lake Havasu City. Here in this great crowd at the Nautical Beachfront Resort looking to lay down a championship run as he comes outside of turn number 3, wide off of turn number 4, going way wide to the outside with that bright red Bullguard machine. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion at Legends of Havasu and Formula Lights out of Stacy, Minnesota, number 14, Tyler Peterson.
that was I wish they actually had one more lap. I think he might have gotten
he might have needed like 5.
but I think he could have gotten around Wallach.
But we still got a battle going on out there. There's it is, the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. trying to hold on to second place. Can that be enough points after the disqualification to still be the series champion? Or will it be the 14 of Tyler Peterson? Or could it be the mired 35 of Mark Schmierbach who sits down in the infield? But coming across the start-finish line, bringing some more hardware back to Tampa, Florida by a nose. The 21 of Mendana taking second. And in third, the 29 of Jared Jensen. What a great run there by the 29 of Jared Jensen. Podium finish in only his 3rd Formula Lights race in his career. Great boat, great run. The 21 of Mendana had something for everybody but this young man right here. He's got the checkered flag in hand for the 2nd time in a row out here in Lake Havasu City. That Mulgard loves this big body of water, and boy, he ate up the competition today, Kay.
He literally jumped off the beach and never looked back. I mean, the lead he just kept gaining and gaining and gaining after every single lap was just incredible for him. You know, he's done so much work, and it's good to see him out here, you know, in that number 14 as he makes his way out. Look at him go really close out there out to our fans.
Oh yeah, I mean he's excited, right? I mean it's a 2,000 plus mile trip down here from Minnesota. Thankfully they didn't have to haul the race rig because the Petersons that own the race rig are here in Lake Havasu. After their last race in Grove, Oklahoma, well they just drove the rig here. It's been here. They've been prepping it ever since. They didn't have to do much just because that boat has been so fast all year. They've had to do a lot of body work early in the season, but thankfully his crew chief Aaron Wachholtz is. Oh, he owns a fiberglass company.
Yeah,
so, yeah, you know, he works on boats and cars for a living, and so he had no problem getting that boat fits back together. But, boy, it was so fast in Grove, they're like, hey, why would we mess with anything, right? And look at him. He's super excited. And I don't know if he's going to jump out and have a chance to come chat with us or not. I'd love to be able to chat with him. I told the drivers earlier, because such a jam-packed schedule, like, hey, look at there he is. The young man is so excited. Extreme Paint Auto Body and Marine, that's one of his other sponsors out of Wyoming, Minnesota. And he is going to get out, I think, and we're going to have a chance to chat with the 14 of Tyler Peterson, the young man from Minnesota who ran away from the competition here in Formula Lights. And he's going to make his way out of the cockpit of that Formula Lights machine with the VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel partner of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. And it looks like coming up next here, we're going to have the Texas Tri-Hulls with us here to wrap up the 2023 season in their class, the 17 of Neil Marsh. has already locked up the season championship there in Formula Lights. And coming to join us is the 14 of Tyler Peterson, the young man from Minnesota. Pop that on there. Boy, Tyler, did you blow a motor in the heat number 2? Are you sure?
It was a shear pin, but
oh, okay. Well, that's a lot better. I thought it was a little birdie told me it was a blown motor. Shear pin is a lot better, man. You went out there and you drove that thing like you stole it, ran it wire to wire. And I believe this is, 2 years in a row. You love Lake Havasu, don't you?
Yeah, Lake Havasu and the boat that we have, they work real good together. Can't say enough for the team. After the shear pin went, we had to fix a few things, and they worked their ass off to make that happen. So got to thank all of them and the Peterson family, and it feels good.
Yeah, and today might have been just your kind of day, Tyler. So Mendana gets disqualified, so he collects no points in qualifying. Schmierbach finishes 8th, and you win. Now, I'm not a mathematician, and you can't trust what I say because I'm just the announcer. But I believe just not only won yourself the Lake Havasu City Classic, I think you might be the 2023 Formula Lights champion. In that moment, in a few years, if it did come to fruition, how would it feel to be the 2023 F1 PC Formula Lights champion?
Oh, it would mean a ton. I mean, Mark Schmierbach and the Mendanas, there's a lot of guys out here that run really, really hard. So it definitely means something running against guys like that.
For sure, yeah. And you guys, I mean, there was 4 of you within, I think, half a second in qualifying today. But, boy, nobody had anything for you, man, out there. Congratulations. One benefit of squeezing 2 days into one is you get an extra day in the warm-weathered Lake Havasu City before having to go back to Minnesota. But congratulations, man. You get to drag a whole bunch of hardware back north of the Mason-Dixon line.
Hey, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the Lake Havasu Classic, the number 14 of Tyler Peterson. Coming up next, the trials around the water bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. Crowned champion in the Lake Havasu City Classic. And will Cole Wearing hang on to that second spot in the season standings, or will the 13 at Grant Schubert knock him down a peg? We're going to find out right here in just a moment with the conclusion of the Tri-Hull class here at Legends of Havasu in the final round of the 2023 Formula One Powerboat Championships here at the Lake Havasu City Classic. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Vendor Village here. Speed Sport live from here, Legends of Havasu. And the costume contest is wrapped up here. Lots of happy winners, lots of bellies full of candy, I noticed. And it looks like, Ken, the pumpkin carving contest is about to be decided as well.
Yeah, Joey Beck will be down there deciding that one. And just finishing up there, by the way, with some exciting F-Lights racing. And I wanted to touch on that points battle that we saw that announcer talking about there. Mark Schmierbach came in here as a points leader by just 3 points over Jose Medina. And Jose, I believe, was disqualified in a heat race. Tyler Peterson was 42 points back, but then swept the day. Like, he had a great couple of heat races and just won that final. Really closed the gap there on Schmierbach. So that's why they were having a tough time deciding. They have to make sure that math is proper before they crown that guy as a champion. But great racing out there for the F-Lights category.
Yeah, well, there's a lot on the line here at the season finale. Those championships are extremely important. So, by the way, if you're wondering who won in the costume contest, our little friend over here in the airplane won his category. Congratulations to him and all of our contestants here today.
Yeah, I mean, first class, right? He's flying first class.
It might be business.
All business right there.
Yeah,
it's
all
about
business.
winning a contest.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Good stuff. That's cheating, bringing a dog in, by the way.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is kind of on the fringe, isn't it? I don't know if that's in the rules or not. But I'm loving the pirate ship. Maybe we'll get a shot of the pirate ship a little later in the pumpkin contest.
Yeah, I saw some of
strong.
the crew out there getting stuff done. Erica's been out there keeping up to speed with everything, so it's been a good day.
Yes. Yes, it has. And it looks like, as we've been saying, we'll be back here in 2024. Very hopeful of that. Very thankful to the folks here in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, for inviting us out and letting us go. Let's go catch the Tri-Hull final now.
And he just gives him a huge bat. Dustin Terry just gave it back.
Yeah, Dustin Terry does not care, right? Dustin Terry is like Dale Earnhardt was. If you don't get out of my way, I'll make you get out of my way.
Exactly.
Deal with it.
And you see how they fly down the backstretch, and then all of a sudden they just hang a quick left-hand turn. But we're going way wide in the number 6, Dustin Terry, followed by the 17 of Neil Marsh. Mason Rinker in the 37.
And he's pushing hard against the 17 of Neil Marsh, and I think, that's the best thing Dustin Terry could have. The 37 of Mason Rinker. What a move on the inside. What a move by the young Rinker. He just gives Neil Marsh a taste of his own medicine. Marsh left that little gap, and he just hopped inside and said, see you later, dude. Bang, and he was gone.
Marsh tried to just jump on the inside, and he does, barely. I mean, this is back and forth, and it looks like Mason's just going to hammer down. He's going to go right out in front of Marsh and slam the door one more time as they make their way into turn 1. That hairpin one buoy turn. That is crazy.
Yes, 2 one-buoy turns. That's how we roll in tri-hulls. Bumper boats, 65 miles an hour. It's a lot of good fun. It's just good, wholesome family fun. Rung what you brung and hang it out there and have a good time. Boy, the 37 of Mason Rinker, though, he's looking good. And that's not what the 17 of Neil Marsh wanted, right? I mean, he is not used to getting past. He's used to doing the pass, and that's got to be weird. But, maybe he feels bad for the kid. He's like, hey, I've had a pretty good season. But I don't know. Racers I've learned tend to be greedy. I want one trophy. Oh no, I want all of the trophies. I want all of them.
Exactly. It's like,
whoa, look how Princeton, boy, Mullet is hanging that thing out to dry. He is all over the course because, he's got to beat the 13 of Schubert. If he doesn't, he's not going to stay in second. And right now, if it were to end right now, he wouldn't be in second place. He would relinquish that to the 13 of Grant Schubert. And, more than anything, right, that's bragging rights back home.
Yeah.
Between a couple of long-standing good friends.
Especially since they're all in the same shop.
Absolutely, correct.
I have a feeling I know who's going to get the key to get their stuff back into the shop and who is not.
Yeah, right? For sure. We see there
the move that's going to happen right now with Mason. He tries to tuck on the inside of Dustin Terry.
And he goes the outside and really got slowed way down. But he is definitely hunting right now. The 37 of Mason Rinker is in full-on attack mode. The 6 of Dustin Terry, right, is just trying to find a clean line, stay in the clean water. Notice he's going way wide to the outside. Mason Rinker taking those riskier lines tight to the inside. But if he can pull off a few really good turns on that tight line, he's going to end up getting by the 6 because Terry's going the further way around the course. What Dustin Terry's banking on is it's a tri-hull, man. You're going to screw up once. It's too rough, right? We bounce around too hard. You're going to screw up one corner, and then you're never going to catch me, which I'm fine with.
Well, and it looks like Dustin Terry's got, Mason just jumped on the inside. We're going to have a nose-to-nose race down that backstretch on the inside. And
look at him get up on the deck.
Right up on the side of him. He's going to go for a ride. I guess that's a good way to go.
Yeah, it's the 37 of Mason Rinker taking a play out of the Grant Schubert playbook. You just get into the side of him, just push him wide to the outside, see if they'll give up. But he did that to the wrong person. Dustin Terry's like, what are you talking about, dude? I invented that rule. I am that move. And so he knew exactly how to play it. And it's amazing, right? What you see the 37 of Mason Rinker, he took a shot. They were side by side. Now he's 2 boat lengths back, and now he's going to make up all that ground for almost like another run at him, right? It's like it was 4th and goal. You didn't get it, right? They got it, ran 3 plays and punted, and now you got to try to jam it back in the goal line. We'll see if he can do it here with 12 laps remaining in this 20-lap main event here as we crown a champion in Texas Tri-Hull.
That's 12 long grueling laps, but it looks like Dustin Terry in the number 6 is still the leader, followed by Mason Rinker in the 37, Neil Marsh in the 17, Grant Schubert coming in 4th at the number 13.
There's 17 of Neil Marsh making a nice good move on the inside, but he just doesn't seem to have the top speed for the 37 of Rinker or the 6 of Terry as they're really starting to pull away in a 2-boat race from the rest of the field. But all it takes is one hook in the corner. Again, one bad corner in Tri-Hull and completely changes the complexion of the race for any driver. The 6 of Terry liking the wide, safer outside line, higher RPMs, right? Mason Rinker having to go short way around the course, just trying to find clean water. The 6 of Terry doing a good job of moving through multiple lanes, right, to keep that water dirty for the 37 of Mason Rinker.
And unfortunately, Neil Marsh back there with the worst set of conditions, trying to get around either one of them, or at least least belly up next to Rinker. But, it's going to be a good race, and now we're going to start coming up to a lot of back traffic. The water is getting extremely rough here in our tri-hall, but our leader, the number 6, Dustin Terry, followed by Mason Rinker in the 37, and then the 17, Neil Marsh, the 13th, Grant Schubert.
And watch out for the 69 of Cole Mullet Waring, right? Our leader, the 6 of Dustin Terry's coming up on Mullet. He's not going to let him go by easily, right? He's not going to move back. He's like, hey, man, I'm fighting for a top 3 season points. I'm going hard. And he's on the outside, right? So that either 6 at Terry's going to have to make a move, which he looks like he's going to do right now because Mullet's way off the pace. He's slowed even way off the pace more than normal, but he does get out of the way. Something's clearly wrong in that Mullet machine here. It was running better earlier today, but really off the pace here in this main event. But here comes the 17 of Neil Marsh back up into the conversation, Kay. It's almost like he was just chilling, right? 3/4 throttle, having a cocktail, just chilling, lounging. He's like, there's there's 8 laps remaining. We're at the back side of the race. I better get going. Kicks it up into gear. Here he is back in second place.
Back in second place. That was a great move, but Mason is not going to give up easy as he tucks on the inside.
There we go. No, did he take out the buoy?
I don't know if it's...
He did take out a buoy, so he has to go all the way back around. Who moves up into second place? None other than the 17 of Neil Marsh. And this is the last person that Dustin Terry wants to see in his rearview mirror. The guy who's 2-time series champion, defending Lake Havasu, right? He came here, I think he may have won or got second last year. I can't remember, but he won the season point standings. And now here he is sitting in second, ready to pounce on the 6 of Dustin Terry with just 6 laps remaining. Does he have enough time, Kay? That's the real question.
I don't know. I think Marsh, he's got the skill, but does he? Harry does in the number 6. To move more back traffic.
Coming straight out of Hemlock, right to the top spot on the podium, because it's the only place he knows in 23. He has been an absolute dominant performance so far this season. Can he do it again here and catch our leader, who's led from lap 2, the 6 of Dustin Terry, as they go down the back stretch with 4 laps remaining here in this 20-lap main event in Texas Tri-Hall.
Dustin Terry, I'm not sure if he even knew how close Marsh was until all of a sudden he got a little love tap from that number 17. Dustin Terry's your leader in the number 6. Here comes Neil Marsh in the 17th, and look at him just rock and roll that boat trying to get around Dustin Terry in the number 6.
And Dustin Terry's not an easy guy. Now here we go. Here's Marsh's patented move. Nope. He's got to go wide to the outside. He douses down the 69, the 26 of Briston Sherman, who's fighting with the 69 of Cole Mullet Waring, both way off the pace here. But the 17 of Neil Marsh now goes down to the inside. He keeps having to go through the wash, right? That's smart. Terry's not giving him like a full lane to the inside, right? He's giving him like half a lane. So he thinks he can stick his nose in, but then he's got to run his nose across the wake in the corner, and he just can't seem to catch up to him down the straightaway then.
Well, then he gets a huge wall of water in your face, and your first reaction is to kind of let off. But look at him. He's just going to roll right up on the back transom of the number 6 of Dustin Terry.
And he was down to the inside. Dustin started to move down. Now he's taking that wide line, and now he's going to try to come off the pin. See, but Dustin knew he was going wide, and so instead of going wide early, he stayed on the pin to scrub up the water. But the 17 of Neil Marsh has got a ton of speed, boy. 2 laps remaining here in this dogfight for the championship here at the Lake Havasu Classic, a part of Legends of Havasu 2023, brought to you by Mid-America Outdoors, the great partners of the Formula One Powerboat Championship in 2023 out of Jay, Oklahoma. Check them out at MidAmericaOutdoors.com. Find us at F1PowerboatChampionship.com. And here we go, the final 2 laps of Texas Tri-Hall. The 17 of Neil Marsh slams into the back of the 6 of Dustin Terry, our leader, who's trying to go wire to wire. There's the white flag out. Go fast, turn left, just one more lap around this 2-pin course here in Texas Tri-Hall. Can the 17 of Neil Marsh knock off the 6 of Dustin Terry as they go down in to the penultimate corner of the Tri-Hall main event? Down the outside, here we goes the drag race. On the outside, it's the 17 of Neil Marsh. On the inside, it's the 6 of Dustin Terry. Look, Marsh wanting to go down the inside. Dustin, what a counter by the 6 of Dustin Terry. He goes wide on the outside of turn number 2. Down the front straightaway as they go photo finish wire to wire. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the checkered flag in Tri-Hall out of Houma, Louisiana, number 6, Dustin Terry. In second by about an 1/8 of a second, the 17 of Neil Marsh, and rounding out the top 3, I believe that was the 13 of Grant Schubert, finishing in the top 3. 4th is Mason Rinker. 5th is Jared Jensen. 6th is Jerry Rinker. 7th is Tanner Rinker. 8th is Princeton Sherman. 9th is Cole Waring. And 10th, I apologize, 10th is Jared Jensen. 5th place was J.B. Jensen. I don't believe Jared Jensen actually ran in the tri-hole final. I don't think he had enough time to make it way from his Formula Light to his tri-hole. So he sacrificed the tri-hole. But you know what? Hey, he's getting some podium hardware in Formula Lights. I think he'll take it.
Yeah, I think he will too. I mean, and that was one heck of a heat. Did you notice that Dustin started to like hoot and holler and cheer before he went to the start finish line? I don't really think he knew how close.
I can tell you this, right? Would have been the most epic fail ever if he would have like by a nose lost to the 17 at Neil Marsh.
That's a Taylor Swift song of karma.
Right, correct. But obviously he had the confidence in his ability. He knew he was, I mean, again, the guy ran tri-hole for a decade, right? It's not like he doesn't know what these things do, but he's down on the south end of the course. We got our drone ripping by him as he's giving a great shot to the crowds here along the shores of the Colorado River here in beautiful Lake Havasu City, Arizona. What a great run it was for the young man out of Houma, Louisiana. We call him the Dust Man. What a great run there in Texas Tri-Hole. And he's got to be probably surprised, but pretty stoked to be bringing some hardware back because, boy, I'll tell you, that APX 4-stroke not handling the rough water here on the Colorado River all that well on the back of his 190 Formula One machine. I think he's going to start like 12th or 13th on the start dock, maybe 11th. I don't know. It depends on how much carnage from that last heat.
I think he's having a little bit of fun out here giving our a show.
Yeah. Again, right? 10 years in a tri-hole. He knows how to make that thing dance. I think he might be potentially one of still the most decorated as far as checkered flags tri-hole drivers ever in the existence of the tri-hole class, which is, I think we're going on like 15 years now, 16 years we've been running that class after, the Schuberts decided to dust off some old Glasstrons from the 70s they had laying in the weeds in their shop, and like, what if we put a roll cage and a deck on this thing?
Only Schuberts.
And put 110 horsepower Johnson. I think we could have a class, and it's Texas Tri-Hole. We affectionately call it bumper boats at 65 miles an hour, and what a run it was there. But except for your guy Jerry Rinker, unfortunately, Scary Jerry getting towed in there from the north end of the course, or what? I don't even know. I get so lost here, right? I'm from the Midwest, right? We get in these valleys out in the desert, and being able to see like forever without like rows of trees and forests, it's weird. My wife and I were driving here Thursday night, and we agreed. It feels like driving on Mars.
Yeah.
It's a totally alien feeling. We're driving down, I think, 95, that route from Vegas that we flew in.
Straight.
Yeah, and you get that one road that's like, it's like whoops on a dirt bike track, and it's like 40 miles of like 2-lane highway, no shoulder at night.
90 miles per hour.
Well, we were doing like 75, all right? I'm not gonna speed at night with my wife in the car on a road that Sam Kinison passed away on driving crazy fast, right? And you're in the middle of, and of course, right, we got 4 minutes out of Vegas, and she's like, no, this drive, like, at some point, we could be like an hour from anybody that's going to be able to help us. Because it's a pretty
warning for you or for her.
I think it was her just making sure I was cognizant, right, and aware that we could be 45 minutes from anything here in not too long. But he's jumping out now. We're going to have a chance to chat with the young man from Houma, Louisiana, that had a heck of a run there in Texas Tri-Hole. Yeah, everybody's excited up there at the Nautical Beachfront Resort, the Turtle Grill. He's super excited. He's going to grab his headset there, pop it on. Man, hey, that brings back some good memories, huh?
Oh, man, it's easy.
Yeah.
It's like riding a bike. Dude, I'm exhausted. Man, that's way too many laps. I used to be able to do that with no problem, being 20, 21 and all that stuff. But, I don't know, I'm getting too much gray in my little patchy beard. It's, man, that was awesome. Rinker was back there, made a pass on Neil, so I was like, oh, he'll keep him busy. That won't be a problem. I can check out. I was wrong.
Yeah, well, he missed that buoy down there at this year on this turn right in front of the judges stand. He had to circle back, and boy, that gave Neil Marsh the hammer down. He caught up on your backside, and boy, what a battle it was. And no surprise, right? He's a back-to-back winner. Boy, that guy can wheel.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Neil had everything he needed this weekend. I think, honestly, he took it easy for the first few laps and sealed up his championship. championship. And then as it got late into the race, I think he had a little chip on his shoulder, and he wanted all of them. So he didn't get it today. He almost did. He slammed into me a couple times, and that's what trial racing is. It's the coolest class out there. Man, I just love it. This is awesome.
Well, hey, and I know it's not been the best weekend in the Black Beauty on the 190 Formula One machine, but hey, at least, right, rest assured, some hardware's coming back to Homa, a little harken back to the younger days of Dustin Terry, but it's got to feel good, man. You finish the year bringing some hardware back to Louisiana and getting ready for 24.
Yeah. This is, hopefully the Formula One final. I'm going to get focused on that for a minute, but man, my confidence is up, so it should be a good thing. I just want to thank JH Performance Boats for getting that ready for me, Ameristar Roofing for supporting me and everything. Those guys just delivered the boat. The Outlaw F1 team, those guys filled it up for me all weekend, had it sitting on the beach ready to go. Whenever I came down, I would just get a thumbs up from Mullet and Briston and all those guys that you're ready to go, just jump in and get it. And so this is really their win. And then I just want to say hi to my wife and kids back at home.
Right on. And the 13 of Grant Schubert kicks his good friend Mullet back down a peg and moves up into second in the series standings, all thanks to you.
Oh, man, bummer for Mullet. What did Grant finish in the final?
Grant finished third.
Okay.
Well, so he worked for it. He earned it. He moved his way back up there.
No, good for him. Good for everybody. It's a great class. Special thank you to HAVASU F1 Powerboat Championship. This is a great time. I know we're kind of bummed out. We can't have 2 days of racing with the weather rolling in tomorrow, but hopefully we can put on a show to make up for it today.
Right on, man. Well, hey, get back in the pits, get that tri-hull on the trailer, go enjoy yourself and get ready for the Formula One race. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner in Texas tri-hull, the Dustman out of Houma, Louisiana, the number 6 of Dustin Terry. All right, well, that's going to wrap up 2 of 3. You know what that means? That means the 6 of Dustin Terry's got to bust his butt, get all the way back down there, hop in his Formula One boat, because we've already got about half the boats on the water, because we're going to run this 17 minutes plus 1 lap main event here in the Formula One class to crown a champion not only for the Lake Havasu City Classic, but for the 2023 season. 5 drivers with inside of 100 points came into Lake Havasu. We've had some carnage in qualifying, K, and we're going to have a doozy of a main event here in Formula One.
Yeah, it was definitely huge.
Well, that's going to wrap it up here from our Speed Sport Live from Desk presented by Toyota. We've got to make our way for the AC/DC tribute band, Back in Black. They'll be taking our stage here where we've been at, Ken and I, in just about an hour. And if you're watching our live stream, stay tuned for continued F1 powerboat racing action where the 2023 championships will be settled here today. You won't miss a thing. Just stay right where you are. And Ken, how about some partners we need to thank?
Yeah, we have a laundry list of these partners, and everyone is very, very special to us. We appreciate all their support for sure. Let's read them off here because they certainly deserve it. Raceline Wheels, our official wheel partner. AMSOIL is the official oil and synthetics partner. Rugged Radios is our official communication partner. And Project X Off-Road is the official lighting partner. Speed Sport, of course, the official broadcast partner. Good Boy Vodka, our official vodka. Optima Batteries is our official battery. Then we have Off-Road Syndicate, Fun Haver, Kicker, Ober Tires, Shock Therapy, Mid-America Outdoors, Spider Tracks Off-Road, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, ADS Suspension, Lake Havasu Marine Association, River Dave's Place, and Desert Side-by-Sides. We also have our Legends of Havasu partners. We appreciate all of the support and great racing action that they brought to the weekend for us, including Ultra4 USA, F1 Powerboat Championship, the Sand Outlaw Series, of course, the International Professional Rodeo Association, along with Pickle Fork. We don't want to leave him out of it. And our American Side-by-Side Takeover. It's been a great weekend.
And a big thank you to Gayla and Jason Robinette and their family for the dream of Legends of Havasu, to the staffs of American Outdoor Events and Mid-America Outdoors, all the officials of Lake Havasu City, and Sabrina M. Bice at the Lake Havasu Field Office, Bureau of Land Management, Colorado River District, Dan Roddy, Lake Havasu State Parks, and all the other local, state, and federal agencies who helped make this event possible. And, of course, our vendors, partner hotels, law enforcement, fire and emergency response, volunteers, and amazing entertainment acts that made the inaugural Legends of Havasu legendary. Don't forget, F1 Powerboat Racing will continue on this channel. Back in Black will be live on this stage, and later tonight it's Flo Rida. For all of us here with our Speed Sport crew, a big thank you to our entire team, to my buddy Ken Stout for working with me all weekend. Great, Ken. Have a great trip over to Japan. I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long from the Legends of Havasu. We hope to see you right back here next year. Good night, everybody.
24 of Spencer Love after getting together with the 22 of Mike Maskell. But, I mean, again, it's a racing accident. That stuff happens.
It does. I've been there before. I've been chasing points. I've driven across the states to Michigan, where we have Wakefield Nationals for our Outboard Nationals, and I have been fighting to get into the final. I get into the final, I go into turn one, and I don't make it back out. I mean, it happens. It's part of racing. You look forward to the next year. Unfortunately for Spencer Love, he's going to have to look forward to what could be his year, 24 for 24.
Hey, there we go.
There you go.
I don't think he'd mind that too much. 24 winning and 24. But I know that everybody, right? Nobody wants to see Terry Rinker win another title except for
me, Terry
Rinker, and Kay, and his team owner Jim Slack. Right? Jim really, he wants that title bad, real bad. It was Spencer Love's last year. He wants it. He wants that season trophy at the shop in Houston, the headquarters of Phase 3 Performance, and he's hoping he's going to get it. You know, let's take a look at that starting lineup, and we'll harken back to it a little bit later. But on the pole, right? I called it yesterday. I told my wife, she's like, who do you think's going to win? We were watching the baseball game. She goes, oh, who do you think will win? I'm like, I don't know, man. It could be Rinker. It could be Rinker. She goes, no, idiot, the baseball game. Oh. I was like, and I told her, I gotta give it up to the Arizona Diamondbacks just for the simple fact that I don't need to hear any crap from my friends in Texas about another Texas team beating a team from Minnesota. I mean, you trade away basically, right, like 3 first-rounders for Herschel Walker in the 1980s as the Minnesota Vikings, and people from Texas never let you live it down. It's the plight of every Minnesotan when it comes to dealing with our counterparts from the opposite side of the country. Yeah. Starting on the pole, this is the 52, the real deal, Chris Rinker. He comes in 33 points. 10 of Terry Rinker qualified 6th. So if I do 1st to 6th, right, we could be talking 20, 30 points. He's already accumulated.
Yeah.
On the 10 of Terry Rinker. That puts them basically level par coming in. You scratch the 24 of Spencer Love out, so there's nobody else between him. It's the John Rinker clan versus the Jerry Rinker clan. It's the Florida Rinkers versus the Texas Rinkers. And I think we're going to have an interesting showdown here,
I think
right?
It's going to be really.
I mean,
and my problem is I'm such a fan of all of these drivers. If you get a chance to walk through the pits and talk to these drivers, they are all so personable. But I mean, that's going to be an interesting little point.
I mean, imagine, right? Family reunion time. If they were planning a family reunion, depending on how things go, I don't know if there will be a Rinker family reunion this winter. Fair enough. We'll see. But then you can't count out, right? 17, Dylan Anderson, he starts second. Weird. He's only 8 points behind the 52 of Chris Rinker, who's sitting in 3rd. So he could jump off the dock, right? Go wire to wire. Rinker falls back to 3rd. And Dylan Anderson's our series champion. I mean, there's so many different scenarios here. Rusty Wyatt, 5th in points. That last one kind of the outside looking in, right? I mean, Jeremiah Mayo's in 6th, 106 points back. Rusty Wyatt was 100 points back. But, I mean, Mayo's in 3rd. Now, I think both Rinkers and Dylan would probably all have to die within like the first 5 laps of the race for Mayo to actually win. But, I mean, could he go from 6th to 2nd, 6th to 3rd, finish 3rd in the season standings?
This is a close race.
It's the closest I've ever seen, right?
Usually we come in, we're like, he's going to win the first heat, and then it's game over. I mean, he could...
Like what happened with Neil Marsh, right? Yes. Like Neil, he got 2nd in the first heat, 2nd in the second heat. Like all he had to do was start the final, and it's over, right? So there's no real juice at the end of the year, right? And I mean, of course, the drivers, right? Guys like Neil, they want there to be no juice. So they're like, I want this to be such a foregone conclusion, right? Because I've beaten them down all year that they, half of them don't even want to show up to the final race. But as fans, right, as the spectators of the sport, what we love to see is 6 drivers 100 points apart. One of those drivers gets knocked out, right? Another guy is starting 6th and, didn't finish better than 5th or 6th in any of the qualifying heats so far. The guys who are back in those 4th, 5th, and 6th, they're 2nd, 3rd, 4th, right? Coming off the dock. So we see we've got doing a bit of and we're they're making their way down there. Looks like we've got most of the guys on the field that's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're getting close. Yep, that's we got both phase 3 teams.
Oh, there's
all right, we still got a couple more boats to put in.
It's a little tiny.
It is a small ramp, right? I mean, beggars. This is why we love racing on the Ohio, right? Racing on the Ohio River, up and down the U.S. These cities have 40 boats that you could put on one ramp because just the whole side of the river is just a giant boat ramp, right? You see this in Nashville, Marietta, so many communities right up, and then you have a place like this where most of these boats are huge. They go in the water, they stay there for 3, 6, 9 months at a time. They don't need a 25 long wide boat ramp. Is just not something that's in use out here in places like Havasu.
Some of the boats that are out here, I pulled up to a couple gas stations and I just was like, well, I think they're going to be here for a little while, pumping fuel into that.
Yeah, and how do you I can back a boat in the water just fine, right? I'm a kid from Minnesota, land of 10,000 lakes, yada, yada, yada. But, it's a whole different ball of wax when you're trying to put a 42-foot boat into the water with your truck.
We were just talking about that actually this morning, about how it's kind of fun just to bring your lawn chair for some afternoon fun down to a boat launch. And, I've heard of people who actually bring scorecards of 1 through 10 on how they can launch and back a boat in.
All right, looks like we've got an updated lineup here. Yeah, looks like, so let's see here. Let's compare. We got an updated lineup, so let's check our lineups here.
24's back in her lineup.
It looks like, we were told that the 24 was a scratch, but he might be back in the lineup. We'll just have to wait and see. I don't know if he's on the water out there, but we'll have to see. All right, well, while we're waiting for the last couple of boats to get on the water, again, our sponsors are so important to us traveling the country, putting on these great shows for you folks and showcasing what Formula One powerboat racing is all about. First and foremost, Mercury Racing. They are the quintessential power plant in anything racing on the water worldwide. They are committed to the pursuit of wide open, accept no boundaries, and accept no compromise. Mercury Racing. JH Performance Boats. Custom, handcrafted, shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. Kicker Marine Audio, the official series audio partner of the Formula One Powerboat Championship. Kicker Marine Audio produces real marine audio components, meticulously designed, engineered, and built with durability to withstand the harsh marine environment and power to be heard with clarity, even in an open air environment like a Formula One powerboat race. VP Racing Fuels. VP Racing Fuels has been the fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Learn more about Ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championships. Racing Communications. Their radios for racing. Seabolt Sports. world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Moto Marketing Group. Moto Marketing Group provides award. Moto Marketing Group provides award-winning advertising and strategic marketing solutions to any size company or team with one-on-one service and consulting. Moto Marketing Group excels in racing and sports marketing, advertising, and design. They have a track record to prove it. From boats, cars, to cars and motorcycles, if it has an engine, they can make it scream. Seaway Marine, your one-stop dealership for the current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts. They specialize in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler outboard motors, as well as OMC, Merc Cruiser, and Volvo stern drives. They've got a 62,000 square foot facility. They ship over 100,000 packages across North America each year. They're the most knowledgeable staff. Find them at SeawayMarine.com, your one-stop boat motor shop. Online at SeawayMarine.com. And Axel Sports, the official apparel provider of the Formula One Powerboat Championship. Your passion drives us to excel. All right, we've got our parade lap here. Let's take a look at the boats coming across here, the start-finish line in that red, white, and blue. Chuck Skelton Racing Composite Craft. He builds the boats. He's running the 53 Greg Foster in tribute motor on the back of that machine, the number 53 of RJ West.
And the 99, Travis Yates, unfortunately, with an accident earlier today, lost the front cowling, but he's out here running and he's going to have some fun in that bright green and black 99.
All right, and then next the 17 out of Nashville, Tennessee, running Anderson Marine, number 17 to Dylan Anderson.
Opening up the borders after COVID brought down our favorite Canadian, Rusty Wyatt, with Mark Major in his ears as they come across in the clear.
And then it's the 92 of Dean Comer, the 14 of Andrew Tate. Then it's the 12 of Sean Love. The only Clover boat here in the final is the 24 of Spencer Love was a scratch. Then it's the 13 of Grant Schubert in that Hertz Audio JH Performance. Then it's the 52 of Chris Rinker. There's the 10 of Terry Rinker. Can he win the points championship?
The number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo going to give a wave as he comes across the start-finish line for our parade lap.
Yeah, start third off the start pontoon. He could be a dark horse to win this, pull this thing out here today.
And the Seabold Tribute right there, the 190, driven by Dustin Terry.
And then the 41, a boat that's been very fast all year. And, been a big partner with Hangar 24, a local brewery here and in California. Tribute boat, his teammate Bobby Briggs passed away in a race at Port Neches, Texas this spring in a horrific racing accident. He changed his number from 71 to 41. And, I thought he was going to be one of those dark horse, right? But yesterday, the motor that he's been whooping butt with all year grenaded itself. He had to go to that backup motor, and things just haven't been right, and you've been able to tell, right? It just hasn't been there today for the 41 of, the 41 of Jimmy Kerr in the pickle. But who knows, right? I mean, he's still got this race. He could get a good start. He could pick his way off. He's got 17 minutes plus one lap. We'll probably get 34 to 35 laps in, depending on if we have any wrecks, and who knows, right? It's a war, rough, big bodies of water like this a lot of times can be a war of attrition. He's got a lot of wheel time behind that machine, but, I just want the 41 of Jimmy Kerr to be able to finish this season on a good note, to really, send off his friend and racing teammate Bobby Briggs as they wrap up their 23 season the right way.
Well, we all know Bobby Briggs is up there, and he's waving, because, Bobby Briggs loved coming here. I remember sitting up in the pit area 2 years ago, sitting at his pits, and he gave me a Sharpie, and I said, what am I doing with this? He goes, I want you to sign my boat.
You and hundreds of other people.
To sign my boat, or sign your boat. So I did. I signed it right on the front of the dash, and I said, go get him. And he said for a while, every time I jump in that boat, you were the first person I saw. And that's Bobby Briggs. I absolutely love. I have his stickers all over the place. Actually, a sticker. I got one, I think, right here. There it is. Bobby Briggs. I got, he's such a great guy. Him and a couple of other drivers that unfortunately have taken the road up to the races of heavens. They're all up there watching us right now. You got Tracy Hawkins. Or,
yeah, we've had some, some other disciplined guys in other disciplines of racing pass away. I mean, it's a very dangerous sport, right? Don't get it twisted, right? These guys are doing 120 plus miles an hour in rocket ships on the water. I mean, strapped in carbon fiber safety cells, but I mean,
every year we're getting the boats faster and faster, but we're also working on making them safer.
Yeah, and I think no matter how safe you make, you could wrap the drivers in bubble wrap, you could wrap the boat in bubble wrap, and you're still going to have stuff happen. It's racing, it's high octane motorsports, it's inherently risky. These guys, guys and girls, they know what they sign up for when they get behind the wheel, and right, stuff happens and these guys are still here because they understood and they were willing to take that risk at the beginning. We hate to see it happen, but it does sometimes. And we've had a safe weekend so far. We've had a couple of dings, but nothing crazy. Unfortunate for the 24 Spencer Love, who's got a hole in that Hoffman composite boat that ran him all the way to a season championship last year, and he's not going to get a chance to repeat. And he was only 30 points off
I thought
sitting
for
in
sure
second
they
place.
would get that thing back out here.
It just all depends on what happened, right? Rick's here. Rick delivered a boat to Dylan Anderson here. So he's here. He's probably as any good boat builder is when they go. Right, it was like, what was his name? Oh, there was a gentleman who was a part of Bud Nolman's crew, is a retired former Formula Lights guy. And he brought Okumi, right, which is the wood that we use to build these tunnel boats. A lot of the Formula Lights boats are not composite yet. There's still a lot of wood boats. He would bring a whole kit with him in his car because he knew somebody was going to get run into, right? And he's like, well, let me go break out the kit. And he'd break out the kit and they'd get the boat fixed.
We actually, you say that, we do the same thing when we were going from our nationals like Seattle, Washington, all the way to Wakefield, Michigan. That's one heck of a drive, right? We literally would have an extra sheet of plywood because my boat is made out of plywood. My Outboard is. We would literally bring an extra sheet of plywood just in case, because we have a great picture of my brother walking through the pits with the cabinet door of my mother's cabinet of her camper. So he literally took the door off of the camper and went down and patched his boat.
It's a necessity, right? It's a thing of necessity sometimes. A lot of times we see at the Nationals, right, on the stock Outboard side, you'll see a lot of the guys that are running 2-3 classes, they'll bring an extra boat and they hope that it sits on the little trailer or on top of their car or truck all weekend. They don't want to bring it down, but they know, especially at Nationals, when you get 12 heats, 6-7 boats deep, it's not a matter of if, right? It's a matter of when. It's who's going to hit who when. And so looks like
we used to actually, my dad and I, it was kind of a joke. In our trailer, we would go to nationals with like 6 boats between my brother, my dad, and I. And we would have at least 8 motors in the back. And my dad's like, okay, well, if you blow this motor up, we can use this as a backup. If you blow that motor up, we can use this as a backup. And I said, you know what, Dad, after the second motor, I'm thinking I'm just going to sit on the beach and watch the race because 3 motors deep, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, right. And obviously there's something maybe else going on, right? It's kind of like an omen, right? Like, hey, maybe it's not your day.
Yeah,
Just put it on
I've
the
never
beach, right?
gotten that. I have blown a few motors up in my days. I will say I have spent many hours sitting on the downstairs in my dad's garage, resanding pistons and rebuilding motors. Best time of my life, I can tell you. I have so many stories. You have tons of stories with your dad at the boat races.
Yeah, but it's different, right? We weren't elbow deep in grease tearing apart motors. It was, him with his book, much like you and I have now, going over, stats and which drivers won what and who did well in qualifying so that we can be prepped for announcing the race next day because, right, you were racing, your dad was racing. Well, my dad never raced. Well, he did, but long before I was even a twinkle in his eye, the plight of being a big guy, right? He was a college football player. He played at Texas Tech. He was an offensive lineman. He's a big guy like me.
We have classes.
Yeah, but he out of college, he was running, I think, D
stock hydro.
And like 5th, 6th, right? Well, you're 300 pounds. Like, I'm sorry, but
we'll make it work.
You're going to be back of the pack for a long time until you get good enough to close that gap. And you still may not, but it looks like we're getting ready to go. We're ready to rock and roll here. Let's crown a champion in Formula One. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute on the pole. The 52, Chris, the real deal Rinker. Can he win the final race of the season and take home the series championship? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will it be the young driver out of Nashville, Tennessee that's coming second off the start dock, the 17 of Dylan Anderson? Or could it be the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, who sits in 5th in season points but third off the dock here. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or could it be the 94 of Rusty Wyatt? He's just 100 points out of first place in the season standings. He's fourth off the start pontoon out of Innisfil, Ontario. Can he be your champion? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Could it be the 53 of RJ West or the 10 of Terry Rinker, the man sitting on the top of the heap right now coming into the last race? Let's crown a Lake Havasu City Classic champion. Let's crown a series champion in 23. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders. He drops the flag. They come jump off the beach. Who's going to get that good jump? It looks like the 53 of RJ West and the 17 of Dylan Anderson.
Look at Chris Rinker on the inside in that 52 as they're going to go side by side, and they swallow up Dylan Anderson of the Anderson Marine as they're going to come down the backstretch into turn 1.
Oh, the 53 of RJ West just douses the 52 of Chris Rinker, and here comes the 94 of Wyatt, the 17 of Anderson. They go 3 wide down the front stretch.
That is just crazy. And look at Chris Rinker gets real high, and he's pushing it to the max on the inside. It looks like Dylan Anderson is snuck on the inside of our Canadian native of Rusty Wyatt, and this is 47.
Looks like 17 Anderson gets by the 94 of Wyatt. Now he's up in second, but boy, this is exactly what the 17 of Dylan Anderson wants. But how about the 53 of RJ West, man? Something clearly put him on a mission, and the 52 of Chris Rinker's now fallen all the way back into 5th position. What is going on with that machine? He got doused by the 53 of RJ West. I think he might have got some electronics wet, Kay.
He might have, or else he just lost vision, and on one corner you can lose vision, and you're going to go back about 4 spots, but he's still trying to fight it through. That would be the 52 Chris Rinker, but RJ West flying that 53 proudly for Mr. Greg Foster as he goes down the backstretch, followed by Dylan running the 17, the 94 Rusty White, the number 10 of Terry Rinker, Chris Rinker coming in hot in the 52, followed by the number 10.
As our leader, the 53 of RJ West, comes off at turn number 4 now across the start-finish line. He has got that thing flying high, wide, and dancing coming down the straightaway. That Chuck Skelton racing on the side, trying to bring some hardware back to Manteca, California. It's been a rough couple of years for him. I think this is him unleashing a lot of frustration that I think has been pent up over the last couple of years, trying to figure out that APX. He wanted to do this tribute to Greg Foster. He wanted to be able to give Kelly a piece of hardware saying, I did this for Greg, and it seems like all those things are culminating right now. As long as he can keep that motor together, I don't know if anybody can catch him.
And unfortunately, Kelly and Greg Foster, daughter Sarah, is down at the Parco Enduro, but I'm sure they're watching the live stream because they are going to be proud to see as the 53 comes across the start-finish line, followed by the 17 of Dylan Ruddy, the 19.
Dylan Anderson. Yeah, too many years in stock outboard. Yeah, it's a 53 of RJ West out in front now, looking to try to eye up his teammate, the 92 of Dean Comer. Looks like that rear cowling never made it back on the Mr. Bowie. 92 of Dean Comer. Hopefully it's not at the bottom of the Colorado River, but the 53 of RJ West sweeps it wide on a turn number 3. Now there is the 17 of Dylan Anderson. There's the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, as we got a battle going between him and the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo for that last spot on the podium. And then the 52 of Chris Rinker is been moved all the way back to 6th position. The 10 of Terry Rinker gets behind him. Boy, I think Dylan Anderson might be your only guy left. The 52 of Chris Rinker just, I don't know what happened after he got doused by the 53 of RJ West. After RJ beat him to the pin, that boat just has not been the same as it was in qualifying.
I'm not sure if maybe they decided at the last minute maybe to do a prop change. That prop change may not have been the award-winning prop on that.
Maybe they wanted a bit more top end, right? A little less punch for the longer race, but clearly not the right move because that thing is back now. We look on the screen there, overhead on the 7, right in the top of the 17, that Anderson Marine machine, sitting in 2nd place right now, trying to find an answer for the 53 of RJ West. I think, right, he's going to have to hold, right, and wait till we get into more of that back traffic before he really starts to put together a plan to make some moves.
Yeah, we are only about, we were just at the very beginning of this race. There is still a lot of action to be had as now they're starting to make their way through the back traffic. RJ West in the 53 going to go right by, looks like to be the 8s of the 99, followed by the 17 of Anderson. Once again, we saw a brand new boat in their pits. He wants to do proud as he puts the final brace in for the 17.
Absolutely. You see it going down into turn number 1. The 53 of West comes off that turn nice. 17 of Anderson now has got to navigate around the 99 of Travis Yates. But hey, it took the 53 of West a half a lap to get around the 99 of Travis Yates. You cannot waste a half a lap ramp, getting around back markers. There's too many fast boats out here in the top 5.
And it looks like Anderson's going to now start to fight Yates as he tried to put Tuck on the inside. Yates does move to the outside. Now, here's going to be a factor. Young Grant Schubert is on the outside of RJ West in the 53. Grant Schubert's going to go a little bit wide. Here comes Dylan Anderson in the 17th, followed by Rusty Wyatt in the 94, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, 10 of Terry Rinker, 52 of Chris Rinker.
Yeah, we watch here overhead, the 53 West. What a great turn there through turn number 2. Just bounces it off that chicane like a pro, like he's been doing it for decades. Well, that's because he has been. Hashtag not a rookie. Moved into the big boat class after a couple of decades running Formula Lights out here on the West Coast and doing some good things in that Chuck Skelton racing machine. Getting back to the days when he was running that Optimax on the back of that Chuck Skelton composite craft machine when he was a dominant force here on the Formula 1 Powerboat Championship Series.
The option to move over to that new motor, over to Greg Foster's motor, came about 2 months ago, and he decided, you know what, I want to do this. But here's the problem. He didn't get this motor to put on the back of that boat until earlier this week.
Right.
So he had to do all kinds of changes to go between the Optimax over to this motor. So he's made all those changes, did a little bit of testing, took advantage of as much testing and qualifying time yesterday as he could. And the 53, he's been...
And it's looking good right now. The 17 of Anderson's trying to find a game plan, but the 53 gets by his teammate, the 92 of Dean Comer, now works his way off of turn number 4, now comes across the start-finish line and looking to start another lap here as we've got 11 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, 6 minutes down, 6.5 minutes down, 11.5 minutes remain here in this final race of the 2023 season as we look at the 53, yes, the 53, not the 93, changing numbers for this final race, the 53 of RJ West, looking in a commemorative tribute to Greg Foster, looking to bring home some hardware back to Manteca, California, and he's holding the 17 of Dylan Anderson at bay. But I'm curious, will the 17 of Dylan Anderson, is this going to be enough for him to win the final? I mean, you see the 10 of Terry Rinker is back in 5th position, right? And I don't know if he's going to be able to move him anywhere. He cannot catch the 8 of Mayo. And the 17 of Dylan Anderson was only 41 points back. He qualified 3-4 spots ahead of the 10 of Terry Rinker. So we very well could see the 17 of Dylan Anderson take second here but win the series championship. And that's a big deal for that young man out of Nashville, Tennessee. Obviously the 53 of RJ West, he's all the way back. He's mired way back down there in 15th position because of some damage sustained to his boat, some damage to his teammate, right, that caused them to pull out of a race earlier this year because of some physical damage to his teammate Dean Comer and all the work he had to do in the getting Dean's boat put back together, plus the other boats that he was building and working on, right? The plight of a boat builder who also races is sometimes you got to put, right, the other boats that pay you money ahead of you being able to go to a race, right?
Exactly. So, you got to pay to play. So, exactly. He had to get some of the other boats out of the shop. And we've got some great racing still going on for 3rd and 4th. But RJ West continues to stretch out his lead over Dylan Anderson in the number 17 of Anderson Marine. The fight is now for 3rd and 4th. And it looks to be like Ontario. 94 of Rusty White still trying to fight off the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. They're going to come up to back traffic, and Will Pickle split the field between the two of them. It looks like Jeremiah's going to try and tuck on the inside of Jimmy Kerr, but our leader comes across the start-finish line right now. That would be Mr. RJ West in the 53, followed by Dylan Anderson in the number 17 from Anderson Marine out of Nashville, followed by the 94, Rusty Wyatt, Jeremiah Mayo, the number 8, the number 10, driven by Terry Rinker, the 52 of Chris Rinker.
All right, as we continue to push hard there, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo duking it out with the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. And it's just a game of cat and mouse. They can't really seem to gain much ground on one another. And I apologize, race fans. We're trying to watch our monitor here, but the sun is setting and getting nice and low here at Lake Havasu. You can see the glare coming off the water here, the shores of the Colorado River. There's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He's sitting in 4th position, trying to catch the boat in front of him. That's the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, who you just see flash through the corner now. So they're right on top of one another. Then you'll see the 10 of Terry Rinker coming to view, then the 52 of Chris Rinker, and there's the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. He's sitting in 3rd position, and that 8 of Mayo is trying to catch him, but the 17 of Dylan Anderson's not too far in front of him as well. We've got, if you can see there, we've got what? The top 4 boats all running within 0.3 of a second of one another out here as we're halfway, a little over the halfway, just about the halfway point here in this 16 minutes plus 17 minutes plus 1 lap main event here
keep in mind, here's another factor that these drivers are going to have to start dealing with. Levels of fuel.
Yes, lightening the boat for sure.
Lightening the boat, the fuel is going to start bouncing back and forth inside of the fuel tank. So this is going to make another factor. Plus, it's pretty rough out there, Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully, right, they put a lot of baffling inside their fuel tanks, foam that doesn't allow the gas to slosh around. But you're right, it'll lighten the boat, changes the attitude. You've got to be more cognizant of your trim coming out of the corners. It can help you, but it can also be quite the hindrance. As we see the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, young man out of Innisfil, Ontario, Canada, pushing hard there down out of turn number 1. He's still hanging on to that third spot on the podium, but with the 17 of Dylan Anderson being in front of him and him starting way back in he was in the middle of the pack there. Sorry, he started 4th, but he hit a buoy, so he lost some points. And being in 5th, a couple of spots behind the 17 of Dylan Anderson, I don't know if the 94 is going to have enough to win the series title, but bringing home some hardware in 2 of the last 3 races, not a bad way to finish 2023 for the team from Innisfil, Ontario, Canada.
In that 190, that's Dustin Terry. Keep in mind, that driver just got done doing trial, one heck of a race, and then he jumps into this. He has got to be one tired guy, but you know what? He's a boat racer, so he's out here and he's having fun. And as you can tell, RJ West comes out of the back stretch, down to the front stretch. He's got a lot of room between him and Jimmy Kerr. That gives him some clean water to start walking away from Dylan Anderson in the 17.
And we see there the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo goes into 3 now, off 3 out of 4. You can see there's the 94 of Wyatt. That's who the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo is chasing down. The 13 of Schubert's just trying to stay on the lead lap. There comes Wyatt, and you'll see there's the 8 of Mayo. So there are just a few boat lengths separating those 2 drivers as they go down the front stretch and start another lap. 6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining here in the Formula 1 main event. It is all RJ West all afternoon long, outside of having to pull off the course in heat number 2. I mean, he's been the class of qualifying, and he's looking to run this thing wire to wire here in the main event.
RJ West comes across the start-finish line in the Chuck Skeleton number 53, followed by the Dylan Anderson in the 17 of Anderson Marina out of
Nashville, Tennessee. Yes, he is. There's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo coming across, still trying to fight the battle against the 94 of RJ West. Will he, or the 94 of Rusty Wyatt, the Rusty Wyatt and that Crystal Clear Wiper Blades team trying to stay on the podium and hold the 8 Phase 3 performance of Jeremiah Mayo on the outside looking in. Here as we get just about to the 5-minute mark plus 1 lap, everybody's continuing to push hard. The 8 of Mayo down the backside into turn number 3, comes off number 3, now wide out of 4, trying to get through the wash, has to go way wide to the outside because the 94 Rusty Wyatt doing a really good job of moving. He starts a straightaway on lane 4 or 5. He finishes it in lane 1. All that water at some point is dirty all the way down the straightaway.
Yeah, exactly. And that's his line of choice. He wants to keep the RPMs up because he's seeing that every time that they come down into a turn, Jeremiah just creeps right up on him, showing that Jeremiah has the has the straightaway speed. But the punch out of the corner, the top end is going to belong to Jeremiah.
Right on. Now we got to keep an eye on things as you see the 53 of RJ West start to make some moves up on the back markers that could change the dynamic between him and the 17 of Dylan Anderson. There's the 52 of Chris Rinker. He's sitting back, I think, in 6th position, right? 2 seconds off the pace of our leaders. I don't know what happened between qualifying. I like your theory that they took a gamble and it didn't pay off. Either that or when the 53 of RJ West went down into turn 1 and shut the door on him, he just doused him down. Now, I was told that there are potentially some pending infractions bearing away, not maintaining your lane. These could very much impact the top 5, I've been told, so we'll have to wait to hear what's going to be impact. But, right, everything's unofficial, obviously, from ours. But right now, I mean, the class of the field on the water today is RJ West, period. He has showcased that. I don't care if his motor dies with a lap to go. Everybody out there knows that that was the fastest boat on the water as he continues to push hard, and we'll stay with him here as he comes out of turn number 4.
RJ West comes across the start-finish line one more time as we read that there is less than 4 minutes left in this final heat. Can he push that Chuck Skeleton number 53 to the limit to collect that checkered flag? Well, that will be up to him and Anderson. It looks like he's starting to close the gap between him as they make their way down the backstretch. RJ West goes into turn number 2, going right by Grant Schubert like he's standing still.
And with the amount of time left, right, that's Anderson's hoping for a mistake, right? Get tangled up with Schubert, right? Schubert does doesn't see him, goes into lane 1. RJ thinks he's there, right, has to back off. Something like that's going to happen for the 17 and Anderson to close the gap, because everything he's tried so far, and he's had almost 15 minutes, right, 30-plus laps to do it in, he hasn't been able to figure it out. So that tells me he doesn't have an answer unless a mistake occurs, right? And for the 53, doesn't make mistakes very often. And so that's going to be a hard one for the 17 of Anderson to swallow. But I think right now the 17 of Dylan Anderson knows that if he stays in that second place, I would imagine they're telling him, hey, listen, Love's out, Rinker's in 5th, other Rinker's in 6th, you're in 2nd, you got the points, man. If you don't risk 2nd to try to chase him down, right? Don't do what happened at Lake of the Ozarks in 2019. Granted, he was in the lead there, but barrel rolling, right? When somebody's breathing down your neck, pushing it too hard, right? Know where your line is at, understand, right? What's the goal at hand, right? Yeah, I want to win every race, but I've won a race before, right? I've won a couple of them, but I've never won a series championship. So you got to hang in that spot, and you might see maybe a little bit less aggression from the 17 of Anderson with that being the case.
Yeah, exactly. And with less than 2 minutes left for the final of this heat, I mean, we're coming down to the wire. This is the point where Dylan's going to say, hey, we're going to push it to the max, or we're going to sit back and take that second podium finish, because the points in the end, that's what matters.
Absolutely. There we see the 53 Chuck Skelton Racing composite craft of RJ West, that tribute 53 for the late Greg Foster, fearless Greg Foster, who lost his valiant battle with cancer just a few months ago. Our hearts out with Kelly and the rest of his family for their loss. It's the second great driver we've lost here in 2023, losing Bobby Briggs back in May. They're out there watching from down here, probably having a beer, laughing, having a good time, right? Hooting and hollering, screaming. And, I picture all these old legends of boat racing, right? Like, they're all together, like, telling stories and harassing one another and talking smack and having a great time. And what better place to do it than probably some of the greatest races that have ever happened in the history of boat racing in the world, right here in the Lake Havasu Classic.
Exactly. I mean, still ideal conditions. We were worried about it all day, but they have held out just for this final, and these boats are sure giving us one heck of a show at speeds of over 100 plus miles per hour as they dive into each one of these turns.
Yeah, there we see our leader, the 53 of RJ West, comes off of turn number 1, and we're going to see that green flag is probably going to go down, and that white flag may come out next time around as he kicks it through the chicane in turn number 2 down the back stretch, walking it on its tail, 100, 105, 110 miles an hour as he goes down, and oh no, the 52 of Chris Rinker is pulled off the course, and his title fight is dead in the water. So you're going to see our leader, 53 of RJ West, come by. There you see the flash of the 52 of Chris Rinker, and the white flag is out. Go fast, turn left, young man, and before you can take some hardware back to Manteca, California for Chuck Skelton Racing. What a turn of events in a tribute to Greg Foster with his motor package on the back, his number on the side of the rear cowling. The 93 of RJ West takes a risk, changing to number 53 this weekend, and looks like the stars are going to align as he comes down out of turn number 3. Off turn 3, now sweeps it wide out of turn 4. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together. The Lake Havasu City Champion here in Legends of Havasu in 2023, number 53, RJ West.
Followed by the 17 of Dylan Anderson from the Anderson Marine out of Nashville, Tennessee. And one heck of a fight came all the way down from Ontario, Canada in the 94, Rusty Wyatt.
Rounding out the top 3, and that's how our podium finishes. The 53 of RJ West, followed by the 17 of Dylan Anderson, and rounding out the top 3, the 94 of Rusty Wyatt. Kay, the question is, did the 17 of Dylan Anderson gain enough points here throughout qualifying in the finals today to be our series champion, or will the 10 of Terry Rinker be the one who's going to take it down? I don't know if Mayo made up enough love. Chris Rinker fell out. Spencer Love didn't start the final. So I think we've gone from a 5-horse race down to a 3-horse race. Likely just a 2-horse race between the 10 of Terry Rinker and the 17 of Dylan Anderson. For the season series championship, take nothing away from a dominant performance by the 53 of RJ West. Hopefully we get a chance after he does a quick lap to have him come in here. I'll allow you to do that interview and chat with him. But boy, what a great run it was for the 53. I think, the monkey's off his back. The anger, the frustration that I've seen mounting, right? Typically a very mild-mannered person. He doesn't get vocally frustrated. He doesn't scream. He doesn't yell. Right? Okay. So I'm talking about the racer, right? I know this person as a racer. I've spent years with him. He doesn't get super upset. He doesn't get super down in the dumps. He's always there, focusing on the data, doing what the data tells him is the best move, not allowing his emotions to get involved. But you could see, right? I could see it. A guy who knows he's a 1, 2, 3 guy being 6, 7, 8, right? Frustration. And it's all gone.
And you know what? I have a feeling it has a lot to do with that number on the side of that boat.
Yeah, I know he really badly wanted to do it. And he was very excited about having the opportunity to do it. You know, there's a lot of guys that may have asked, did ask, could have asked. And it would have been a hard choice, right, for Kelly to make, because there's so many people that Greg Foster impacted throughout his personal life, his racing career, all those sorts of things. But I think it's good to have a guy, excuse me, who's from California, right, who's from that West Coast contingency. We really see a split between, right, those east of the Rockies and those west of the Rockies. And I'm glad that somebody from near him who's raced with him in the Southern California Club for so long is able to represent him like that. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you scream. Your champion again one more time out of Antigua, California. Running for Chuck Skelton Racing and Composite Craft Formula One boats, number 53, R.J. West. Oh, that's a good way to finish off the season. You know, I'm glad we got it in today. You know, right? A freak occurrence that never happens, right? The weather tomorrow is going to 180 and it's going to be gorgeous.
Yeah, probably. It never fails. Right? We always get blown off, and then at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we look outside and it's like, oh,
it's perfect, right? But hey, we the last thing we wanted to do was to have all these guys qualify today, put all this work, travel all this, and then not be able to finish, right? Not be able to complete the season. We weren't going to end on, I guess, the guy who scored the most points in 2 qualifying heats wins. Yeah. That's not the way you want to end it.
It's not the way you want to. I have seen it, especially this year. We've seen it in other categories, but it's not the way you want to see it. The way you want to see it is the way that you just saw it, and the way we saw it in the Tri-Hall, the way we saw it in the Formula Lights. I mean, this was some close racing. Absolutely. All day. I used to saying weekend, all day long.
Yeah, it's weird doing a one-day race.
And these crews and these officials and these volunteers are all exhausted from today's action. But you know what, Thomas? I've had a blast, and I'm super excited. We are still waiting to see if RJ's going to come.
I don't know if he's...
I think he's just too excited. He wants to go down and go thank his team.
Yeah, and I think he might be down at the ramp already. I don't know. We're trying to see on our screen here. But boy, what a great day it was. Phenomenal racing, top to bottom in all 3 classes. We had some follies. We had some wrecks.
Yeah, it looks like he just got loaded up onto the trailer.
He's on the trailer. That's okay, though.
That means you're going to interview him at Trophies, because, you know, all of our fans are going to have to remember to come back.
Yes, yeah. Don't forget, right here at the Nautical Beachfront Resort, we're going to have our awards presentation immediately following. So we're going to make everybody up here to the kind of this grassy VIP area, Barrett Custom Marine, VP Racing Fuels, all these chairs. We're going to have our awards presentation for all 3 classes here this evening on behalf of the Formula One Powerboat Championship. From wherever you've been or all across the world, if you've joined our live streams, we appreciate you. Make sure that you patronage our sponsors: Mercury Racing, JH Performance Boats, Kicker Marine Audio, VP Racing Fuels, Racing Communications, Seabolt Sports, CM Concrete, your sponsor for the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championships here at the Lake Havasu Classic, Seaway Marine, Excel Sports, as well as our local sponsor here, Barrett Marine, a huge Mercury dealer here in Lake Havasu. Okay, it was a day. It was a hectic day. It was crazy.
I went through 8 Diet Pepsis today.
I don't know if I've drank 8 Diet Pepsis in a day ever. And I weigh 300 pounds.
I will definitely be going for a run every day next week.
Yeah, fair. That's a decent amount of sugar, but you got to keep the, you know, I had a couple of Cokes today, a couple of waters. You got to keep the hype up, got to keep it exciting. But boy, I mean, honestly, didn't have to do that much to keep it exciting. The racing made it exciting, that's for sure.
It was, you know, I'm still just jumping all excited because it was so much fun to see everybody and see such close racing all weekend long. along. Unfortunately, some of our drivers did not make to the final, but you know what? 2024 is right around the corner. If you want to be a sponsor and be part of 2024 for 2024 of the H1 Powerboat Championship, make sure you go to F1PowerboatChampionship.com. Contact us and see how you can be involved, whether it be a sponsor, a volunteer. And, you know, everybody wants to come out here and help out with our official crew. I want to thank all of our officials and our race rescue as well.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to play some highlight reels from our last round at Boats, Beats, and Barbecue from Grove, Oklahoma, which was round 3 here to fill some time. But head on over to the grassy area here if you're at the Nautical Beachfront Resort. For those of you, wherever you are across the world, thanks for joining us today. We'll have awards ceremony presentation here coming up momentarily. But in the meantime, enjoy some great racing action from Boats, Beats, and Barbecue early in 2023. On behalf of the Formula One Powerboat Championship team, we look forward to seeing you again here at the Nautical Beachfront Resort in 2024 as a part of the 2nd annual Legends of Havasu here at the Lake Havasu Classic. Okay, we'll be right back with the awards presentation of all 3 classes here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship.
got the speed over faster than the guy in front of you just to keep up with him. Gotta have the perfect lap. 24 performance boats, and boy, that's right for sure. You know, one of the
Spencer Love sets it tight. 17 eliminators down the inside. Trying to have a drive race to the finish. As the 17 goes back to the inside, ladies and gentlemen, comes off the turn number 4, walks it down the front straightaway. You're an uncle champion here at Formula 1 and Coach Beats and EDT out of San Diego, California, number 24, Spencer Love. In 12th. Got a rearview mirror full of
Can't nobody out here do it like me. Ain't nobody out here winning like me. Can't nobody out here do it like me. Just like me, like me. Can't nobody out here do it like me. Ain't nobody out here winning like me. Can't nobody out here do it like me. Just like me, like me. I'm one of a kind, I'm like a rare breed. A breath of fresh air, you can see me. People stand up just to greet me. Role model, kids wanna be me. Listen now, later you'll believe me. Got you under my spell, the whole thing was easy. I just come and wink my eye like a genie. Put my crown on, y'all little peasant can king me. I'm irreplaceable, the different one. Since I was born, I was the chosen one. Every time I speak, you know it's unique. Might go over your head, my words are kinda too deep. Man, I'm wise like an eyelid. Summa cum laude, I graduated from college. Man, you a fool if you doubt this. Act like you know I'm the one that's about this. King me. King me. I do what I want, call me a prima donna, a capitalist, you know I'm about $1. I did it my way, no apologies, marching to my own beat, they still wanna follow me. Come with me. Diamond in the rough, I'm a future star, but envy is a mother, they'll shoot your car. Gotta bob and weave through the jealousy, enter at your own risk, I guess is what you telling me. We ain't the same, I ain't like the others. It's levels to this thing, don't be righteous, brothers. I got a quality, my rep is distinct, unmistakable. Please, come and tell me what you think. Never mind, I know I'm hot dog. Y'all need to catch up, I'm about to pop y'all. Certified rock star, chain around my neck, middle finger to the cop car. Bitch, ain't nobody out here do it like me. Ain't nobody out here winning like me. Can't nobody out here do it like me. Just like me, like me. Can't nobody out here do it like me. Ain't nobody out here winning like me. Can't nobody out here do it like me. Just like me, like me. Who want the smoke? Who want the smoke? Who want the smoke? Yeah, I wait. I'm still waiting. Nobody, nobody, nobody do it like me. Nobody.
with the name. He's got the speed over than the guy in front of you just to keep up with him. Gotta have the perfect lap.
24 expensive performance boats, and boy, that's right for sure. You know, one in his Spencer Love sets it tight. 17 goes down the inside. Races to the finish. As the 17 goes back to the inside, ladies and gentlemen, comes off the turn number 4, walks it down the front straightaway. You're an unreal champion here. Formula One at those speeds. Leading team out of Santa Monica, California, number 24, Spencer Love. In 12th. Rearview mirror.
Can't nobody out here do it like me. Ain't nobody out here winning like me. Can't nobody out here do it like me. Just like me, like me. Can't nobody out here do it like me. Ain't nobody out here winning like me. Can't nobody out here do it like me. Just like me, like me. I'm one of a kind, I'm like a rare breed. A breath of fresh air, you can see me. People stand up just to greet me. Role model, kids wanna be me. Listen now, later you'll believe me. Got you under my spell, the whole thing was easy.